Was in the street that day blocking traffic.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm walking my dogs, and I see them coming down the hill, and this young man decided to leave the street and ride off, and I actually have pictures of the area. And you can't see, but he took a drive. He got out of the street through a driveway and basically rode his skateboard right into me.
Okay. So he was riding in the street with his friends?
Yes, he was.
No question in your mind?
No.
And then at some point, he went up through a driveway and decided to come down on the sidewalk.
Correct.
And he got bitten because your dog was frightened.
I didn't know what was happening. I was concerned. I've seen these kids before.
Got bitten on the hand? Where were you bitten?
On my left hand, Your Honor.
Your Honor, he showed me his elbow. And
I don't care whether he showed you his elbow or he showed you his hand. Whose fault was it?
Hers, Your Honor.
You're supposed to be smarter than a poodle. I am sure your father raised you in the hopes that you would be smarter than a poodle.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you frightened her poodle because you were doing the wrong thing, that's your fault. The poodle wasn't chasing you down the street, was it?
No, ma'am.
Huh?
No, ma'am.
That's what happens when you do the wrong thing, Mr. Pender. You do the wrong thing, sometimes bad things happen to you. And you got bitten. Just because you got bitten doesn't mean it's her fault. You and I know exactly what happened that day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Anything you want to say to me, sir?
No, ma'am.
Perfect. Case dismissed. That's all.
All right, excused. You may step out. Yeah, this is case number 578 on the calendar in the matter of Cabanero versus Taru.
Thank you.
Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Mr. Cabanero, Miss Taru was formerly your girlfriend.
Yes.
You have a child together.
Correct.
How old is that child?
7 years old.
A little girl.
Yes.
And you have an order of visitation with the child.
Yes.
You are currently married, I assume, to this lady.
Yes.
And you have 1 or 2 children?
I have 2 children and 1 on the way.
According to your complaint, during a scheduled visitation, you noticed that your daughter had a recurrence of a severe eczema problem that she suffers from.
Yes.
You tried to contact her mother. Her mother had turned off her cell phone. So you contacted the child's grandmother,
Correct.
Miss Taru's mother, and you told her that you were planning on taking the child to the doctor.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you went to work.
That's correct.
Miss Taru became upset that you planned to take the child to the doctor. She came to your home when your wife was at home, and according to you, broke your security door.
Yes.
Ms. Taru says you owe her over $4,000 in child support, so what are you complaining about?
The child support's getting taken out of my check. My check's getting garnished every week.
What is the child support order that you have for your daughter?
It's, I believe it's $400 something a month.
How much is this child support order?
$214.
$214 a month.
Correct. He does have another child, is the reason that they take more than just my amount out. He has another child with a mother that also garnishes wages out of his check.
Is that right?
Yes.
You got a lot of children, Mr. Cabanero. You must be very rich.
With children, yeah.
Those are your riches, sir. But sometimes you have to think with this. Do you understand?
Yes.
Now you can stand up. Your name is Mrs. Cabanero, and you tell me, Mrs. Cabanero, what happened when Miss Taru came to your house?
Lena made arrangements with my mother-in-law for the daughter to come over for the weekend on February 11th. And after dinner, I decided to give her a bath. When I got her ready for her bath, I saw that she had whelps on her from her eczema, and she had sores on her arms, all over her chest, thighs, and both eyes, and it was fully all over her body. And when I did give her a lukewarm bath, she did cry that it did hurt her skin.
How long has your daughter suffered from eczema?
Since she was born, Your Honor, since she was 6 days old.
When was the last time prior to February 11th that the child had seen a physician?
On January 31st.
When had it become so exacerbated to cause concern to the police officer who came and saw the child?
It's always been that way, Your Honor. I have a letter from her doctor.
I'd like to see the letter from
Yes.
her doctor.
I got pictures of it also.
I'd like to see the photograph.
Can I mention that it's hereditary and my sister also suffers the severe disease as well? And has the same exact symptoms, and she's 24 years old, Your Honor.
And that was just recent pictures.
I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
This letter from the doctor, which you furnished me,
Correct.
says that you told the doctor that Alexa, that's your daughter,
Correct.
was found with her stepsister involved in sexual play.
Correct.
How old is that child?
At that time, she was 2 years old.
And how old was your daughter?
I want to say 5.
So they're baby playing.
Correct.
All right. What I need, because he says that he couldn't get this eczema under control, so he sent you to a dermatologist.
Yes.
Doctor, I'd like to see a report is when you last took the child to see Dr.
I don't have a statement.
Well,
with
when
me.
prior to February 11th had the child seen Dr.
The beginning of January?
This is too serious a condition, madam, to wait 6 weeks.
No, Your Honor, I have several medications that my daughter is on that I use on a typical basis.
Did the police officer who responded that day tell you better take this child immediately to the doctor?
No, she suggested that I take her to the doctor, or she would have, well, yes, actually, yes, you're right, correct. Or that she would call an ambulance and have
You're
her take
absolutely right, because the police officer who responded that day viewed this situation as critical enough to say, unless you guarantee me that you're going to take the child immediately to the
She would not
doctor,
release her.
she's taking the child by ambulance to the hospital.
Correct.
So when did you take the child to the
That same day.
dermatologist?
Oh, I didn't take her to the dermatologist, Your Honor. I took her to the regular doctor because it was a Saturday.
When did you take her to the dermatologist?
She hasn't been, Your Honor.
That's neglect.
I have no medical coverage right now, Your Honor.
I don't care what you have to do to get enough money to take your child to the dermatologist. Your doctor, in a letter that you gave me, madam, from your doctor, the doctor says this problem is so serious and so intractable that I cannot treat the child.
Correct.
So I referred her to a dermatologist, which you didn't take her to.
He also doesn't provide medical coverage for my daughter, Your Honor.
What
And he has
difference
ordered-
does that make? He said,
Because we're
listen
not-
to me very carefully. I read your answer. Your answer said that you got angry,
Correct.
that he was going to take the child to the doctor.
Correct.
So you went over to pick her up.
I did.
And it would seem to me that on February 11th, since you haven't had the child to the dermatologist since the beginning of January because you have no medical coverage, that if the child's father was prepared to take her to a doctor to look into this situation that was unremitting while in your care, you wouldn't get angry. You would say, thank you.
No.
Thank you. Not, she's mine and I'll take care of it.
Your Honor, I did
Listen
take-
to me. That's what a mother does. A mother does not say, I'm not going to let him because that's my job and he has no right to do that. Mother says, if I don't have medical coverage and my husband doesn't provide enough for me to take the child to the dermatologist, if the child's father's going to do that, let him. That's great just as long as the child gets cared for. So the fact that you went over there and made a fuss over there that day is stupid.
I did take my daughter to the doctor that day. I could not take her to dermatology that day
The doctor says he can't help her. This is the letter you gave me. The doctor
the
says
weekend, Your Honor.
I cannot help her. That was a Saturday. Did you take the child to the dermatologist Monday?
No, because my coverage ended.
Is she not following
I
me?
could not.
Is she not following me?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I asked about the door.
This getting to the door.
Get there faster. I'm losing
And
patience with the door when I'm looking at it behind like
she-
this. I'm losing patience with everybody.
And later today,
She got in her car, whipped out her driveway, and drove off real fast. And it was an older dude. He kicked her car.
Nasty.
Nice little kick.
For no reason. Just stupid.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Alex Caballero says his child's mother, Lena Teru, damaged his front door by kicking it. Alex also says Lena is neglecting their daughter.
You got bigger problems than a door. I don't know what you're here wasting your time for with a door for $300 that got broken. I would save my energy and my time off from work by pursuing, if you feel as if you can provide the child with a better situation, with pursuing either more liberal rights with regard to this child's medical care or custody of this child if you feel as if you can provide for the child so that a child doesn't have to have these kind of wilts because these two people can't provide the child with appropriate medical care. Do you understand?
He now provides medical coverage for us, Your Honor.
It's not good enough. I guarantee you that if he was walking around with this on his behind, or you would have gotten yourself to a doctor and had it taken care of. Guaranteed.
On his knee.
And the fact that this child is 7 years old and has no voice, and you have to be this child's voice, is to me an abomination that you would allow the child to walk around for 6 weeks like this. Now, you want to talk about your door?
Yeah.
How did the door get broken?
When she, after that incident, I had a phone conversation with her stating that she was going to come over and pick up the daughter. I stated to her that her daughter needed to see a physician that day, and then she continued to call me names over the phone, so I hung up on her.
I asked about the door.
This getting to the door.
Get there faster. I'm losing patience with the door when I'm looking at a behind like this. I'm losing patience with everybody.
She came to the house, continued to ring the doorbell. I answered the front door, and we did have a security screen door. She asked for her daughter. I told her no. And she continued to say, I'm going to kick you, I'm going to kill you. As soon as you come out of here, I'm going to get you. And I told her, if she don't get off my property right now, I'm going to call the sheriffs. And as soon as I said that, she started to pull and bang and yank on the security screen door.
You have a picture of the door?
I also have a witness, that my neighbor, that also seen all of it.
Is the witness here?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me see. Where's the witness?
He's in the back.
Okay, let's bring out the witness, please.
You swear to tell the truth in these matters?
Yes.
State your name for the record, please.
Travis Smith.
Mr. Smith, are you a neighbor of these people?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention to the 12th of February of 2005. Were you home on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you witness an altercation between this defendant and the plaintiff's wife?
Yes.
Would you tell me what you observed, please?
I heard a bunch of yelling and screaming.
What did you hear?
I heard, open the door, give me my kid, something to that effect. A lot of profanity.
By whom?
Defendant. At the time, I didn't realize it was actually her that was screaming the profanity. I thought it was the people down the street that were fighting. I came outside, and when I noticed that it was actually coming across the street, I approached her, just trying to figure out what was going on.
What did you say to her?
Basically, I asked, what's going on? Because I'm new to the neighborhood. I want to, trying to learn my neighbors. And
okay,
she's...
she said, what's going on? And she said...
Oh, I'm trying to get my baby. They have my baby, and she won't let me have her. She goes, I have the cops on the way, and I walked her out onto the sidewalk. I said, well, if the police are on their way, then why don't you stand here, calm down, let the police do their job.
Okay. Is that all you saw?
Pretty much.
Can I mention my side of what he said?
Go ahead.
When he came outside, he asked me, is that Alexis and Alicia fighting again? And I said, no, it's me screaming at her to give me my daughter.
Is that what you said?
No. I didn't even know her name at the time. I didn't even know he had another daughter. That's how new to the street I was.
He might have said Alex and his wife fighting again.
I said, are they fighting again? I thought it was people down the street.
He had said that they were fighting last weekend, the weekend prior to the February 12th.
No.
She was so upset she doesn't know.
Well,
the only thing she wasn't upset about, the only thing Miss Taru wasn't upset about was this.
That's...
You owe him the money for the door, madam, $322. Judgment for the plaintiff in that amount. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I just want to get my daughter taken care of, and I just want her to take responsibility for the actions she did.
I think she's jealous, and because that was her first love, and I came in between.
I told her I'd kill her. She didn't give me my daughter. That's right, I did.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lang versus Lewis Finch. Step forward, please.
Legal assistant Mary Lang is suing 16-year-old Timothy Finch Jr. and his mother, Octavia Lewis, for the cost to fix her car. Mary says Timothy dented the vehicle by kicking it.
Miss Lang, it is your claim that this young man dented your car.
That is correct.
By kicking it?
Yes.
Mr. Finch says that it was not him.
Okay.
When did it happen and where?
On February 3rd of this year, I was getting into my car. The defendants and some other kids were across the street, and they were throwing snowballs at me. I then got in.
How many kids?
There's a bus stop there, and the kids, there's a high school down the street, and the kids stand at that bus stop.
So how many
About
kids?
20.
Go ahead.
I then got into my car and I backed up and I stopped at that stop sign where the bus stop is. And the defendant was standing at the bus stop, but he was standing out in the road, not exactly on the sidewalk.
What specifically about the defendant caused you to remember him?
He had a camouflage jacket on.
Anyone other than the defendant wearing a camouflage jacket?
No, Your Honor.
Just one?
Yes.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mary Lang claims 16-year-old Timothy Finch Jr. vandalized her car by kicking it. Timothy says Mary's got the wrong guy.
Okay, tell me exactly what you saw.
Well, I had to go a little slow because I was watching out for these kids that were in the road, and there was another car coming this way, and I was making a right-hand turn. So I was looking to make sure that I wasn't hitting these kids or whatever, and I saw the defendant kick my car in the passenger side mirror.
What did you do?
I then pulled up to see if there was any damage, and there was. There was a nice dent in my car. And I went back to my apartment, and I called 911. My apartment is right across the street from the bus stop.
Okay. I want to hear what Mr. Finch has to say.
I had detention in school, and I got into a problem earlier in the week in school, so they wasn't going to let me out the building until they knew the bus was exactly coming. So when I left out the school, I was walking down the street, and all you heard was like, oh, like they was yelling, like we thought it was a fight or something. So we walked down there, and then it was like a Caucasian, like a heavyset boy was across the street, and other kids was running at him, tackling them, jumping on them, and then they was throwing snowballs at her also. And then they kept on throwing them, so she went in her doorway, she called the cops. And then I guess the cops ain't come, so she got in her car, she whipped out her driveway, and then she drove off real fast and turned the corner. I was standing next to her, and then there was a whole lot of other people in front of me. And then when she turned, it was an older dude that was out there that ain't go to school. He kicked her car. She stopped, and when she got her car, she said, "You're going to pay for this damage at my car." She was looking at the dude right in his face when she said it, and then she bagged up, and then she went in her driveway, and then she got back in the doorway.
What did this dude look like?
He was dark-skinned. He had a camouflage coat on, he had a black hoodie, and he had a braids on, but he had a hat on.
Had you ever seen him before?
I seen him. He come to our school mostly every day. He don't go to our school. He just come up there mostly every day.
What does he do at your school if he doesn't go to school there?
He just come up there every day. He just be out there talking to everybody.
Every day?
Every day.
So you've seen him 50 times?
Yes.
And no question that you could identify him?
Yes.
You have a police report?
I do, Your Honor.
I'd like to see it. Now, they took you off the bus, is that right?
Yes.
Did this older guy also get on the bus?
No, once she called the cops, him and the other two dudes that was with him, they went off back towards, I don't know, towards Granite. That's the street back that way.
Now, when the police took you off the bus, did you tell the police at that time that you could identify the true perpetrator because he came to your school every day and you know who he is? Did you tell that to them?
No, I didn't.
Well, you just told me, and it would seem to me logical, Mr. Finch, that if you had not committed this crime and the police took you off the bus, you would have said, listen, it was this older dude who comes to the school every day, who I know, because I've seen him at least 50 times, I can point him out to you. I would tell that to the police like that. This young lady, step up, whose name is?
LaToya.
That LaToya, who was standing right next to you, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
You saw exactly what he saw, right?
Yes.
You were waiting for him because he got detention?
No, I was also in detention.
Everybody's in detention. Now, after he got pulled off the bus, were you on the bus with him?
Yes.
Did you get off the bus?
Yes.
Did you tell the police that it wasn't him, it was this other guy? You told me about this other guy who did it.
Yes, I told them when they were on the bus.
You told that to the police?
When they were on the bus, we pointed to people, the two boys that actually did it to her car, but they didn't take them. They took him and another boy.
Are you telling me that you told the police that it was boys on the bus who caused the dent to her car?
Yes.
Sit down. He says they had walked away already. Okay. Can I see pictures of the car, please? Nasty.
Nice little kick.
for no reason. Just because they're being stupid. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,500. That's all. Step out.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 420 on the calendar in the matter of Tumber versus Sotanko. Parties have been sworn in, Your Honor. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Mr. Tumber, this is your former wife and her present husband. And the two of you have been divorced for some time. You have a 17-year-old son. I assume that that is this young man over here.
That's
is that
correct.
right? According to the complaint that I've read, recently, after your divorce and after your former wife was remarried, she ran into some financial difficulty and called you and asked you for a loan. You obliged, according to you, advanced her some money, I think $750.
That's correct.
You want the money back.
Correct.
And in addition, your former wife and her husband purchased a car for your son.
Correct.
And you invested some money in that car in repairing it.
Correct.
Then you decided to buy your son a newer car. And according to you, there was an understanding that they would reimburse you when they sold the old car for the money that you had invested in it so that you could sort of put it towards the new car that you were buying for him.
Correct.
They sold the car and they didn't give you the money that you had invested in it.
Correct.
So you also want that money.
Correct.
Okay. When did your former wife call you for this initial loan?
It was around the beginning of this year, but around January.
What happened? You ran into some
2004.
financial difficulty?
The financial difficulty wasn't about me necessarily. It was regarding my son and expenses that we had with the car, with medical, and with a phone bill.
What do you mean the car? What kind of expenses?
Okay, the car that we purchased for my son was a car that we knew...
I don't care what you knew. You had expenses because you had to have it fixed?
Yes.
And how much did you need to have the car fixed?
There were different parts that we needed to buy. My husband did the repairs.
So you spent some of the money that he gave you to fix the car?
Correct.
How much?
The total that we spent on the repairs, just the parts alone of the receipts I could find...
Yes.
...was $224.03.
$224 to fix the car?
For the parts.
Fine. I don't care what your husband's labor was. That's not important to me. What else did you need money for?
My son had a cell bill.
Who bought him a cell phone?
I did.
So why was it your former husband's responsibility?
It wasn't, except for my son went over the minutes, and he did this more than one occasion.
Did your former wife tell you, Mrs. Sotanko, tell you that this money she was asking you for was for your son?
No, Your Honor, she
What did
didn't.
she tell you?
It was for mortgages on the home that she was in arrears of.
Were you in arrears on your mortgage?
I was never in arrears on my mortgage.
Did you tell him that you needed money to pay your mortgage?
I told him that I couldn't pay the mortgage and everything else, that my son's cell bill was so much money, my son's medical bills that the insurance didn't cover was so much money.
You pay child support, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How much do you pay?
Just shy of $600 a month, I believe.
Okay. How much money did you
Your
give?
Honor, that's not true.
How much does he give you?
$370 a month.
How do you account for the discrepancy, Mr. Tumber?
I'm not sure how much I pay, to be honest with you, Your Honor.
So why don't you say, I'm not sure? I don't know is something
Yeah,
that a man can say.
I don't know.
3 little words.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Correct, thank you.
Well, you should know how much child support you pay. Do you pay it pursuant to income deduction order? Or
Yes.
So it comes right out of your pay?
Right out of my check, yes.
So it's not $600, it's $370 a month, according to you. Is that what you receive, or do you receive more if there is some in arrears?
$370 a month, Your Honor.
Period?
Period.
Okay, fine. How much money did you loan to her, sir?
$750.
Oh, that's not true, Your Honor.
Show me.
Your Honor, I'd like to
You have
submit...
a check?
Yes.
Let me see it,
Canceled checks with her signature on them.
Your Honor, he could have written anything in after the fact.
No, I'm just looking at the canceled checks, madam. And I'm even looking for the memo. The memo is irrelevant. You owe him $750. I think it's very nice that you can call him and say, listen, I ran into some financial difficulties and I need some money and your son lives with me, so could you do it for me?
But, Your Honor, that's not how it happened.
Did you sell the car? We're
Yes,
going to
we
get to the
sold the
car
car.
now.
But-
Just a second. We're going to get to the car. You and your husband bought a car, and you bought a car for your son. And according to you, some of the money that you got from him was used to fix the car.
Correct.
Right. Then you sold the car.
Correct.
How much money did you give him? I just answer my question. How
Zero.
much money did you give
Zero.
him? Zero. How much did you sell the car for?
$1,000.
Well, If he paid for the parts to fix the car, why didn't you think it was appropriate that if he was buying your son a new car, for you not to at least reimburse him for what he had spent? Don't you think that that's appropriate? Fair? Reasonable? If I believe you, Mrs. Sotango, if I believe you, you were able to call your former husband and say to him, despite the fact that you are under a court order and pay child support, it's not enough. Because I have some bills that I'm having trouble paying for our son. He went over his minutes on a cell phone that I bought him. That's not his fault. You choose to buy him a cell phone, 17-year-old kid, and he's not responsible enough? That's not his father's problem because you provided him with the vehicle to be irresponsible. But he was, according to you, he was a nice guy and said, here's the money. According to you, he was a nice guy when you say I had to fix the car and I need some parts. According to you, he was a nice guy, gave you the money. According to you, despite the fact that he pays child support and is not in arrears, he had some unreimbursed medical bills, and he said, here's the money. So I'm asking you, if he was a nice guy, how come when you sold the car and he was buying him a new car, you didn't say, here's the money that you laid out for the parts?
The car was bought because the car that we bought for my son wasn't good enough, wasn't cool enough. They bought the car. I had nothing to do with that, neither did my husband. We have endured financial difficulty. We did not say that we were going to give him the money. It wasn't for my son to barter. It wasn't for him to barter. We paid the mortgage with the money, and that's the circumstance we're under right now.
So why didn't you just say that to me instead of giving me a whole lot of who shot John? You paid the mortgage. You borrowed money from him and paid a mortgage.
I thought you knew that. I'm sorry.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You're supposed to be responsible. You're supposed to be moral. You're supposed to be a moral example for your child. You are not.
I am not.
No, you are not.
And later today.
The only thing that saved my dog's life is the fact that she's 90 pounds.
I saw the dogs basically tearing it apart.
If she had been a smaller dog, the injuries would have killed her.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Paul Tumber says ex-wife Stephanie Sotenko owes for a loan and for proceeds from the sale of their son's vehicle.
Listen, you're a nice guy and she owes you $750 because I believe it was a loan. Now, you tell me about the contract that you say you had with her with regard to paying you back for the money that you invested in the old car.
Okay, well, the verbal contract was that when the vehicle was sold, that I would recoup the money for the parts for the repairs, which I have canceled checks for right here.
Can I see them, please?
And who did you make? I'm sorry?
Who did you make this contract with, sir?
With Stephanie.
Can I say something, Your Honor, or do I need to speak in turn? Or
no, now you tell me.
As far as the car, how many fathers give money toward repairs of their son's car and then ask for it back after the car is sold?
Well, let me tell you what usually happens. Usually, if boy has a car, and if he wants a better car, and his parents, they are reasonable, say, listen, we'll sell this car, we'll use whatever money we get from this car, we'll put it towards another car. That's what parents do. What you did was you took money from your former husband, because these are your canceled checks.
I didn't take money toward the
yes, you did.
Your Honor, I did not ask him for the money for the parts for the car. He willingly gave me that money.
Because he's a nice guy.
So he was a nice guy and did that for our son.
Just a second, he's a nice guy. And you're supposed to be responsible. You're supposed to be moral. You're supposed to be a moral example for your child. You are not.
I am not?
No, you are not. You are not.
Okay.
Because if he is being a nice guy, what you're supposed to be is a moral example for your son and say, listen, we sold the car for $1,000. You put in practically that. I'm speaking. You put in practically that. I'll be more than happy to give that money towards the new car so that we will jointly, in some way, have contributed to the car that our son is driving. You chose not to do that. You owe him the money for the repairs to the car because I believe you had an agreement, if you sold the car, to give him back that money. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,595. That's it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You are excused. You may step out.
If I had had the money, morally, I would have given the money.
I'm in a financial position. I don't make a lot of money, that I just wanted my funds back.
I didn't really want to be here, but I guess it's the best way to do it.
It's no love lost between my son and I.
Be sure that you know what and who you're dealing with.
Did we learn anything today? I don't really think so.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Valerio versus Gunderson. Step forward.
Customer service rep Summer Valerio is suing fellow dog owner, 21-year-old customer service rep Gabe Gunderson for vet bills. Summer says Gabe's pit bull attacked her dog.
Ms. Valerio, you claim that the defendant's dog injured your dog during a fight.
Yes.
And you want the defendant to pay the vet bills.
Correct.
For your dog. Mr. Gunderson says that there was a dog fight. Your dog got the worst of the fight, and your dog shouldn't have been there anyway. So you'll explain that to me. What kind of a dog do you have?
She's a Mastiff Lab mix.
That's a big dog?
Yes.
And where was the dog?
In March of 2004, I made arrangements with Janice Rawson to keep my dogs at her house because she had just bought a house, and me and my boyfriend at the time broke up, and I was moving into a condo and didn't feel it was fair to take my 2 large dogs to a condominium with me. So she agreed to keep the dogs, and I continued to pay for their food and their vet bills while they were in her care until I made new living arrangements.
Just a second. So you left your dogs with this lady in March. Step up. What's your name?
My name is Janice Rawson.
You have a large piece of property?
It's a house with a yard.
You have your own dogs?
No.
What kind of dogs? One was a Mastiff mix, and what was the other?
Pit bull boxer mix.
Also a big dog?
Yes.
Who else lives in your house?
At the time when I moved in, it was Jeffrey, her now husband, and Dustin.
Jeffrey, her now husband.
The boyfriend I had separated from. And then we got back together and got married. But it was a temporary separation. He was living with her with the dogs there at the time.
Oh. So not only did you place your dogs with her, but you placed your ex-boyfriend there, too.
Yes.
Now, tell me about Mr. Gunderson.
Mr. Gunderson moved in with me when Summer...
What do you do, rent rooms?
Yes. I have a 4-bedroom house.
Okay, so you rented a room to him. Okay.
Mr. Gunderson moved in with me when Jeffrey moved in with Summer, and they got married, and then I rented a room to Gabe.
So Mr. Gunderson moved in with a...
male pit bull.
So now you have 3 dogs in your house.
3 dogs.
Is that the dog that injured her dog?
No, that's a separate dog.
Well, where did the separate dog come from?
We went on vacation to San Diego. We were told by Jeffrey.
Who's we?
Me, Janice, a different group of friends of ours. We were told by Jeffrey before we left on a certain date the dogs would be gone. We get back from San Diego. I pick up the dog who got
Picked up what dog?
The dog that's the reason why we're here, the one that attacked her dog. Or
You
got
mean a
into
second
fight with
dog?
us.
You picked
The
up a second dog.
Right. Picked that dog up. I got home, found out that Jeff and Summer did not live up to their end of the bargain as far as taking those dogs back like we were told.
Your Honor. Well, why did you need a second dog?
I asked Janice. I wanted a female so I can breed. I asked Janice. She said that'd be fine.
Is that right?
Yes, but the condition was that he could only get the second dog when her dogs were gone, and it wasn't an exact date of when they were going to take the dogs back. It was a hopeful date. So he should have made sure that the dogs were gone before he actually picked up the pit bull.
Well, he didn't. So on what date did you pick up the pit bull?
October 9th.
And what date was this fight that caused the injury to Miss Valerio's dog?
On the 28th, same month.
So why didn't you tell me how to get rid of the dog?
Well, I like dogs, and it's not, and the family who had the dog before couldn't keep the dog, and so it didn't really have anywhere to go back to except for the pound, and I didn't want to see that happen, so...
Okay, so you allowed him to keep the dog there. Fine.
Yes.
Now tell me about the fight.
My other witness here is the one that broke up the dog fight and basically saved my dog's life.
Is that right?
Yes.
Good. Between the 9th of October and the day that this happened, did you visit your dogs?
Yes, and I actually, a couple weekends prior, had taken Justice to my house for the weekend. I would take her sometimes for 3 or 4 days at a time.
So you knew he had both dogs there?
Yes, but I did not know that that dog had a history of being aggressive. He, on the other hand, did.
Were you home when Miss Valerio's dog was injured?
No, no.
You were? Step up. Tell me your name. Miss Rawson, you may sit down.
Noelle Cook.
I'll hear you.
Okay. I was at home, and I just heard the dogs fighting in the backyard, and I went to look over the fence, and I saw the dogs, his female and kind of his male. His male kept coming in and out of the fight. They had her dog pinned on the ground and basically tearing it apart.
And I have pictures, Your Honor.
I'd like to see it.
And also her vet bills and her medical records.
I'd like to see the pictures first.
Saved my dog's life is the fact that she's 90 pounds. If she had been a smaller dog, the injuries would have killed her.
Mr. Gunderson, you understand, sir, that sometimes pit bulls have been known to be aggressive dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
How did you find out about the dog?
They lived actually across the street from a friend of mine. I've seen them before. Saw an ad in the paper. I called them, found out that it was the same people. So I've talked to them. I've seen the dog before, been around the dog before. It wasn't a big issue.
Did they have children?
They have one kid, yes.
And they felt that the dog was not appropriate to live with.
Well, they have two other dogs.
Look at me.
They have two other dogs.
They felt that the dog was not appropriate to live with them. Otherwise, what reason do you have to get rid of a dog?
Yeah, well,
if you have other dogs, it's not an allergy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Gunderson, pay careful attention. I'm very smart. This dog, you knew that the dog had had some problems. Is that right?
Right.
Who do you think is responsible, therefore, for a dog that has had certain problems in the past when the dog attacks again?
The owner of that dog.
That's you.
Mm-hmm.
You were aware of the dog's previous problems with the prior owner. Why you would choose to take a dog that had had problems, I don't know. And why you would choose to breed a dog that had prior problems, I for sure don't know. You have an answer to either of those questions?
I knew about the situation. I explained to Janice before I even got the dog.
I'm not talking about Janice. I'm asking you why you would choose to take a dog that had problems.
Because it had nowhere to go, so I took it.
And why, if it had nowhere else to go when you know the dog has certain character problems, why would you choose to breed a dog like that?
It's one fight. I didn't think it'd be a big deal, to be honest.
Well,
I've
now
been
you
around.
know better, right?
Yeah.
Good. Now I'll see the vet bills. That was easy.
Your Honor, each page is an individual invoice. The total actually came to what I wrote on the front. And she had to be kept in the hospital for 7 days.
Do you understand, sir? We all make certain choices when we get a pet. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to choose a pet that doesn't have violent propensities. You chose a pet that you knew had had problems enough so that a prior owner was looking to get rid of it. You took it. Not only did you take it, but you made a choice, because one of the reasons that you told me you chose to take this dog is because you wanted to breed it, to propagate whatever character flaws that this dog had. That is stupid. Very stupid. It's going to cost you $2,455.50. That's all. Step out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Your Honor, this is case number 472 on the calendar, the matter of Weaver versus Wisner. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. and Mrs. Weaver, according to your complaint, you hired the defendant to perform your wedding ceremony, and you paid her $150?
Yes.
And Ms. Wisner didn't come to the ceremony. She came about an hour late after you called her. She gave you your money back, $150, and did what she had to do because somebody else had performed the ceremony, so she signed the marriage certificate. She apologized, she gave you back your money, and now you want tons of money for your aggravation.
I don't want tons.
Well, you paid her $150, and you're suing her for $1,000.
Yep.
First of all, she didn't apologize.
Well, she apologized by giving you back your money.
That doesn't make up for keeping a room full of people waiting. I mean, when it's your wedding day, that's the last thing you think of is that your preacher's not going to show up.
Terrible.
Yep. And then she sits in an 8-by-8 room waiting for her to come in. It just...
Mr. Weaver, I'm going to let you do the entire thing. You contacted her. The wedding was supposed to take place when and what time?
December 30th at 6:30 p.m.
And she didn't show up. She wasn't there at 6:30, so you called her.
Right.
And what time did you call her?
I got right here on my cell phone bill. It was 6:34. I called.
And did you get her on the phone?
No, left a message.
Okay, and then what happened?
I tried her cell phone at 6:44.
And did you get her?
No,
Go
left a
ahead.
message. Then I tried again at 6:57.
Okay,
Got a hold of her.
good. And what did you say to her, and what did she say to you?
I said, Miss Wisner, Stu Weaver, aren't you supposed to be somewhere about now? And she goes, oh my God, was that tonight? And I go, yes, I think it was. And she goes, well, I've had travel problems. And I said, I don't hear about your travel problems. I have people here from Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Florida. She goes, well, we got laid over in Atlanta. And I said, so this is what you call taking $150 of money and run. She goes, oh, my, don't say that. And I says, we have someone we think that'll perform the ceremony.
And who was that?
that was a co-worker of Lisa's.
Well, how could she perform the ceremony?
She is an ordained minister for her church.
Oh, good.
But she is not recognized by the state of Ohio.
Okay, but she's an ordained minister for the church, and
Yes,
she's
ma'am.
performed.
And she did not get there until about 7 o'clock herself.
But she was a guest.
Yes, she was a guest.
We have,
she had never performed a wedding before.
Okay, she was a guest. She got there at 7. You asked her to perform the wedding.
Yes.
What time was the ceremony performed?
Let's say about 7:15.
Okay. And how many people did you have at the wedding?
Between 80 and 85.
Now, you told Ms. Weisner to come because she had to sign the certificate.
I asked if she could come and sign the marriage certificate.
And what did she say?
She says, well, I don't think I can make it tonight. Can we arrange it tomorrow? And I says, well, yeah, if you can fly to Hawaii tomorrow, because we leave at 5:30 in the morning for Hawaii.
Okay, and what did she say?
He hauled around a little bit. Of course, she was ill like I am today. So, and she goes, well, I will be there when I can get there.
And what time did she arrive?
I think it was around 9:30.
And what did she do when she arrived at 9:30?
Well, she come in the door and we filled out the form and she signed a marriage certificate and then she handed over a check.
And what did she say when she handed over the check?
She says it's the first time in 12 years. This has never happened in 12 years.
Okay, and you took the check?
Yes.
Good. What happened to your travel plans?
We had planned a trip out here to be with family at Christmas time, and it truly was the trip to hell and back. We ended up our first night out spending the night on the airport floor in Cincinnati, and finally made it to California. Everything absolutely went wrong through the whole trip. We got on the plane on December 29th. We were to have been home that night. We ended up being stuck in Atlanta that night. We didn't get back until December 30th in the afternoon. In the meantime, I got very ill, and the stress of the trip and everything, I just went right to bed, thinking that I know I have a ceremony the day after we get home, and I was in such a muddle that it didn't occur to me that that was the day. I was thinking it was the next day.
Okay. You got there at 9:30?
No.
What time did you get there?
I didn't get there any later than 7:30 because I was home by 8 o'clock and back in bed.
And how far do you live from where the wedding was?
About 15 minutes.
Okay. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Weaver, you got married that day, correct?
Yes.
And you were married by 7:15.
Yes.
45 minutes after the invitations said that the wedding was going to take place, because the invitations called for 6:30.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. That is right.
Okay. Everybody knows when invitations read 6:30, wedding usually starts about a half hour later.
No. 6:30 is when
No,
the wedding.
that's not what I'm saying to you, sir.
Well, Miss Weisner,
I'm speaking. All I want you to tell me is what you're suing for. I want to hear what you're suing for.
Okay, we're suing for. Here we go. We had to pay the DJ, which I have evidence of, an extra $150.
Good.
And I have my future wife in an 8x8 bathroom for 45 minutes.
not knowing if we're going to have a wedding or not.
Yeah,
we have a
you're
room
right.
full of people. She was supposed to be there at 6 p.m. to do a rehearsal. She said if you don't have a formal rehearsal the night before, that she requires that you be there 30 minutes prior to the start of the ceremony to go, do a walkthrough. Well, we had none of that. And she's talking about a stressful trip. We had a very, very stressful wedding.
I understand that. I understand. How do you put
But she
it
didn't
down?
even say she was sorry that night.
I did.
Not
I
to me.
apologize profusely. You wouldn't
We have
even,
witnesses.
you
Don't-
wouldn't
do me
even
a favor,
look at
don't.
me for me to apologize
If
to
you're going
you.
to, don't speak to each other.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Now, Mrs. Weaver, I can understand your stress, but I don't understand why you choose to prolong that stress by instituting a lawsuit for $1,000 for stress when you got married, and whether it was from 7:15 or 7:45 until the wedding was over, I assumed that you danced together because you had a DJ. I assumed that you had dinner. I assumed that you conversed with friends. I assumed that you told this story innumerable times that the minister didn't show up for your wedding. You know, that will make a good story for you to tell 20 years from now. What I don't understand is why you choose to prolong whatever stress you had by bringing on a lawsuit. I could understand it if she didn't give you your money back. But she came and without even you asking, she handed you back your check, which indicates to me that she felt terrible about what had happened.
We still feel that we should have had a phone call.
She didn't even
She had
call.
all 3 numbers to call and say, hey, I'm
She
not
just said to you, sir, she got into bed and she really thought in her own mind that the wedding was scheduled for the day after she got back. It was a big mistake. And according to you, you said to me, when you got her on the phone, she said to you, oh, is that today? Which pretty much is what she says, that she thought it was the next day. How could she have called you? What was she supposed to do, call you and tell you, I think I have a wedding tomorrow? She made a mistake. Mistakes don't always comport to a lawsuit.
In that profession, that's not a mistake. In that profession, that is not a mistake.
Now, what do you do for a living?
I drive a truck.
Ever make a mistake?
Yes.
Ever not get to where you're supposed to get on time?
Yes.
Did your boss dock you?
Yes.
Because you made a mistake. How would you feel if he turned around and sued you for his aggravation for an additional $1,000? Just a minute. I'm asking you a question. Would you think that your boss was out of order if he turned around and said, you know, I had a lot of people on my tail because you didn't get there on time, so in addition to docking you, I'm going to sue you for $1,000 or $2,000 for my aggravation? Would you think he was stupid?
He could do that, I guess.
I said, would you think he was stupid?
No.
Sure you would. And I think
No.
similarly. Case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I told you not to come on this show.
Really, the main thing that I wanted, it was the principle of the thing. An apology would have been nice that night.
I did apologize profusely, but Mrs. Weaver would not make eye contact with me and would not speak to me.
It was terrible. I mean, I'm in this little room and there's no preacher there.
Panic, yeah. Panic's the word.
I think people create their own disasters and their own problems, and they need to take life as it comes.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Jaramillo versus Adamo. Step forward, please.
Administrative assistant Catherine Jaramillo is suing the mother of her daughter's ex-boyfriend, medical transcriber Barbara Adamo, for a loan to catch up on her bills.
Ms. Jaramillo, according to what I've read in your complaint, your daughter and the defendant's son used to date.
Yes.
And that's how you knew her?
Yes.
How long did they date?
About 3 years.
And Miss Adamo at some point had some financial difficulties. You claim a series of loans to her, loans amounting to $2,950.
Yes.
The kids are no longer an item, they're no longer together. Miss Adamo says that while maybe she acknowledges one loan to help her pay her rent, she'd never received any other money from you. And in addition, she says that there was some sort of a set-off for that rent money, which she's going to tell me about. When and why did you make the first loan?
My daughter came to me and said, you know, can you help her out a little bit? They don't have any food in their house. Both of her sons were living there at the time. She had 4 kids there at the time, and they didn't have any groceries, and she didn't have any money. So I said, sure. So I gave my daughter $100 to take over there so that she could go grocery shopping.
Okay. That's not a loan.
Right.
That's
right.
a gift.
Oh, right, I understand that.
Okay. Did she call you and thank you?
Yes, she did.
Tell me about that conversation.
She just said that she was always out of money, that she was having to go to check cashing places and get payday advances, that no one had ever really sat down and taught her how to pay her bills or how to budget her money. And I told her that I could help her do that because I, too, am a single mom with 3 kids. So we sat down and we wrote down everything she owed, all of her regular monthly bills, a few outstanding debts that she had, how much she made, how much she was capable of making, because if she works more, she can make more. And
what kind of work were you doing, Miss Adamo?
I do medical transcription.
You are an independent contractor?
No. I work at a hospital, but I have incentive. Anything over 1,000 lines a day, we get an additional 7.5 cents per line.
So you sat down with her. Do you remember
Yes.
when that was?
It was in November.
It was in December of 2003.
Okay. Go ahead.
In December of 2003, I asked her if she would help me with my budgeting. So she said, yes, I will help you because she's really good with money. And so I went to her house and we sat down and we put all the bills on the table and we went through the whole thing. And she said to me, tomorrow I'm going to go and get a money order for $1,350 and you're going to take it and pay your rent with it. And I said, wait, Kathy, I don't know when I can pay back $1,350.
Well, your rent was due. How were you going to pay your rent?
I didn't know at that point.
Well, you had to, just Miss Adamo, you had to pay your rent.
Right. So she gave me the money order for $1,350 a day later.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what arrangements did you make to pay her back?
We had no arrangements at that point. She said we'd talk about it after the holidays. That's what she said to me.
Just a second. You mean she said we would talk about how you were going to pay her back
Yes,
after the holidays?
After the holidays.
So it was a loan?
Yes. Oh, it was a loan, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
I wasn't clear on that.
No, it was a loan.
Fine.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Well, you must have a bank statement if you say you withdrew money.
I didn't ever think that I would need them.
Well, you need them when you come to court.
Right.
That's a no-brainer.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Catherine Jaramillo says former friend Barbara Adamo owes for a loan to pay bills.
Now, did the plaintiff's daughter give you $100 for groceries?
Yes, she did.
When?
Probably in November. That was before the $13.50.
Now, when was the second amount of money that you gave her?
The same day as the money order. I had my daughter go down to the bank and get the cash out.
For what?
Because when we sat down and we wrote down all of her bills, everything that she owed, I told her that I could loan her the money to pay all of this off so that she could start fresh. And she said that every year she got a really big tax check and that it would be February, March, and that she would be able to pay me back all of this. I completely wiped out all of her debt. She's never disputed that she's owed me this money until today.
Just a minute. How much did you give her in addition to the $13.50?
I gave her $600.
Is that right, Ms. Adamo?
That's not right.
How much did she give you?
The only cash she ever gave me was the $100 in November, and then I received a money order for $13.50. I never, ever received any more cash after that point, ever.
Okay. Let us assume for the moment, just other than the $1,350 and what you claim is a $600 cash loan, is there any other money that you loaned her?
Yes, I gave her $600 right before Christmas because they didn't have a tree. She wasn't going to be able to get the kids anything.
Do you have any proof of that?
No, I do not.
Well, you must have a bank statement if you say you withdrew money.
We no longer have those. I didn't ever think that I would need them.
Well, you need them when you come to court.
Right.
And you knew you were coming. Shh, listen to me. And you knew you were coming to court.
Right.
So it's very easy to call the bank and say, get me a duplicate statement. Right?
Right.
That's a no-brainer. Okay. $1,350. Let's go.
Okay. And then my son graduated from boot camp, and I took Andy and her daughter, which she was supposed to reimburse me for that trip, which I have plane tickets and stuff, and that was supposed to come off the $13.50 that I owed her. And all of this was verbal. We never wrote anything down because we were friends at the time. I was very grateful for what she had done for me.
So you should have paid her back.
Yes.
And you still should pay her back.
Well, I did.
You explain to me how you paid her back,
Okay.
and give me the whole story. You were going to visit your son.
Yes.
And at that time, your son and her daughter were an item.
Correct.
And your son wanted you to bring his girlfriend.
Actually,
look, your son wanted you to bring his girlfriend.
Yes, he wanted to see her.
Right. And she said, let me just speculate. She said, she's not going. I don't have the money for her to go.
No, that's not what she said. As a matter of fact, I asked the daughter not to go because at that point I thought I was only going to have 5 hours to spend with my son because right after graduation he was being sent to Florida.
According to your answer, madam, you said, I spoke to Kathy and she said she wasn't willing to pay for the expenses for Andy and her friend. That's what you swore to in your answer.
Right. So we were supposed to take it out of the $13.50. She wasn't supposed to give me the money. That's what we did. That's what we agreed upon.
Go ahead.
That is simply not true. My daughter was going to go see her boyfriend graduate. I paid for the trip. That was her birthday present for me. She bought the tickets online. I went over there and took her the cash for the tickets.
Well,
I paid
let me
for
ask
her
you-
trip, plus I gave her money to spend
Why
while
would
she
you,
was there.
let me ask you this question. Why would you give her money if she owed you all this money?
Because she wouldn't have the money to buy the tickets, and I wanted my daughter to go. She wanted to go. She did not want my daughter to go.
I didn't want her to go because of the fact that we only had a couple hours. So I asked her, let me just spend those few hours with my son. I've only got 5 hours with him. She threw such a fit.
Who did?
And Andy did. Her daughter threw such a
Her
fit.
daughter did. And what
Right.
about your son?
My son understood that I only had the 5 hours at that point. At first, he did want her to go.
Listen to me. Your son wanted his girlfriend there.
Of course he did.
Your son wanted his girlfriend.
course
It's
he
very
did.
nice to see his mother.
Absolutely.
Mother, I want to see my girlfriend.
Right.
If my mother brings my girlfriend, I'd be
He's a
happy to
lucky
see my
boy.
mother. But put your hand down. But if I had to choose, you said my girlfriend, and you can write me a long letter. All right, you owe her $1,350. That's what I'm satisfied she gave you as far as a loan is concerned. As far as the rest of the cash that you gave her, I'm not comfortable with awarding her that cash because you had the opportunity to have proof here before me that you did, in fact, at least take the money out of the bank. You chose, that was a conscious choice, not to do that. And I don't believe that there was any sort of a set-off for these plane tickets. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,350. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Now, this is case number 470 on the calendar, the matter of Terrietta versus Coleman. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have a seat.
Miss Terrietta, this is your mom.
Yes.
And you're suing her for a couple of things. First, you were living with her and her boyfriend. I assume this is the boyfriend?
Yes, it is.
For a while. You and your husband?
Yes.
And children?
My baby.
Your
My
baby?
6-month-old
My
son.
child. And there was some sort of a disagreement, a dispute. You left the house and you claim that your mother still has some of your property.
Yes.
That's one. Number two, you claim that your mother falsely reported to the police that you had stolen a credit card from her.
Correct.
And you were arrested.
Yes.
Your mom says that she has none of your property, and I don't understand her defense with regard to the credit card. Is what you're saying, Ms. Coleman, that you didn't call the police, but your boyfriend called the police?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, when did you and your husband and baby move in with your mother?
April 2004.
Why?
My mom didn't raise me. My father raised me from when I was 3 and my brother was 1 in New York. And I talked to my mom maybe 3 or 4 times a year for my whole life. She asked us to come there and come visit her, so I brought my son and we came to visit. I visited for about a month, and she said, why don't you come here with...
Well, what was your husband doing when you were visiting for
He
a
was
month?
still at work in North Carolina, where I'm from.
Okay, go ahead.
And then we were there for about a month, and John had come to visit 2 weekends, and she said, you should come here, save up all of your money, live with us, and you can save up enough money and get a house and come live here. So we did.
Where is here?
To Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
And things were pretty normal and good for a little while.
Did your husband find a job?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
And I got a job at the end of August. After that, I think things went downhill from there. She was watching my son while I was going to work, and he had diaper rash almost every week to the point where his butt was bleeding, and I had to fix it every weekend.
Can you tell me on what day you moved out?
October 16th.
Had there been an argument?
Yes.
About what?
They came home, they had been drinking. My brother was back from Iraq with his wife, and they came into the house and they were stomping and slamming doors and screaming. And I asked my brother, I was like, can you be quiet? My son is sleeping. And he stood up and he was like, I don't have to be quiet, I don't have to do anything. And then Ron came up behind him and he was like, this is my house and this is my rules, and if you don't like it, you can get out. And he was screaming and acting like a psycho, so I went and got my husband. And he got in my husband's face and tried to start a fight with him and said, come on, big boy, come on, big boy. You want to do something?
I got it. So things were, so you left that night?
Yes. And she came into my bedroom and she brought her purse with her. She took out her wallet and she opened it up and she went to looking through her credit cards and she went to give me the black one that I use sometimes, and then she goes, oh, you have my GM card, why don't you just use that one? Get a week at the hotel, and I'll get you somewhere to live. At the end of the week, I'll get you somewhere to live.
Well, why would she get you somewhere to live if you were working and your husband was working?
Because she felt bad because we had moved there.
You had the credit card?
Correct.
Ms. Coleman, how did she get the credit card?
She had it. She was going to obtain some Barbie dolls for me at her job.
She gave it to me.
Just a second. When did you give her your credit card?
Probably 2 weeks prior to her leaving the house.
Does that sound familiar to you?
She gave me the card almost every day, all the time, for gas, cigarettes, everything.
How many times did she use the credit card? If I were to look at the slips from the credit card company, how many times before October had she used the credit card?
Probably about 6.
And would you give it to her each time, or was it in her possession?
Usually.
Not usually. Was it in her possession?
She kept it. She kept it. She kept it.
She kept it?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm going to get to the truth.
Yes,
you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I would like to see the police report that was filled out with regard to the credit card. Well, first of all, Mrs. Coleman, you filled out this police report. This is in your handwriting.
Yes, they made me.
No, nobody makes you do anything. And you say here that she used it without my knowledge or permission.
Right.
Who made you? Your boyfriend?
No, no. When the sheriff came to the house.
Why did the sheriff come to the house?
Because he had checked our account online, and she had used
Who
it.
had?
My husband.
Yeah.
And she had used it at the motel room, charging $309. She went 3 different times in a matter of hours to the Meijer at the bottom of the hill and went on a shopping spree. Okay.
And so charged what?
Energy drinks, men's boxer shorts, women's bras, conditioner, shampoos, all the stuff that she brought the policeman to the house to get that night.
Ms. Coleman, I don't understand something, madam. I mean, I hear you talking about all the things that she charged on this. You're not talking about a lot of money. They all look like emergency things that one would use if they were staying temporarily someplace that they needed interimly, especially when you have a baby.
Right.
And you knew she had the card, and she had had the card before.
Right.
Don't you think the smarter idea, rather than involving the police in this, was after you went online and saw that she had charged the hotel room and charged the other thing, to call the credit card company and say, listen, my daughter has the card. She's not authorized to use it anymore. I want to stop the use of the card. Do not let it be used again.
Prior to this, she had went to my salon and was mad at her husband, charged $680-some worth of tanning products. My husband and her had gotten to a confrontation over it, and he told her, you are not allowed to use this credit card unless your mother gives you permission. And he said, because if you use this without my knowledge, he said, I will file a complaint on you.
Don't you think that it would have been smarter, more maternal, if you say to whatever his first name is, Joe, she's my daughter, she left the house, she's got my grandson with her, we don't want her to use the card anymore, just call the company and tell them, shut off the card. I don't want to involve the police, I don't want her to be arrested. Did you say that to him?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he say?
Well, he said that he had already told her that she was not allowed to use it. And before she brought it back, minutes before she came to my house with the policeman standing there, she stopped and got a pack of cigarettes at the corner store.
You think he did the right thing?
No, ma'am.
You think you did the right thing?
Yes.
You did the wrong thing. Understand something? You're not blood. And what you did was irrevocably injure, if it hadn't been before, her relationship with her daughter. If you didn't want her to have the credit card, you should have taken it back.
We attempted to take it back.
No. Your girlfriend says that you told her you can hold on to it, but if you use it again without your mother's permission or my permission, I'm going to call the police. And I'm saying, is she lying to me?
No.
Well, and I'm saying to you, if you didn't want the temptation there, you should have taken the credit card back. But you don't put her in a situation where she's got a baby and the police come to the motel and take her away and arrest her. That can start a process going from which it's very hard to extricate yourself. Very stupid. But they were entitled to do it. And I somehow think that your mother is sorry that it happened. She's sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I know.
You got it?
I know.
Okay. What does your mother have in the house that belongs to you?
I have pictures of some of the stuff, and then I wrote a list of all the things
Let
that
me
she
see it.
has. And I called her and asked for his high chair, and she said, when I was in the hotel, because I said he was eating on the bed, and she said, well, he needs his high chair. And I said, I want my caricature and the calendar of him that I've been making of him since I was born. And she said, you know, I don't think I have those things. All I want is some respect. And she said, Ron's going to take care of it from here, and threw the phone down.
Okay. You have these things?
I see she showed you a little picture of a toy box that Nicholas is in. That's mine. I bought everything that she's talking about, and I have receipts. I have $10,000 worth of receipts. Mr. Turietti was asked if he had got everything out. He said, yes, he did. He looked at me and said, all's in there is garbage. I can go down to my job, get a truck, come up and throw all that garbage away if you want me to. I said, don't worry about it, John. I'll clean it up.
Did you go to the house?
Yes, Your Honor. I went on...
With or
Monday
without the police?
With the police.
Fine.
And before we walked in, they wouldn't let us in the house until they had the credit card and the key to the tanning salon. She had to come up from the hotel, We gave them back the credit card, but we are not allowed to go anywhere in the house except the bedroom. Our stuff was in the basement, in another closet.
There's a lot of junk here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All of this doesn't add up to the motel room, right?
Right.
So what are you doing here?
I want the calendar that I've been making of my son since he was born. There's no, you cannot put a price on that. I put pictures of
Okay,
him.
do you have the calendar?
No, ma'am. And if it wasn't all that garbage, and what I had done was bought cases
Do you have
of
the
Pampers.
calendar? The
No,
answer is
ma'am.
no. She doesn't have the calendar.
That's just to hurt me. That's just to keep things from me that are
She
of
doesn't
my
have it.
sons.
Listen, you used a credit card, and I think that you probably knew that you weren't supposed to use the credit card at the time when you used it, whether you did or whether you didn't. What he had to pay for as a result of your using the credit card is more than this.
They didn't pay for anything. That's why my case was dismissed on January 21st, because they could not provide the receipts because they didn't pay the bill.
Oh, really?
Really.
Is that right?
You would have to ask Ron about that. We did pay. The reason it was dropped is I'm going through some cancer treatments. I didn't feel like going to, I couldn't. I was throwing
All
up.
I want to know is, did you pay for the motel?
We've reported it to the credit card company
They did not.
as a misuse of the credit card.
So the answer is you didn't.
No.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
She said that there's no need to make the payments now that the car's wrecked. So she told me.
No, you just made that up as you're going.
No, ma'am.
Did you say that to him?
No, I did not.
That's not what you wrote in your complaint, sir.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Beatrice Turrieta says her mother, Beatrice Coleman, had her falsely arrested for credit card theft. Beatrice says her mother gave her that card.
You bought certain things for your grandson. Toy box?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. High chair?
No, ma'am. I don't have the toy, but I didn't. Oh, that's a walker, yes. But I don't have that. They have that.
Yeah.
But this you have?
Yes, ma'am.
You want this?
I don't have that other thing.
Just listen to me. Do you want this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You have any problem with them having that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If you want to go over there in the company of a peace officer, within 5 days you can get those things. Understood?
Understood.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I was born to that, who I haven't seen since I was 3, and I will never see again.
I would have still give her the $3,000 if that's what she wanted.
She's not a mother. She doesn't know how to be a mother. She never will be a mother.
When she came to my house, she asked my husband where his connection was for cocaine, so I'm sure that's probably what she needed it for. Either that or a gallon of Captain Morgan every week.
I do like Captain Morgan, but I'm a little fat to be on the coke. You think?
She's been in prison before for
Swelter,
welfare
actually.
fraud.
I was in jail. I was, and I've made mistakes in my life.
My dad told me I was selling my soul to the devil when I came to her house, and he was right.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Lester versus Lester. Step forward, please.
Marilee and Thomas Lester are suing their daughter, 22-year-old food server Natasha Lester, for the unpaid balance on a '97 Saturn. Natasha claims her parents took the car away from her.
Mr. and Mrs. Lester, this is your daughter. How old are you?
22.
According to your complaint, you co-signed for a car for your daughter about 2 years ago. And the agreement was that she was to make the payments on the car.
Yes, ma'am.
And she did make payments on the car for 2 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And then something happened. She was in an accident. And according to you, she just stopped making payments on the car. She said her insurance lapsed and she stopped making payments on the car. You want the car payments because
Yes, ma'am.
you don't want your credit to be ruined. Your daughter says that she made the payments for 2 years, and I assume that she intended to keep on making the payments, but that you had the car towed from her place of employment to your house, and she no longer has the car.
That is true.
So then I guess a lot of this has to do with timeline. Why you're suing your child, I don't even want to get into. But you purchased the car when, Natasha?
In September of 2002.
May I see the paperwork? Do you have the paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it, please?
You want just the contract or just all of the paperwork? Here's the contract.
Good luck.
Yes, it's very small. It was faxed over.
I couldn't find the original.
What were your payments, Natasha?
$188.57.
And you made the payments from September 2002 until when?
Until August of 2004.
When was the accident?
It was in September of 2004.
And what did you do with the car?
I left it at my place of employment, trying to get it fixed. I had made arrangements with a friend of mine that worked there, and he was going to help me get it fixed.
What was wrong with the car?
I ran over a tire on the freeway, and the extent of the damage, I'm not quite sure exactly. I know the radiator was busted. It was undrivable. I had to have it towed.
And according to your parents, you let the insurance lapse on the car.
Yes, I had.
Why is that?
Just making payments for other things, and I know that I shouldn't have, but it got lapsed. That was on my own fault. I let that happen.
Now, you did in fact tow the car.
Yes.
Yes, I put it on a trailer and took it to my house.
And then you went over to speak to her.
Yes.
Well, tell me about the conversation.
I just asked her how she was doing and what happened, and she's told me she couldn't. She swerved trying to avoid a tire, and then she just kept driving the car because she didn't want to stop. Then I said, well, are you okay? She says, yes, I'm fine.
Okay.
And then I just went back to my work, and I was talking to my guys at work what to do with the car. And I said, well, I'll have to bring it over to my shop and check it out to see what really needs to be done. I had no knowledge that she was going to have anything to do with getting it fixed with anybody over there.
Well, didn't you ask her?
No, I did not at that time.
Why not?
I figured, well, I'll just take it to my house. That way I can take care of it, get it fixed, and we can get it back on the road.
Mr. Lester, you just precipitously took her car away. You can't do that.
The car's still in my name too, ma'am.
You can't do that, sir.
She said that there's no need to make the payments now that the car's wrecked. So she told me.
No, you just made that up as you're going.
No, ma'am. She,
Did you say that to him?
No, I did not.
That's not what you wrote in your complaint, sir. You have the car now?
Yes, it's in the garage.
Very good. So I don't know what you're complaining about. I assume you're fixing it, right?
No, I'm not fixing it.
Well, I suggest you do.
I can't because I didn't have the money.
I suggest, Mr. Lester, that you fix it because you had a contract with your daughter, and you breached that contract when you towed the car without her consent or permission, without having a discussion with her, back to your home. Now, I don't know what else was going on between you and your daughter, but clearly that's not the way family treats family.
Can I go ahead and say something? After we went ahead and had the car towed to our home, she made no contact whatsoever to go ahead and say, you know, what can I do? I know I didn't make the insurance payments. Why, I mean...
I know I didn't make the car payments.
Didn't make the car payments.
Just a second. Don't say she didn't make the car payments. She did make the car payments. She's not obligated to make the car payments now that you have the car in your possession.
The only reason I towed the car is because my boss, he gets upset when crash vehicles are in his parking lot.
We couldn't leave it in that yard, and she wouldn't
Then you have a discussion with your daughter. You just don't take it.
She was not at work the next day.
Mr. Lester, Mrs. Lester, you got a lot of excuses. I don't know what problem you have with your daughter. It has nothing to do with this car. Your case is dismissed. You have the car, fix it and sell it. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step back. Now, this is case number 474 on the calendar in the matter of Bankston versus Hultgren. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Miss Bankston, who are these people?
This is April Hultgren, Bo's daughter, and my fiancé, Randy.
And who is this?
It's my fiancée, Tara Harris.
Everybody brings a fiancé. What do they have to do with this case? Anything?
She's seen some stuff and heard some stuff, and other than that, that's about it.
Okay. According to what I read, Miss Bankston, he used to be a friend of yours or a boyfriend of yours?
He used to live with me.
Live with you as a boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he went to jail?
No, ma'am. He lived with me after he came out of jail.
What year did you go to jail, sir?
In January '92.
And how old was April in 1992?
7.
Who did she live with?
When I was in jail, she was living with my mom and my dad.
What happened with that?
They died.
When did they die?
In '96, my dad died, and in '98, my mom died.
What happened in 1998?
She went to live with a friend of mine for a little while, and her mother come got her. After that, Mary went and got her out of a motel room.
How old was she at the time, Miss Bankston?
She was 13 when I took her.
How did you find her in a motel room?
She called me and told me she wanted something she hadn't eaten in a few days, and I took her something to eat. And when I got to the motel, it was a bad place for her to be. And so I took her with me, and I raised her until he got out.
When did you get out?
In 2001, October 2001.
Were you in communication with Miss Bankston while your daughter was living with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you tell her in this communication?
Told her I appreciated everything she was doing for her.
Who was supporting her at the time she was living with you?
I was.
When you got out of jail, Mr. Hultgren, where did you go?
I moved in with Mary.
Mary and your daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you start supporting the household?
I was pulling my share, ma'am.
What was he paying for?
He was paying like the electric bills, and I paid the house payment because it was my house before he came along, and he paid the electric bill and things like that. He was pulling his weight as long as he lived there. Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever ask Miss Bankstrom how much she spent on your daughter while you were incarcerated?
No.
Why not?
I don't have any idea why I didn't.
Well, this lawsuit's very simple. It said that at some point you used her credit card after you got out of jail while you were living with her. You used her credit card. You told her you would pay for the bills on her credit card, and you didn't. And you owe her some money, $1,100.
Right.
So?
She got me some credit cards off her account, and went and ate on them and done some stuff on them. I took my boy to World Series, Little League World Series up in Oklahoma on a gas card, and other than that, you know, I was paying them until I left.
And so what happened when you left?
I don't know, it wasn't a good scene.
Did you leave with your daughter or without your daughter?
I left without my daughter.
So you left your daughter there?
No, she wasn't living there at the time, I don't think.
Where was she living?
Living in another place.
Where was she living?
She was living with another friend of ours.
Why?
Her and her father did not get along, so she moved out of the house.
Okay. Can I see the charges that he made?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Would you like all the evidence? Or just
sure. Golden Corral.
That's an eating establishment.
Japanese Palace.
Another eating establishment. I have several eating establishments that we ate at on my credit cards, too.
Well, this is a lot of eating out.
Been 10 years since I ate out anywhere, so we kind of ate out pretty regularly.
So why don't you pay for it?
Well, I really don't feel like I owe her anything on that, because I put you know, I done some other things, you know. I wasn't trying to get anything from her that I done over there. I mean, you know.
Well, give me an example, sir.
I put a storage building in the backyard. It was like $900-something bucks. I helped put a central air and heating unit in her house. That was labor on there. I put some electrical work in the garage and stuff.
Well, how much do you think it takes to support a teenager, sir? A month?
Quite a bit.
Listen, you know, if you have a large golden retriever, you can't take care of a large golden retriever for less than $100 a month. So
right.
Would you say it costs $200 a month to take care of a teenager?
At least.
Let's try 3.
Yeah, probably.
14 months, right? And she was there 14 months, and you didn't pay any support, right? So why would you stick her with $1,100 worth of bills?
The bottom line is that it was kind of crazy over there. Just several things that happened, and you know, she wrecked my motorcycle and all that. You know, right there at the end. She wrecked my motorcycle.
She wrecked your motorcycle. I couldn't understand. She wrecked your motorcycle. How'd she do that?
Well, she took off on it and crashed
That he wouldn't even had if I had not financed it for him.
And I was without the motorcycle for 3 months. I paid $500 a month on that while I was in the shop. $6,500 a month.
Well, did she do that on purpose?
Well, I told her not to get on it because she never rode one before, and she took off on it on her own wheel and crashed it. Hurt herself real bad. You know, and then right before I got the motorcycle, I was going to refinance the motorcycle because she kept hounding me about getting it refinanced,
Because
out of her
she was on a loan.
Right. And,
well, she asked you to refinance it because she didn't want to be on the loan.
Right.
Well,
so
that sounds right to me.
Well, I finally did that, and the day I was
No,
going
he didn't.
The day I was going to refinance it, she called me and told me that she wasn't going to sign off on that loan until I give her $1,000. And I said, well, I ain't give me $1,000. And I went up there and traded it in and got it out of her name anyway.
What a prince. This is your fiancé. Is there anything you want to say to me?
Yeah, do I need to stand up?
You do.
I just have one comment, and that is, whenever he went to refinance the motorcycle last year, he got his credit report and got it back, and it was about that thick, where he only had 4 credit cards in his name that he had gotten since they split up. Well, this had 18 open accounts on it.
We're not talking about the charges for those.
I know, but what I'm saying is...
What's your name?
Tara Harris.
Miss Harris, how old are you?
32. You
have children?
1.
How old?
12.
Who supports that child?
Me and him support him, and I get child support.
You get child support from the child's father?
Yes.
You get child support every month?
No, ma'am.
Every week?
No, ma'am.
How often?
Supposed to get it every month.
Yeah, and what happened?
He's been living at my house he was with his dad. He's been living with us for the last year.
Oh, so
And-
before that he was living with his father?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you paying child support
Yes,
to his
ma'am.
father? How often?
Out of every paycheck, weekly.
Now, when you don't get child support from his father, does that annoy you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that child is biologically related to you.
Correct.
And biologically related to his father. How do you feel about somebody who doesn't feel any responsibility to somebody who supports their child for 14 months?
She lived with me for 5 years before he got out.
5 years. And pays for clothes, doctor, shoes, vacation, everything else. And doesn't say, as soon as I get out, I'm going to start paying you back for whatever you laid out, because I know that that's my responsibility. Think that kind of person has good moral fiber?
Actually, I think Bubba does have good moral fiber. He just, you know, he didn't work for 10 years. He didn't have the money.
Well, he does now.
Yes, ma'am, he does, and he
So
greatly
why, just a second.
appreciates.
Just a second. I don't care if he appreciates. You got to put your money where your mouth is, honey. Appreciating is not good enough. How could you say he's got good moral fiber? He's working now. And if his child was supported by a stranger for 5 years, and not only supported by, but nurtured by, stayed with, you know, took care of when she was sick, whatever else, you start paying that back. You start saying that was my obligation. And because I committed a crime doesn't mean that I don't have that obligation. So instead of not paying her support, now, I'm not talking about a year ago or 2 years ago, I'm talking about now. Instead of supporting your child, to whom he is not obligated in any way legally, you should send that money to her. She's not even suing for that money. I would love for her to do that. All she says is he used the credit card, $1,100, and that he should pay. Don't you think he should pay that too? Minimally.
No, I don't think he should pay that credit card debt.
You think he should pay her supporting his daughter?
He's probably, yeah, I would say that he's probably responsible for that.
Well,
I
she's
know
not
that
suing.
she claimed
She's
him.
not suing him for that. She says, I took that responsibility on myself, and I'm not even going to pursue that. I just want what he's supposed to pay me on the credit card when he left. You get my drift.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,100. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I felt he can buy other things. He can buy a new Harley, but he couldn't pay me $1,100 for for credit card bills that he charged up.
We're real grateful for her. I mean, I don't know what I've done. If she wouldn't have been here, I don't know where she'd be, you know.
He has somebody else. I have somebody else. We're friends. We have a daughter together.
I'm just glad she's going to get paid so I don't have to hear him argue anymore.
I will never put nobody on my credit cards ever again.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Fournier versus Cratterville, step forward, please.
22-year-old mechanic Timothy Fournier is suing his former live-in girlfriend, 18-year-old Laura Cratterville, for rent and for damage to his property. Laura claims she paid her rent in cash.
Mr. Fournier, the defendant was your girlfriend. You lived together for a while. It is your claim she owes you some money for rent and property that you claim she destroyed of yours. The defendant says that she gave you money every week and that whatever property she had of yours she returned after she received a telephone call from the police. When did you and the defendant move in together? And what kind of property?
We moved into an apartment on September 1st.
In whose name was the lease?
Both of ours.
Have a copy of the lease?
Yes, I do.
Can I see it, please? Mr. Fournier, does your hand always shake, or do I make you a little nervous?
A little of both.
No, I just make you nervous. Don't be nervous. It's a Tuesday. I don't do anything really bizarre to litigants until Friday.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I had a very big loan on a truck. What happened is it was taken and burnt. And
Your Honor, that's not true. He took it.
You pled guilty to burning the truck?
yeah, well, yeah.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Timothy Fournier says his ex-girlfriend Laura Cratterville owes for rent and for breaking his PlayStation 2.
All right, so tell me how much money she owes you and from what?
I have her owing half the security deposit and the first and second month's rent that she had never paid me for. And that came up to...
Well, did you get the security deposit back?
No, because of the damages that she had made to the house.
Did you pay any of the rent?
Your Honor, the agreement was I'd give him $100 a week, and from the date we moved in until the date we left, I had given him $100 every week except the last week I gave him $60.
Is that right?
No.
Well, how much did she give you?
$15, $20 here for the odds and ends.
Well, did you keep a record of what she gave you?
Of what she gave me? No.
Well, how am I supposed to figure that out, Mr. Fournier?
I have no idea. But I
Me neither.
But I did not...
Me neither. When two children want to play house and then it doesn't work out, you come into court and you say, here, this is my problem, you figure it out. Well, that's not the way responsible people behave. Did you keep a record?
No, Your Honor.
When did you separate?
The day we moved out, on November 15th.
Tell me about it.
We had gotten to an argument that spawned from an online, me talking online about certain people, and then it spawned into like this big giant argument where insults were thrown back and forth to finally we had decided to break up.
Okay.
And I was planning on leaving, so I called my mother so I could pick up my brother's truck. When I went down there to get my brother's truck, and my dad had met me to help me move all my stuff out. When I got there, the house had been ransacked and the door was left wide open.
Can I see it, please?
The door was not open, and the house was not destroyed, except from what he had taken with him.
And that's what the apartment looked like when we had got back.
You made a mess, madam.
Your Honor,
yes, you did.
The house was a mess before
oh,
we even
no, no, no,
broke
no,
up.
no. You made a mess. You made a mess. Absolutely. What? It looks like all her clothes.
A lot of things would look like they're ransacked and thrown around the house.
That's
like
the way
just-
the house always looked.
No.
No, it
always
really
looked
did.
like that. No, no.
That's the bedroom. We didn't have anything in there but clothes. We didn't have a bed. We didn't have nothing.
Nobody
was-
lives like this.
We did,
Except maybe a
unfortunately.
14-year-old.
We really did.
Well, you should have been neater.
Should have been.
Okay. How did you get out of this lease? I'm curious.
She had signed herself off the lease, so what I had done is I was claiming bankruptcy, so I added that to my bankruptcy.
Why were you claiming bankruptcy?
I put myself into a lot of debt.
How old are you?
22.
How did you put yourself in so much debt that at your age you have to declare a bankruptcy?
I was charged with burning my truck and attempting to fraud. So then when I pled out, I couldn't claim it. So
You're going to have to be more specific with me, sir. You're being very circumspect.
I had a very big loan on a truck, and then what happened is it was taken and burnt. And
Your Honor, that's not true. He took it.
You had a truck that was on a lease,
yes,
and you owed a lot of money on it,
yes,
and it broke down.
no, it was crashed and burned.
You were charged with it, and you pled guilty to burning the truck?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay. And then you had to make restitution
Yes.
for the truck. And how much did you owe?
I owed 18 on the truck, 18,000.
So you stuck the leasing company with $18,000.
Well, yeah, I mean, I claimed
What do you mean, well,
bankruptcy.
yeah?
I mean, they came after me and I went bankrupt.
What do you think? You think somebody comes down and gives the leasing company $18,000? When you declare bankruptcy, if you own somebody a debt and you declare bankruptcy, what that means is that they're now stuck with a truck that you burned.
Yeah.
Who advised you to do that? Your father? You didn't advise him to do that, did you?
Nope.
I should hope not. So what you're telling me, sir, is what you did was you decided to lump the whole thing together. That when you declared bankruptcy for this truck, you also lumped together the broken lease.
Yeah.
And you expect sympathy from me, is what I'm asking you.
No, I'm not expecting sympathy.
Ah, perfect, good. All right, so what property do you claim she took or destroyed?
She had taken my PlayStation 2 that night.
Good. Now, she says in her answer that she returned it to you.
She did, but it came back broken.
Where did you get the PlayStation 2 from?
Sears.
And you put it on your credit card?
Yes.
You declare bankruptcy on that credit card, too?
Yes.
Get out of here. Is he playing with a full deck?
Yes.
Does he not understand a concept of morality?
Yes, he does.
Well, it's not evident here, sir. He took advantage of Sears by lumping them into his bankruptcy rather than paying off the credit card. And now you're suing her because you want the money. I assume if I give you the money for the PlayStation that you broke, you're going to give it to Sears, right?
No.
Get out of here. Oh, goodbye. Have a happy life. Dad, you got a lot of work to do. He's 22, maybe still salvageable. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. That's case number 437 on the calendar in the matter of Mohaja versus Ramos. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir.
Mr. Mohaja, according to your complaint, sir, you and the defendant had a relationship and have a child together.
Yes, Your Honor.
And while you were together several years ago, Ms. Ramos didn't have sufficient credit to secure a credit card in her own name. You agreed to get one for her, and the condition was that she would make the payments on the card. You and the defendant were living together at the time, and when you broke up, she stopped making payments on the credit card, leaving you a balance of almost $2,000. You want her to make those payments.
Yes.
Plus, you have a complaint against her for harassment, which I will give you about 30 seconds to talk to me about. Ms. Ramos says that she spent a fortune of money on daycare for your son, that you finally were ordered to pay child support. She hasn't seen any child support from you since the order was made in November. That's her defense. When did you live together? From when to when?
As of December 2002, all the way till July of 2004.
And when was your son born?
December 2002, on the 30th.
And when did you get this credit card?
Back of August 2003.
And from August of 2003 until you separated in July of 2004, who paid for that credit card?
She did.
Solely?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
When did you stop making payments on the card, Ms. Ramos?
I stopped making payments after August 10th was my last payment.
Why?
I don't owe him anything anymore. We're not together anymore, and I've paid over $9,000 in daycare. He has not helped me out in any way with my son, even when we lived together.
Well, Ms. Ramos, you originally had an agreement with him, and your agreement with him provided that if he got you a credit card, you would make the payments. Because you had made the payments, according to you. You'd made the payments until August of 2004. That's what you said.
I never asked him to apply for the credit card.
That's not the issue.
He was never helping out. He said, I got this card for you. Since I can't help you out with groceries or clothes or anything else, we'll use the credit card and we'll pay half and half every month. That was the agreement. I did not ask him to apply for the card.
So is what you're telling me that you were each paying on this credit card?
No, I ended up paying it because he's this car salesman and he never made enough money. He only had enough money to pay for his new boat. He didn't make that much money.
Who did you live with?
We lived with him and his father and his aunt. And
so you lived in his home?
Yes, with his family.
Who paid rent?
Often he would pay $500 a month to his father, but he didn't pay every month.
Your Honor, I have text showing it.
Just a second. Making excuses, Ms. Ramos. If you made payments on this credit card from the time you got it in 2003 until August of 2004, then that supports the plaintiff's statement that you agreed to make payments on this credit card.
The charges on the credit card were purchases that were made for myself, for him, and my son. All the stuff was stuff for the three of us. That was when we were together. And now that we're not together, I don't see how he can come back and sue me for stuff.
Let me see the bills on the credit card, please. While you were living with the plaintiff, what other household expenses did you pay for?
I got the groceries.
Okay.
And the clothes for my son, and the bottles, and the formula, and all
Okay.
that stuff on the credit card, and I paid it every month.
Okay.
I paid for daycare.
Just a minute. What are these charges for American Furniture Mart in Dallas, 363? What is that?
That was furniture when I needed to move out from his home. I had to buy furniture for my new apartment with me and my son.
So you expect him to pay for that?
I actually made a payment after that on August 10th for $400 to cover that.
Well, that doesn't cover the $306 and $363.
What's the other one?
Supercenter.
Groceries and stuff for our new apartment. I had to get out. It was a very bad situation.
Well, that doesn't mean he pays for it. That's what happens when you're not married. Bad situation, you have to move out.
I would trade in to pay $500 a month any day over paying the daycare, the bills, the grocery, and all that stuff.
Listen, Miss Ramos, you went to family court to get an order of support?
Yes, we did.
And you've gotten an order of support? An order of support was made by the family court in November. Have you paid that award?
Yes, I have indication letter here showing my child support that I paid. Her lawyer failed to get an account number
May I see it, please?
set up, so the checks that I sent were sent back. And I had to beg and plead with my lawyer to get a hold of her lawyer, but her lawyer would refuse to contact us back. So I finally received a letter on January the 8th showing that finally they set up an account number. So, and the checks were mailed out actually about a week ago.
Your Honor, I have where they now are going to garnish his wages because he has not made those payments.
And she'll be receiving those, they said, within the end of the week, if not first of the next week.
I believe he sent them. I believe he sent
And
them.
I also have where he enrolled his son in the daycare where he's currently at and has not helped pay for it at all.
I have check deposits showing that I made a deposit when he was enrolled, Your Honor.
A deposit of $200, but I pay $800 a month, every month. It's come out of my account.
Just a second.
And I have the Chase account.
Listen to me. Ms. Ramos, when you were together, who made more money?
I did.
You are going to pay more money for support for this child than he is if you make more money than he does. That's no question about that. That's just the way things are. But you had an agreement with him. And your agreement with him, based upon the evidence, based upon the course of conduct, was you were going to pay this credit card, and you used it as if it were your own. And I can tell you that because after you left, you continued to use this credit card for things that you needed.
For me and my son. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's not responsible for you. He's not your husband. You chose to have a child with him.
I don't deny that I didn't make the charges. I know that I made the charges.
Well, you made the charges, and you made the charges at a time.
He owes me more than I owe him
Then
as
you
far
have
as
to sue.
daycare.
Then you have to sue it. No. Listen to me.
He enrolled him in the
raised
daycare. Let me show you the enrollment.
No, Ms. Ramos, you're not following me. Ms. Ramos, the court made an order of support. The order of support was what the court believed was consistent with your individual income and the needs of the child. You have a right to appeal that judgment if you like, but what you cannot do is resort to self-help and say, well, I didn't get what I wanted in the child support hearing, therefore I'm not going to pay this credit card anymore, when you made an agreement with him to pay the credit card and you used the credit card as if it was your own. And you did use the credit card as if it was your own because you used it after you moved out of his home to buy things for your new home.
But it's not $1,700 in charges. The other charges were stuff when we were together and stuff for the three of us.
And what I'm
the
telling...
The agreement was we were both going to pay for that stuff.
No, and I don't believe that. I believe that he paid for certain things. And now I'm speaking. Hey, I'm speaking. I believe that he paid for certain things in the house, and you paid for certain things in the house. He paid the rent, and I assume he paid other fixed expenses, and you paid for food, and you paid for clothing for the child, and you paid for the daycare.
So he's paid nothing for his son.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,800. That's all. I see I'm not getting to you. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I think he's very jealous. We just separated, and now that I've moved on, I've gotten married.
She's a teacher. She's teaching fellow kids out there this kind of responsibility. It's kind of sad.
He hasn't helped at all.
The only reason she left because I gave him too much attention, didn't give her enough attention.
It's like super dad, you know, he gets all the benefits of being a father. He gets to see him half the time, and then doesn't have to pay a dime. Let's be nice.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Johnson versus Simon. Step forward.
Operator Sharon Johnson is suing her daughter, 26-year-old homemaker Celicia Simon, for an unpaid loan when she fell on hard times. Sharon claims Celicia is trying to call it a gift.
Miss Johnson, this is your daughter, and it is your claim that she owes you for some rent when she lived with you for 3 months.
Yes, ma'am.
And also a loan of $2,500. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Quite frankly, Miss Johnson, I'm not so interested in the rent that you claim she owes you for the 3 months that she lived there. You indicate in your complaint that your daughter and her children needed a place to live. They moved in with you. She agreed to give you $300 a month. She didn't have it at the time. She stayed with you for 3 months. That's $900. And subsequently, you all decided that it would be best if she and her children had their own place to live. She needed rent, first class, and security. I don't know what it was. So you gave her $2,500. According to you, it was a loan. I'm going to stick with the $2,500 because when your daughter and her children need a place to live, you don't say, you have no money, but I'm going to charge you $300 for rent. You'll give it to me when you have it. That's not what a mother does. Do we understand each other, Miss Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So now let's deal with the $2,500 loan. Tell me when you gave her the loan and what it was for.
I gave her the loan at the end of November of '03, and it was for to help with either a down payment or something concerning on a place that her children and her husband were going to move into.
When she was living with you, was her husband living with you also?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have a house?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How large a house is it?
It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
And it was just you living there?
No, ma'am.
Who else lives there?
Myself, my husband, and my 2 sons.
You work?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Your husband works?
Yes, ma'am, he does.
What about your 2 sons?
One of them is in college, the other one is working.
Okay. How many children do you have?
I have 2.
And why did you have to move in with your mother?
I fell upon hard times. I lost my job.
And what about your husband? Did he lose his job too?
He was in between jobs.
What kind of work do you do?
I do phlebotomy work. I draw blood.
And he?
He's a crew member at a fast food restaurant.
How old are your children?
I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old.
How long have you been married?
I've been married 3.5 years.
Okay, your mother gave you $2,500, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss with her paying her back?
No, ma'am.
That's not true.
Go ahead.
Before I loaned her the money, things were getting tight at the house, and she said she had found a place because she borrowed some money. I asked her how much. She said $2,500. I said, okay, well, how are you going to pay me? She said, well, Mom, you know, I'll get my income tax check in February, and I'll pay you then. I said, okay. And then a few days later, I went to the bank, got a cashier's check, and loaned her the money.
Did she get her income tax check?
She said she did.
When was the first time you asked her for this money back?
It was in March, because February, she wasn't returning any calls to me.
Tell me about the conversation.
Well, when I caught up with her, I said, Cece, where's my money? Mom, I'm going to go in and give you the $900 back. No. Where's all of my money? I want my $900 and also want my $2,500. $2,500? I thought that was a Christmas gift. I don't think so. I can't just give away $2,500. And so it was like, but Mommy, no, I don't remember. I remember us making an agreement. You and I, your husband stay in the background like you always do, since he's always on a vacation. So when are you going to get my money? I'll talk to you later on. And when she hung up, that teed me off. So then I tried to take it to court.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Over the course of time, I have given loans, spent loads and loads of money on my children. I would never, ever sue them. Never.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sharon Johnson says her daughter, Celicia Simon, owes for a loan to pay her bills. Celicia insists the money was a gift.
You have 2 brothers.
Yes, ma'am.
You know that your mother gave them Christmas presents?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you discuss that with your brothers?
Yeah, like, you know, just when brothers and sisters get together and they discuss
Well, what did
it.
you talk to them about?
Well, my brothers, one of them was getting a car, and then one of them was getting, like, screens in his car and the big rims on his car or whatever. So it was just like, you know, I'm going to get back on my feet by getting into my own place. And my one brother would have transportation so he could get a better job, and the other brother, he's the youngest and the most spoiled.
Well, Miss Simon, what I believe is that you acknowledged that you owed your mother $900 for rent, right?
I think that I was thankful for my mother giving me and my family a place to stay. I wasn't able to compensate her.
What your mother said was, when she spoke to you, you said to her, well, I know, Mom, I know I owe you the $900.
I mean, she was calling every... Your Honor, you don't understand.
No, I understand. I don't think that that's something that you have to call for, but if you acknowledge that you owed her the $900 and you did get your income tax refund, which is what she was waiting for, why didn't you give her back the $900?
It was a tight situation, which is why I, you know, needed help in the first place. My family was just in a very bad spot.
Well, then why didn't you call her and say to her, Mom, I know I promised to give you the money back when I got my tax refund, but things are pretty tight. Why did you wait for her to call you?
She knew I was in a bad situation. I didn't feel like I should have to go to her and explain to her, hey, you know, a couple months later, I'm still in a tight situation. I still can't give you any money.
Why? Is your mother rich?
No, she's not rich.
She's not rich. How old are you?
I'm 26.
You have 2 children, you have a husband, you have a home, you're an independent person. That means you have to act like a grown-up.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you borrow money from somebody and you acknowledge at least the $900, then if you can't pay them back, the time when you say you're going to pay them back, you pick up the phone and say, I know I said I could pay you back. Can I get a little bit of an extension? Can I give you back something? Can I give you $100?
It became such a big thing that, like, at family gatherings or whatever, it just always wound up being a big argument. She continued to make a huge scene about it every time we got together at family.
Miss Simon.
Yes, ma'am.
Has your mother always been like that? Oh, yes. Big questions, yes or no?
Yes,
Has she
ma'am.
always been like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you shouldn't have borrowed money from her.
I didn't borrow money from her. I told her I needed help.
No. You acknowledge that you owed her at least $900. And if you know that that's the way she is about money, you shouldn't have taken other money from her.
That's how bad I needed it. I mean, it was the last option. I couldn't continue to be there in her house. I didn't want to take my family, you know, to a shelter.
Well, what
when
was your husband doing?
He was working.
Was he working 5 days a week?
Not always.
Is he working now?
Yes, ma'am.
5 days a week?
Yes, ma'am.
And what about you?
I'm a homemaker. I take care of my 2 children.
I just asked you what kind of work you did, and you told me that you drew blood.
Yes, ma'am. I just recently lost a child, so I haven't been working. When I found out I was pregnant at the beginning of the school year, I decided to take the school year off just to be at home a little more with the kids and everything, and also because I was pregnant, and I just recently lost my child.
You're not supposed to have more children until you can support the ones you have. Does that sound harsh to you?
No, ma'am.
I hope not. I mean, I'm telling you this because I think that sometimes people lose sight of that. That if you have 2 children and you have to go back to your mother for money, then you don't make more babies. Having children is very nice as long as you can take care of them. Your mother's not a rich lady, but you can't look at your siblings and say, because they got Christmas presents, I should have gotten one too.
But she's not taking any of them to court. She's taking me to court. I'm the only girl. Those are her precious boys, you know. They got money to go and get a car, you know, to go and get screens in his car. I mean, when I was that age, she wasn't giving me money to go put screens in my car.
I don't think that your mother...
I know she can do what she wants with her money. Yes,
I don't think that your mother would say that this was a loan unless she honestly believed that this $2,500 that she gave you was money that you were supposed to return. I think that you've been, for want of a better term, and I don't necessarily like this term, I don't think that you can allow your jealousy of your younger brothers to interfere with the rest of your life. If you feel as if your mother favors the 2 boys...
She does.
Well, I don't know whether you were a more difficult child, a less difficult child, who knows? But you will find that during the course of your life there will ebb and flow with regard to which of your children you like better than others. You may love them all, but at various times in their lives you will like some better than others. Fair?
Fair.
Love them all, but at various times, depending upon what they do, to drive you crazy, to make you gray, you will like one more than another. You can't let that interfere with your whole life. Miss Johnson, I'm going to award you your $2,500 for this loan that you gave your daughter, but I'm going to give you a little lecture at the same time. Over the course of time, I suppose I have given, loaned, spent, whatever, loads and loads of money on my children. I would never, ever sue them in a court. Never. That's not what parents do to their children, unless the children are really, really bad people. And your daughter may have made some mistakes in her life, but she doesn't seem like a bad person. She's reasonably articulate. She's been in a relationship with her husband for a long time. She has 2 children. This is the husband, right?
Yes.
Well, you may not like him. You may not like him, but I want to tell you something. You didn't like your first husband either. Right?
No, I didn't.
Right?
Yes,
so you made a mistake.
Yes, ma'am.
So she doesn't seem like a bad girl. And I'm telling you that while I'm giving you a judgment for $2,500, I think you made a big mistake by suing her. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 475 on the calendar in the matter of Martin versus Hall. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Martin, it is your claim that the defendants, this gentleman in particular, caused damage to your car in an accident, and the accident was his fault. Mr. Hall says that it was your fault, and you don't know why, anyway, that you're suing him because he wasn't driving. It was Miss
Hall
who was driving the car. So you must have not been watching carefully.
Apparently.
When did this incident happen?
September 17th.
Where were you?
I was in Maitland, Florida, turning into a gas station.
What happened, Mr. Martin?
I was turning into the gas station to buy gas, and I seen the Halls coming at a very high rate of speed through the parking lot, so I stopped.
Through the parking lot or through the gas station?
Into the parking lot of the gas station.
There's a chart over there that the Halls brought. Is the red car yours?
That's similar to what happened.
Where were you coming from?
I was coming from the north, turning in just like that shows, and I stopped, and he come crashing into me. He was driving probably about 45 miles an hour through that parking lot.
Okay. What kind of a car were you driving, sir?
Mazda 626.
And where was the car hit?
Right in the passenger side in the front. Knocked the bumper
Do you have a
completely off.
photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it, please?
Sure.
Is there damage to the hood?
The bumper was not completely off in the hood, and all the lights were knocked out in the grill.
All right, now what happened after the collision, sir?
After the collision, I started to call the police, and Mr. Hall came over and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Please don't call the police. I'll have someone take care of your car for you." But my car was not drivable. So I proceeded with calling the police, and then I observed Mr. Hall removing the license plate from the car.
From whose car?
From his car. So when
Yes.
the police got there, I told him that he had taken the license plate off of the car and put it in the trunk. He went and found it, and then they claimed that Mrs. Hall was driving, but that is definitely not the case. So the police officer ticketed him for removing the tag from the car because that tag did not belong to their car, and then ticketed her for driving with no insurance and for careless and reckless driving.
On their statement that it was Mrs. Hall who was driving.
That's what they're claiming, yes.
But it wasn't Mrs. Hall who was driving.
No, ma'am.
It was Mr. Hall.
Mr. Hall was driving. And on page 2 is the correct diagram. It's very similar to that, but it shows my car in a straight line, not in an angle like that.
Why did you take the plate off the car, Mr. Hall?
Because the plate did not belong to that car, Your Honor.
Why not?
Because we put it on the car to transport the car to a sale lot to put the car up for sale.
Well, where were you coming from, Mr. Hall?
We were going from our residence to the gas station. We were putting gas into the vehicle and then taking the vehicle up to put it up for sale.
Where were you taking it to put it up for sale?
Literally 2 blocks away from there, which is also just a couple blocks away from our residence, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Hall, that doesn't make sense, sir. It doesn't make sense that why you would be putting gas in a car to take it to a place for 2 blocks.
Because it was on dead E, and we're afraid the vehicle would run out if someone was to test drive it, Your Honor.
Huh. When did you buy this car, sir?
A few weeks before that, Your Honor.
From whom?
I
You're
don't
looking
remember.
down at your feet, sir.
I don't remember the name, the gentleman's name, Your Honor.
Did you have a bill of sale for it?
No, ma'am, not on me.
Did you have it then?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You're pretty slippery, sir. Show me where your car was hit, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is your car?
The blue car, Your Honor, is our car.
Right. I got it.
And our car was hit
Now.
right where the highlighted spot is.
I see it. But you passed the gas tank, sir. Did you put gas in the car already?
Yes, ma'am.
Who put the gas in the car?
I believe I did. And I ran
I want
inside.
you to think. I want you to think. Who put the gas in the car?
I put in the gas, Your Honor.
Do you have a license to drive a car?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Did you then?
It was suspended, Your Honor.
So the answer is you did not have a license to drive then.
No, ma'am.
So you had no license, no registration, no insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
So there would have been a good reason for you to lie to the police and tell them that your wife was driving when you were driving. There would have been a reason and a motive because you would have been taken in
There would
if you
have
were
been.
driving on a suspended license. Isn't that correct, sir?
Yes, there's also a reason why I let her drive, because she is legal and not suspended.
Listen to me very carefully, sir. On your best day, you're not as smart as I am on my dumbest day.
I understand, Your Honor.
Good. My question to you was, there was a reason for you to lie to the police, to tell them that your wife was driving the car. There would have been a reason because you had already had your license suspended, right?
Yes, ma'am.
For what?
For not paying a seatbelt ticket, Your Honor.
Baloney. Now, where did you get the license plate from, sir, that you put on this car?
From one of our other vehicles.
How many other vehicles do you have?
2, Your Honor.
Who insures them?
My wife and I do.
With what company?
Progressive, I'm sorry.
And were the other 2 vehicles insured at the time of this accident with Progressive?
Yes, ma'am. May
Why
not have been,
was... What?
Excuse me, Your Honor. May not have been with Progressive. Progressive is our current one, I believe.
Well, why don't you tell me, sir, because it's very easy to check. Why don't you tell me, what was the other company that you were with back in September that insured your other 2 cars?
I don't recall the insurance company off the top of my name, Your Honor.
Off the top of your name, you don't...
Off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
You don't.
I'm nervous.
You're nervous because you're lying, sir. And you know that I'm going to be able to prove that. Before the police arrived, when you took the plate off the car and put it in the trunk, what did you hope to accomplish by that, sir?
Avoiding the ticket for attaching tag not assigned, Your Honor.
Now, don't you get a ticket for driving without tags, period?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what would be the difference in putting the tags in the trunk? You were going to get a ticket either way, either for driving with no tags or for driving with somebody else's tags on your car. So what difference did it make?
None, except to try keep him from getting a ticket.
Well, don't you think people get tickets, sir, when they drive without license plates?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because that's why you supposedly took the license plate off one car and put it on another, so you wouldn't get a ticket,
Yes,
right?
Your Honor.
So that doesn't make sense to me. What did the police do with that license plate, sir?
They confiscated it, Your Honor.
And what did you do with the car from where the license plate had been removed?
The vehicle stayed right where it was, Your Honor.
And where is it to this day, sir?
In our driveway, Your Honor.
Without license plates?
It has been licensed and insured.
How did you get new license plates for it?
I just applied for a new plate, Your Honor.
You have to say what happened to the old plate, sir, if the car had been registered.
The vehicle hadn't been registered in our name prior to that, Your Honor.
Oh, so you had yet another car in your arsenal of cars that hadn't been registered in your name at the same date that you had this accident.
It's a vehicle that my sister allowed for us to drive because we didn't have a dependable vehicle at the time to drive, Your
Well,
Honor.
what about the third car that you had home, sir?
It wasn't.
Vehicle.
What?
It's a work vehicle.
What is a work vehicle? What does that mean?
It's a truck that we use to do landscaping and lawn maintenance that
So?
pulls a trailer. And it's decaled up, and insurance will not cover that if we are in an accident when we are not working.
Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to play. At the time of this accident on the 17th of September, 2004, who had a driver's license? Raise your hand. At the time of this accident on September 17th, 2004, who had a registered vehicle? On September 17th, 2004, who had a vehicle with appropriate tags on it? On September 17th, 2004, who was driving a car illegally? Good! Perfect. Okay. Shooting fish in a barrel. Can I see the estimate for your car, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What a bunch of hustlers. Not you, Mr. Martin.
I also have, Your Honor, a letter from the Halls stating that Mrs. Hall is guilty of this charge because we originally had an agreement for the Halls to pay me $400 a month beginning on November the 10th. And I know you're not going to believe this, but that didn't happen.
The only thing that I don't believe, sir, is that you believed them, that it was going to happen.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
When we separated, we were not on talking terms. I needed money.
So you claimed the children as your deduction, even though he supported them?
Yes, ma'am.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Rick Martin says fellow motorists Jennifer and Dennis Hall ran into him in a gas station parking lot. Rick claims Dennis was the driver, but after the accident, he switched places with his wife.
I have a net total of $2,966.35. Is that your estimate?
That's the estimate to fix the rest of the damage. I've already spent over $2,000.
You have those bills?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see them, please.
In those estimates, Your Honor, he's also trying to recoup, he's trying to double charge for repairs that he made once originally on his first repair bill.
And I have a listing of those if you'd like to see
And
it.
then he's trying to get the same repairs covered again on his estimate he previously handed
Are you trying to do that, sir?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a deductible on the car?
I had only liability. I did not have full coverage on the car because it's paid for.
Okay, what did Allstate pay you?
Allstate only paid the tow bills. And I tried to relay that message to the Halls, but they would not return any of my calls to find that out. So.
They wanted you to go away, like their license plates.
Yes.
Your Honor, he when he originally showed up at our doorstep, he was demanding the $14.95 and repayment as well as new headlights.
So how much, just a second, so how much did you give him, Mr. Hall?
I gave him $0.
Yeah, now you're going to give him $4,834. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The first thing I thought was they were going to drive away.
We like to buy and sell vehicles, and my husband was in the back seat.
I didn't ask him what he was doing. I took a photograph of the license plate. I can still tell you the number of that license plate right now.
When the gentleman hit us, my husband bounded out of the back seat, driver's side, and of course everybody thought he was getting out of the driver's seat.
I think that they're professional con men or deadbeats. I don't know.
When Jennifer asked to see some type of receipts or anything, he didn't provide any. Instead, he just went and got additional estimates and came up with this claim with that.
When I went to his house, he told me that I was not the first person that he ran into. That would be why he doesn't have a driver's license.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Conger versus Tates, step forward, please.
Plaintiffs Chuck and Karen Conger are suing the father of their grandchild, roofer Jeremiah Tates, for the cost to fix a '97 Ford Escort. The Congers claim Jeremiah's driving caused the transmission to blow.
Mrs. Conger, you have a daughter whose name is Brenda. Let me guess, Brenda.
Yes.
Your stepdaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a convoluted story of a car, a 1997 car, that was purchased for your daughter and the defendant, her then boyfriend and father of the 2 children. And the arrangement was that the 2 of them would pay you back for the car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then they had an off-again, on-again kind of arrangement. And at some point, Mr. Tates took the car with your daughter's permission because she got a new car.
Mm-hmm.
And he was driving the car and making the payments.
Yep.
And then the engine blew on the car, and he had the car towed to your house, and he said, I'm not making payments on it anymore. So you want him to pay for the repairs that you did to the car in order to get it up and running because you still have the car.
Correct.
That's really what the lawsuit is about. You want him to pay for the repairs.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Tate says, I only drove the car for a couple of months. Brenda has always driven that car, right?
Correct.
So why are you looking to me to pay for the repairs? So, the car was purchased when?
I'm not
All right.
sure when Brenda purchased the car.
Brenda, step up. When did you buy the car, Brenda?
The car was purchased, I want to say, in 2001.
Okay. And it was purchased in your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it still in your name?
No, ma'am.
Whose name is it in?
It is now in my mother and stepfather's name.
And who drove the car in 2001?
I did all the driving. Jeremiah did not have his license.
Okay. You did the driving in 2001. Who did the driving of this particular car in 2002?
I did.
Who did the driving of this car in 2003?
I did half of it, and then Jeremiah took over.
Okay. Now, when did Jeremiah take over the car?
October to May.
To May of 04.
May of 2004. How did he come to have possession of the car?
We were trying to work on things, and we just couldn't do it. So when I left, I also had another automobile. Jeremiah had his...
Just a second. When you left, what do you mean you had another automobile?
Oh, I'm sorry. When Jeremiah and I separated, I took my income taxes and I purchased a SUV. So for him to have transportation for his work, he also goes to a school and he has children. We just talked about it, and he was going to take that so he would have transportation for those needs.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. But the Explorer she had was paid off with the taxes she got back from our 2 kids, claiming our 2 kids. So, I mean...
Did you support them?
Yes, I did.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you claim them both that year?
He was the sole supporter of the family. I did not work. I went to school and I took care of the children. And when we separated, we were not on talking terms. I needed money. I needed to take care of my children and get a roof over our head.
So you claimed the children as your deduction?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though he supported them?
Yes, because when he claims taxes, he is paying the IRS right now, so he would not have received anything. I tried talking to him about it, but at that time we were not.
What do you mean he's paying the IRS?
He has back taxes. He used to own his own business, so he's dealing with
Okay,
stuff
so
like
you
that.
wouldn't have gotten the money anyway, but
No.
at least she got the advantage of it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, basically, Your Honor.
Okay, and how much of an advantage did you get?
Not much. I think my return was only $3,100.
$3,100.
Yes,
And you
ma'am.
got $3,100, and you actually did not support the children. He did that year.
Yes.
Fine. Who's driving the car now?
My daughter is.
Which daughter?
I have a daughter. She's 16 years old. Her name is Brianna, and she's making payments on the car because we still owe money on the car.
Great. How much do you still owe?
A couple $1,000.
I don't think he's responsible to fix the car.
We have 6 months of where he's made payments on this car faithfully.
That's absolutely right. He made payments 6 months faithfully. The car was not in his name.
24-year-old administrative assistant Allison Sherry is suing her ex-boyfriend, 23-year-old carpenter Alex Shearer, for breaking a lease, breaking a PlayStation, and stealing a ring.
Yeah, this is case number 574 on the calendar in the matter of Sherry versus Shearer. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Miss Sherry, the defendant was your boyfriend and you lived together for a period of time. It is your claim that he moved out before a lease that you had both signed was up. You want him to pay his half of the rent for the duration of the lease.
Yes.
You want him to pay for certain personal property that he took, a ring of yours, that he broke your son's PlayStation. You want him to pay for that.
Yes.
In general, you're just not happy with him.
Right.
Mr. Shearer says that he couldn't live with you, that you made living there unbearable for him. It got to be violent. And he did, in fact, take a ring that I think belongs to you. But he said he took it because you took it off after an argument, and he said you didn't want it anymore, so he took it. As far as the PlayStation is concerned, Mr. Shearer says that he broke that by accident, but you stepped on his model plane on purpose, and it was much more important and had sentimental value to him, and the PlayStation didn't have sentimental value to you, so you're even. Sounds like a very mature relationship. How old is your son?
6.
Not Mr. Shearer's child.
No.
How long have you and Mr. Shearer been an item?
It would be a year in April.
When did you move in together?
We moved in together in New York for the first time at the end of last year.
So you knew him a couple of weeks before you moved in together?
Yes. And we decided to move down to North Carolina in November of 2004.
And that's when you signed the lease?
Yes.
What was your arrangement with regard to the rent?
We were both responsible for half of everything.
Is that the arrangement?
We didn't have any arrangement, basically. You know, we had both signed the lease that we both agreed to, but as far as who was going to pay for what, there was nothing, you know, we didn't have any type of agreement, basically.
Well, how was the rent paid when you were living in New York?
She paid the rent, but I gave her money every week.
How did you do that?
At the end of the week when I got paid, I just gave her cash.
How much cash did you give her?
Between $100 and $200 a week.
Is that right?
Yes.
And is that what happened when you moved down in November?
No. When we moved down in November, we took our money, we put it together, and we got into the house. We didn't...
Okay, just a second. So you each had a savings account?
No, we were both working.
So you had a checking account, and each of you put your money in a pot?
No, we had cash.
Just well, what do you do for a living?
I'm an administrative assistant for a flooring company.
So you get paid by check?
Yes.
And you?
I'm in construction.
You get paid by check as well?
No, I get paid in cash.
What kind of construction are you in, sir?
General contracting, interior finishing work.
You do file tax returns, don't you?
Yes.
What happened when you moved out, sir, and what date was that?
I'm not sure exactly what the date was.
Maybe you know.
February 18th.
So you lived there November, December, January.
I'm sorry, we got into a fight on the 18th. He moved out on the 20th.
So you lived there for 3 months?
Yes.
And how was the money handled from November until February?
In November, we were staying at my uncle's house. We stayed there until February. We signed the lease in February.
Oh, so you were only there for a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Well, what happened on February 18th?
We got into an argument. I had gotten a phone call from an old friend who I hadn't talked to in a long time. Alexander got very mad, very angry, was slamming doors. I went in to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to me. We just started arguing about everything, and he started running through the house and breaking things.
Did you break anything?
Yes, I did.
What did you break?
He was running through the house. He went in my son's room, and he was looking for something that he couldn't find. He was destroying the room.
What was he looking for?
I don't know.
So what did you do?
So I told him if he did not stop destroying my son's room, I was going to go and break his plane because he was destroying the room.
What do you mean destroying the room? Explain that to me.
Ripping things apart, ripping things out of the closet, moving everything around.
But not breaking anything?
No.
He didn't break anything?
No.
So you told him if he didn't stop acting a little bit crazy, you were going to break something?
Yes.
And what did you choose to break?
His airplane.
Now, why did you choose to break his airplane,
Because it's the only thing he cares about.
Why is it the only thing he cares about?
He's infatuated with helicopters and airplanes.
Who made it?
I guess he did.
Is that right?
Yes.
How big was it?
It had a wingspan of 53 inches.
So that's a pretty big plane. Where was it kept?
Normally I'd keep it in the house, but she didn't want me keeping it in the house. She said it had to stay in the garage, so that's where it was.
How did you break it?
I stepped on it.
And you stepped on it because it's the only thing you cared about?
Yes.
Nice. And 2 days later, he moved out?
Yes.
Doesn't sound to me as if you were the kind of lady I'd like to live with.
He's not the easiest person to live with either.
That's fine. Then he should move out.
I understand that, but we moved into the place, we signed a lease, we were both responsible. The only reason we moved to North Carolina was so that we could be together. I didn't even want to move down there.
Listen, when you have an argument, if what you did was you chose to destroy the only thing that he values, which is what you told me. I chose to go in and to destroy the only thing that Mr. Sierra cares about. You chose to destroy?
Your Honor, he was destroying my son's room.
No, he wasn't. He was pulling things apart.
No, he was
just
ripping
listen to
the
me.
room apart.
Listen to me. I asked you specifically. I said, did he break anything? He said no. But I told him to stop because he was acting nutty. And if he didn't, I was going to go and destroy the only thing that was valuable to him. So you did it. So you're living in the house. You're living by yourself. Sounds perfect to me. Did you sign off on the lease?
No, I haven't.
Well, I would if I were you, sir, because if she doesn't pay the rent, they're going to come after you.
Right.
What was the rent?
It was about $975 a month.
What was the what?
$925.
And what was your rent in New York?
$1,200.
Well, so if you could afford $1,200 in New York, you can afford $925 in Carolina. All right, so let's move on from the rent. Now you heard my answer, madam. You know, there are consequences to people's actions.
I understand
the consequence to your action, there is a consequence to your action.
I understand that. Is there a consequence to his action? I have a police report against him.
Listen to me very carefully. I don't care what you have. I'm taking evidence now. There is a consequence to your actions. If you choose to move out of this apartment, and if the landlord chooses to go against you and or the defendant for the rent, that's a whole different story. But what you want is you want him to pay half the rent while you're living there. And I'm telling you that I believe that he had not only the right, but in addition to having the right, he exercised good judgment in moving out when you chose during the course of an argument to destroy the only thing that you say he valued. And I'm saying before this escalated into violence, and violence would have been perpetrated in the presence of your 6-year-old son, he exercised good judgment in moving out, and you pay the rent. Now we're moving on to the PlayStation.
Judgment. He did put his hands on me in front of my son. I have the pictures, I have the proof, the document, and everything.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Who caused the accident?
I caused the accident.
Then you pay for it.
I didn't do it deliberately. It was an accident.
I don't give a rat's behind whether you did it deliberately or in your sleep.
And later today,
she come flying over the hill, and she come hit me and knocked me into the ditch.
And you think he's responsible for that?
I don't think he should have been out blowing leaves off his driveway at 9 o'clock at night.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Allison Cherry says ex-boyfriend Alex Shearer owes for breaking a lease, breaking a PlayStation, and stealing a ring. Alex says he moved out after Allison smashed his model airplane.
You broke the PlayStation.
Yes.
You have to pay for that.
It was an accident. I didn't do it
If it's an accident,
right,
Mr. Sierra, during the course of this whole thing, somebody has to pay for it.
Exactly, yes.
Who caused the accident?
I caused the accident.
Then you pay for it.
She's not paying for my airplane.
She's stuck with the whole rent.
Because she decided to stay there, though. She could have left and...
I could not leave. They would not let me out of the lease.
Just a second.
If
Just a second. Mr. Sierra, did you hear what I said, sir? You broke the kid's PlayStation. You're going to pay for it.
I didn't do it deliberately. It was an accident.
I don't give a rat's behind whether you did it deliberately or in your sleep. And if you had a counterclaim with regard to the airplane, I would entertain it. But you don't. How much was the PlayStation?
$150.
Now, where's the ring you took?
It's in New York.
What's it doing in New York?
I bought the ring for her because she had told me that she wanted it. She had always worn it. She likes her rings and always wears them at all times. The only time she ever takes them off is when she goes to sleep. When we were fighting, she took it off and she put it on the counter in the bathroom, as if to say that she didn't want anything to do with me anymore. So as I was leaving, I decided that she didn't want it anymore, obviously, because she took it off. So if she didn't want it, I would take it.
Well, you can't do that, Mr. Sierra. Once you make a gift, she could do whatever she wants with it. She wants to take it, she wants to bury it in the backyard, put a tombstone over it. That's her prerogative. You understand?
Yes.
She wants to make that a symbol of you, the demise of your relationship. She can do that. It's not up to you to determine what you're going to do with a gift that you've given that you have no control over anymore.
Okay.
So, you have to return the ring to her. 5 days from today, she's to get it back. Clear?
Yes.
Perfect. Anything else we have to discuss?
Electric bills from when he was there and when we were staying at my uncle's house.
I'm not interested in that. You get your ring and your son's PlayStation. The other stuff is nonsense.
We were responsible for the electric bill at my uncle's and also in the new house. So he's not responsible for any of his bills?
He's not responsible for anything, madam, for the 2 weeks that he was living in the apartment.
What about the 3 months we were living at my uncle's house?
I'm not hearing it. Get over it. It's over. You get your ring back, and he had no right to break your son's PlayStation. And you had no right to destroy his property.
And he had no right to take my phone, so I couldn't call anybody to come into the house, and he had no right to leave
All right, the
marks on my
following
body.
is the judgment of the court. The plaintiff gets $150 for the PlayStation and her ring back in 5 days. Thank you very much. Have a happy life.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It had been building up and got out of hand, basically.
He should have had to pay for what he did. Instead, he gets to run home to daddy and do nothing.
She made it a point that I couldn't have any of my ex-girlfriends calling me.
He was just jealous over anybody that talked to me.
We were both jealous people, and, you know, it just, one thing led to another, and it escalated to the point in which it did.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Petero versus Galasso. Step forward.
Shipper Terry Petero and his daughter, 17-year-old Melinda, are suing painter Angelo Galasso for damage to a Buick Skylark. Terry says Angelo's leaf blower ran into the vehicle while Melinda was driving it. Angelo is countersuing for damage to the leaf blower and pain and suffering.
Mr. Petero, you and your daughter live in the same neighborhood as Mr. Galasso, I assume.
No, actually, we don't, Your Honor. I live in Hillsborough. She was visiting her aunt at the time.
I see. So she wasn't near her home.
No.
It is your claim that your daughter was driving. She hit Mr. Galasso and his leaf blower. He was crossing the street.
Yes, ma'am.
And you want him to pay for the damage to your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting. Mr. Galasso says that's sort of ridiculous. He was injured. His leaf blower was destroyed. He just thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't killed, which is why he didn't sue you and your daughter. But since you decided to sue him, he's got a counterclaim for the injuries he sustained and the cost of the leaf blower.
Yes, Your Honor.
On what date did this occur?
It was December 12th.
And what time of the evening was it?
It was 9 o'clock at night.
So you tell me what happened, Melinda.
I pulled out of my aunt's road. It was actually her road that I was coming off of. And I got on the road, started going, and I came up over this little dip, and I have pictures.
So you were on a hill?
Yes.
So you couldn't see the other side?
No.
And what happened when you came over the other side?
I got hit by something. I had no clue what it was.
You got hit?
I got hit.
You got hit or you hit something?
It hit the side of my car. At the point, I had no clue what it was, you know.
You have a picture of your car?
Yes. I have a picture of the car and the road where it happened.
Good. Let me see. Is this the road you're talking about?
Yes.
You were traveling here, and so you had no view of what was coming across the road?
Yes.
And you could not see what was below you?
Yes.
And what was below you was a pedestrian crossing the road?
Yes.
Yes. So what happened?
I got hit by something. Like I said, I had no clue what it was at the time. It was 9 o'clock at night, dark.
How fast were you going?
I don't even think I was doing the speed limit by then.
Well, what's the speed limit?
It's 45.
So you think maybe you were doing 35 miles an hour?
Yeah, maybe.
You want to tell me what happened, Mr. Galasso?
Yes, I was out there blowing leaves, and I was blowing the leaves, and all of a sudden she come flying over the hill, and she come hit me and knocked me into the ditch, and knocked my blower across the road, too. I got pictures of the road, where I landed.
Now, you saw Mr. Galasso being thrown across the road when you finally stopped your car?
I stopped, and I mean, I didn't see, you know, anything fly across the road.
Where did you see Mr. Galasso?
He was over on the other side of the road.
Was he on the ground?
Yes.
How do you think he got on the ground?
He was hit by the leaf blower that hit my car, which threw him across the road.
And you think he's responsible for that?
I don't think he should have been out blowing leaves off his driveway at 9 o'clock at night.
Is this what you encouraged, sir? You encouraged her to pursue this lawsuit?
Actually, it was my idea, Your Honor.
It was your idea. I wondered.
If you look at the car was set on the left side of the thing. He's saying he was blowing it off his driveway.
I don't care. Listen to me very carefully, sir. Because the state says that the speed limit is 45 miles an hour. If you choose to go around the speed limit into an area that you can't see, and you hit a pedestrian, which your daughter did, the pedestrian happened to be attached to a leaf blower, but bottom line, she hit a pedestrian because if she were going 5 miles an hour into an area that she couldn't see, she wouldn't have hit him. But she wasn't. She was going fast into an area where she had a blind spot, and that's her fault. Her fault. Not his fault. Her fault.
I'm just saying that he said he was blowing leaves in his driveway. If you look at the car, the damage that when he hit her, he was in the middle of the road. He could have seen her car coming over. He was trying to get across that road.
He saw her car coming over. Is that what you're saying to me? She couldn't see him, but he had a periscope. And he could see her coming over, and according to your daughter, and he had no right to be blowing leaves at 9 o'clock at night anyway. The apple don't fall far from the tree. You have no case against him. Now, but since you decided to pursue this matter, Mr. Galasso, who otherwise would not have pursued this matter against you, says he was out of work, he was injured, you ruined his leaf blower, all because she was going too fast to an area that she couldn't see. So, was the leaf blower destroyed, Mr. Galasso?
Yes, Your Honor. I have pictures of it.
I'd like to see them.
And I have the replacement and a little brochure on them.
What about you, Mr. Galasso? How do you feel?
I feel like she shouldn't have sued me. You know, after she hit me.
You were willing to let it go?
Yes, I wasn't going to sue her.
Did you have to replace the leaf blower?
I haven't replaced it yet, but I have a replacement.
Does it still work?
It's totaled.
And what about your physical condition, Mr. Galasso?
The only thing I got out of it, I was blessed. I only got a little thing on my knee, just a little indentation where the blower hit it. And then my elbow was hurt, but it's better now.
Were you out of work?
Yes, I was out of work for about a week and a half.
What kind of work do you do?
I paint lines on the highway.
How much do you earn a week?
$800 a week.
You owe him $2,551. Judgment on the counterclaim. Your claim is dismissed. That's all.
Thank you. Thanks, Your Honor.
Step out. Out the back door to your right, please. Now, this is case number 595 on the calendar in the matter of Gaskins versus Schutz. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat, please.
Ms. Gaskins, this is your mom? Is that right? You have 2 children?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
Brittany's 11 and Haley's 9.
How many years did your children live with your mother alone?
None.
Is that right?
No, it's not.
Well, you seem to indicate that your mother took the children at one point. I mean, you say in your petition that you kidnapped your children, which means that for a period of time the children lived with her.
She filed a protection order.
I asked you a very simple question. You say the children never lived with your mother without you being there. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I did say that.
Did the children ever live with you without your daughter being present?
Yes, they did.
For how long?
Probably for about 5 years of their life.
From when to when?
And that's not true. I would say Brittany was probably 6 months old till about the age of 5.
Where was your daughter?
She's lived with 4 or 5 different boyfriends on and off throughout the period of time. And left the children there.
Left the children where?
The children stayed at my house. And I've always lived there. It was my physical residence. I have proof of that.
All right. Your complaint, Ms. Gaskins, against your mother is twofold. First, that she has harassed you, and the nature of her harassment has been that she has called Child Protective Services complaining about your care of the children on I don't know how many occasions.
23 times.
And the second thing is that after you moved out of her house with your children, she refused to let you take property. So let's hear about what you perceive to be your mother's harassment by calling Child Protective Services.
You want to hear about it or you want to see it?
Well, I'll take a look at them first.
Okay. It all started December 7th is when she made the report, is because she wanted to gain custody of my children.
December 7th of what?
2000.
Okay. Let me see that report. That's when it started.
And she also made my children lie and say that I duct taped it.
Who's Lionel?
That's my ex-husband.
Is he the father of these two children?
Yes, he is.
Do the children see their father?
Yeah, they do every other weekend.
Does he support them?
He pays $214.30 a month.
Who else supports them?
It's me and my fiance.
Do you work?
Do I work? No.
That's my question.
Yeah, I work.
For whom?
I work for MedPen.
What do you do for them?
I sell diabetic shoes, and I'm also a cosmetologist.
You weren't working at the time of this report, is that correct?
To pursue legal custody of the kid.
Legal custody of the children?
Mm-hmm.
Who had the children been living with?
I was living there, and she filled out a protection order. The police came and removed me from the house because she said I duct tape my kids.
Why would she say that?
Because she wants to gain custody of my children so she can obtain child support.
$216?
It was $450 at the time.
So what you're telling me is you lived with your mom, according to you, and your children continuously until 2000. And in 2000, something happened with your mother so that she wanted to gain custody of the children after all that time to get your child support of $400 a month. So she made up a story about you abusing your kids in order to have the courts give her custody.
Yes.
That's pretty serious.
The girls recanted their story.
What?
The girls recanted their story. It's in that proof that I gave.
I see that the girls recanted their story, but they initially told their story about maltreatment by you. Okay. What was the next report that your mother made? This was 2001, so this was a year later. Now, you were living with your children alone at that time?
No, I wasn't living alone. I lived with my boyfriend.
But you weren't living at your mother's house?
No.
Well, what was the new allegation in this petition?
I'd have to see it.
Here.
Kids complaining they weren't getting enough sleep at night because adults fighting. Cigarette smoke burns the children's eyes and throat. It says adults are drug users and mom is mean to them. Anything she can.
Did you call in this report, by the way?
I don't know if I called that one particular.
Well, I'm talking about only
called,
this one.
I've called twice.
You called in the first one?
I don't know.
The first one had to do with the duct taping of the children?
No.
You did not call that one in.
I have proof right here where she had took a protection order against me and signed it and wrote the allegations out.
That doesn't mean that she called Child Protective Services. Did you or did you not call Child Protective Services about the duct tape incident?
No.
No. Okay. And you say you have proof that you did. Let me see it. Duct taping the children's mouths shut and hitting them. She doesn't say that she called Protective Services.
That's the protection order that she took out against me.
She doesn't say that she called Protective Services. She makes the same allegations, or some of them, that are made in this report, but she specifically says here that she herself did not see this, and nowhere did she say that she called Protective Services rather than a school official or a teacher or someone else the children reported to.
In the CPS report, it says my grandma made me say that, or she will smack me with a wooden spoon.
Listen to me very carefully. The only question that I asked your mother was, did you call in this report? And she says she did not. And you said she's lying. She did, because she took out a protective order that says she called Protective Services.
Well,
it doesn't say that she called Protective Services,
No,
madam.
but it says that I duct tape my kids to a bedpost.
That is correct, but so did your children. And they didn't report it to your mother. They reported it to other people.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
It says she duct taped the girls to the bed. They were screaming, so she duct taped their mouths.
You have to demonstrate to me that she placed that call.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Chrissy Gaskin says her mother, Connie Schutz, has harassed her by making over 20 calls to Child Protective Services. Connie claims on one occasion, Chrissy duct taped her children to a bedpost.
All right, you said you called Child Protective Services 2 times.
Right.
In what years did you call Protective Services?
I believe it was 98.
And I live there still.
Good. About what allegations?
Drinking in the house and not going to bed on time and being tired for school.
Well, why would you call Protective Services? You were living in the house with her.
No, that's when she left and she took the kids to live with Jay.
Both times were in 1998?
No, I only called CPS one time, but then I called the Board of Education.
When was that?
I believe the Board of Education was approximately, I think, 2002.
And why did you call the Board of Ed in 2002?
The girls weren't going to school.
How did you know that?
I do daycare, and some of the kids I babysat for were in the girls' class, and I couldn't see the girls because I've only assigned certain days and certain months to see them. So I always say, how's Brittany today, or how's he? I ask about them every day. And I said, just make sure you tell them that Grandma loves them, misses them. And they said, well, Connie, Brittany and Haley wasn't at school today. The next day, they weren't at school. And so as I asked the kids I've watched, they said they weren't at school again.
Gotcha. So that's when you called the Board of Ed.
Right.
Other than those times, have you ever called Child Protective Services about your daughter?
No.
Did you ever call anyone indicating that she was driving around with a suspended driver's license?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you call indicating that she was driving around with a suspended driver's license?
The Vienna Police Department.
When did you call the police department?
It was on 4/18.
What year?
Of 04.
Ms. Gaskins, were you in fact driving with a suspended license in April of 2004?
I did not know they were suspended.
That's not my question.
Yes, I was. I have a cassette tape of the 911 where she had called in.
She says she called in, Colin.
Yeah, but it's if you just hear her how she refers to me.
Go ahead.
Central Communications.
I'm trying to get hold of the Vienna Police Department. Do you know how I get hold of them?
What do you need?
Well, I have this girl that wants to harass me all the time, and she's driving on second offense suspended license, and she's harassing me all the time. And I know it's a known fact that she has no license, no insurance, and she's up here at the mall. So I needed an officer to talk to me so maybe they can catch her when she pulls out. We'll just see.
Where are you at?
I'm looking at her car at Grand Central Mall right now.
Okay, where are you at on the mall lot? The big lie.
It also states in there that they were suspended since last Friday, and I wasn't living with her for a whole year.
Your driver's license was suspended for not taking care of previous citations.
Yeah, which
what
the
kind
mail
of
came to her house.
What kind of citations?
A speeding ticket.
Well, that's one citation.
Okay, and another speeding ticket.
So you had 2 speeding tickets, and your license was suspended because you didn't pay the tickets or you didn't respond to them?
No, I didn't get the papers because she received the mail and didn't give me those, and then that's when she called the cops.
Did you do that?
No, not at all.
She wasn't speeding for you. She didn't keep your foot on the pedal, did she?
No, she wasn't. No.
That was your fault.
That was my fault.
Ms. Gaskins.
I have a ticket here you might want to look at, too.
Sure. You had a DUI?
Yes, I have. I lived with her at the time.
Well, this was in '98. You were living with Jay?
No, I was not. I was living at my mom's house until December 12th, 2000.
She never had her address from her mail changed. Her mail always came to my house no matter where she lived.
Why would I want my mail at her house?
And she moved in and out like 10 times.
Okay. So listen to me very carefully, Ms. Gaskins. I have your mother acknowledging that she called in 1998, Child Protective Services. And this is when, according to your mother, you were living out of the home. I have your mother acknowledging that she called the Board of Education on or about 2002 because she believed that the children weren't going to school regularly. And she called the police department 4/18/04 to advise them that you were driving on a suspended license. Do you have any follow-up on the report that she made to the Board of Education in 2002 about your children going to school?
My kids went to school. I have report cards.
No.
I have report my
Listen
kids.
to me. Listen to me very carefully. Okay. Do you have the children's report cards from 2002 that show their attendance?
The only report cards that I brought with me were ones from 04 to 05.
I need 2002. Your mother says the children weren't going to school. It was reported to her.
Does she have proof of that?
Listen to me.
I have all this
very
proof.
carefully. She doesn't have to prove that it's true, madam. You have to demonstrate to me that she embarked on a course of conduct that was frivolous and harassing. So far, you haven't shown me one report that she made to Child Protective Services. Not one.
I can show you that.
Show me.
Okay, right here.
Okay, tell me about it, and then you'll show it to me.
I highlighted it here, and it says, Chrissy was invited, but threw a fit. It was on Mother's Day is when she wanted to take my kids out to eat. And I said, no, it's Mother's Day. I want to spend time with my children. It's Mother's Day. It says, Chrissy was invited but threw a fit. She duct taped the girls by their hands and their feet to the bed. They were screaming, so she duct taped their mouths. And then it also states grandparents broke down the door.
First of all, whether it's true or not, I don't know. You have to demonstrate to me that she placed that call.
Exactly.
Now, you said you had 23 instances where your mother called Child Protective Services, and I only have so much time today.
No CPS reports were made when I was living in her house. As soon as I moved out and I gained custody of my children is when all these reports started. Correct. Is because she wanted to gain custody. I would never do anything to hurt my kids. The duct taping incident, they recanted their story. Grandparents broke the door down.
We did.
And now she's saying it happened.
Maybe it did.
It did not happen.
Okay.
The girls recanted.
Miss Gaskins,
recanted their
listen
story.
to me. I know that the girls recanted their story. I read the report, but the girls initially said it was true. Listen to me very carefully. You have the burden of proof to demonstrate to me that she engaged in a course of conduct over a period of time, over allegations that were not true, that she knew were not true, in order to harm you. And so far, you can't sustain that burden.
She closed out my checking account. I've had 23 mysterious...
Just a second. Did you close out her checking account?
Yes, I did.
When and why?
I don't remember the exact date, but why is because my name, it was on the checks, it says Chrissy Gaskins or Connie Schutz.
Is that correct?
On the account, it said Chrissy or Connie.
Right.
But on my personal checks, I put her name on there just in case the girls needed anything.
Just a second.
She could write a check.
Oh, my gosh.
Listen to me very carefully. This was a joint account. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Are you claiming that you took your money out of there?
She took my money out of it. Yeah.
How much money did she take of yours?
It's $12,378.34.
Where did you get $12,000 from?
My oldest daughter, Brittany, she was identical twin, and I lost one at birth, and I've had a settlement.
Go ahead.
I don't know anything about no $12,000, but she had a bunch of overdrafts kept coming. So I said, that's it, I'm done. I closed the account out.
Did you take any money out of the account?
There was never any in there.
Okay, so what you have to show me now, Chrissy, is a check cut to your mother for $12,378. This was a CD, time certificate of deposit. This isn't a checking account, this is a CD.
It was a CD, and what she did was she had the CD on my ex-husband's car loan to secure it so he could drive the car. And she closed out my checking account, she paid the car off, and then cashed it in for $4,100.
She paid off the car?
She paid off the car, and then she had the car towed.
There was a cashier's check that was issued for $4,186.27.
Correct.
What is that for?
That was out of the money that was in an account to pay off Lionel's car that was secured against Lionel's car.
No, that was $8,192.07.
Right.
What did you do with the $4,186.27?
Lionel has it. I don't have it.
She just gave it to Lionel.
Gee, I can't figure this out. It's not part of your lawsuit, so I'm really glad I don't have to figure it out. But it seems clear to me, Ms. Schutz, that the $8,000 was used to pay off a loan.
Right.
$4,000 was left. Right. You say you gave the money to Lionel. I haven't a clue why you would give the money to Lionel, but certainly you acknowledge that it's your daughter's money.
Right.
Okay. What else do you want to tell me, Ms. Gaskins?
What else? Okay.
What you're complaining about with your mother is twofold. One, that she has engaged in a course of conduct to harass you, which you have been unable to sustain in a court. You may feel that way.
Can I show you one more thing?
No. The second thing that you allege is that your mother has property that belongs to you and or your children. What items do you claim that your mother retained that belonged to you?
She kept all my summer clothes. I got the girls' bunk beds back, but she didn't give me any of the bolts. My work belongings that were there, like a laptop she kept. I have scissors since I'm a cosmetologist that I paid $250 for.
Just a second. Let's start with the laptop. You have a receipt for a laptop computer?
I didn't purchase it. It was owned by Barnum Beauty Supplies. I was working for them.
Did she leave a computer at your house?
Yes, she did.
Where is it?
I called Barnum's Beauty Supplies. They contacted me, left a message on my answering machine, said that they was trying to get a hold of Chrissy. She will not return
Did
a call.
you return the computer to them?
Barnum's, yes, ma'am.
I also have scissors that I paid for, $250 worth of scissors. I had...
Chrissy. It's very sad. I'm not going to be able to fix this very sick pathology that exists between you and your mother. Try to let there be peace for the sake of your children. There was clearly a period of time, Ms. Gaskins, when you needed some sort of support from your mother, a home to go to when you were separated from your husband. You say no, but according to you, you and your children lived there until 2004.
She said that she needed the money to live there. She didn't work. She got paid underneath the table for babysitting. She needed money.
Miss Gaskins, grow up. Take your papers, put them away. Put your effort into some other basket, please.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Now, this is case number 581 on the calendar in the matter of Parker versus Jazar. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Ms. Parker, you purchased a washer and dryer and a refrigerator from the defendant's store.
Yes, ma'am.
According to your complaint. All three of those items didn't work properly.
Correct.
You returned the washer and dryer, and after getting the runaround from Mr. Jazar, you went to the store and you claim he assaulted you there.
Correct.
You want to be compensated for the washer dryer, which you still don't have, the refrigerator, which doesn't work, and the assault.
Correct.
Mr. Jazar says you can have another washer and dryer, and he didn't assault you, you assaulted him. Right?
I don't think so.
Did you listen to what I said?
Yes.
What did I say that was wrong?
Right.
Ah, I see this is going to be an interesting case. Mr. Jazar, what's the name of your store?
Dallas Appliances.
When did Miss Parker purchase the washer and dryer?
I don't remember.
When did you purchase the washer and dryer?
I originally purchased it, it was in March, the 21st when I went in.
Of what year?
Of 04.
When was it delivered?
April the 16th.
What took so long?
Because originally I had went into a shop on the 21st of March to purchase the refrigerator. I paid him for the refrigerator, and I picked out a washer and dryer set that I liked. The one that I picked out was sold, and he told me that he would order me one, and it would take about a week to get in. My witness went out and picked the refrigerator up that same day.
Did he give you what you considered a better deal because it was a floor model?
No.
Why not?
Well, this is a used or refurbished shop.
What kind of warranty comes with?
It was a 60-day warranty.
Okay.
When they came out to pick it up, he explained to them not to plug it in 30 minutes after they got it to my house. And also, when they plug it in, to plug it straight in, not to wiggle it.
Why was that, sir?
Because if the freon shaking, they will mess up the engine on it. So it have to be 2-3 hours minimum to plug it in.
Is that what he told you, sir?
He told me a time. I wasn't really sure how much time he said, but he said, like, don't plug it in for this amount of time. And then...
Stand up. Stand up. Your name?
Darian King.
Mr. King, so he told you how much time, but you don't remember how much time he told you?
It was between 30 minutes and an hour that he said.
So did you listen to him?
Yes, I did.
When did you start to have trouble with it?
3 weeks later.
Within the warranty period?
Correct. It started making a loud noise. And so at that point, I still hadn't received my washer or dryer.
Had you called about the washer or dryer?
I called several times. I was getting them running around.
What's the matter with the washer and dryer?
she make a payment to the washer and dryer. She didn't pay me full price to the washer and dryer.
Why should you pay it before she has it?
When she pay me full, I give her the washer or dryer, and she called complain. I sent my technician to her house in my expense.
When did you get the washer?
It was
and dryer?
about 3 weeks later.
How much did he charge you for the washer and dryer?
I paid $433, and I paid $378.87 for the refrigerator.
Was this a new washer and dryer that she was getting, or used?
No, used.
Where were you getting it from?
I'll buy them from dealers like a Sears or some another dealers. I fix them and I resell them.
Well, where did you buy this one from that she had picked out?
I have no clue.
What do you mean you have no clue? Who is supposed to know if you have no clue?
I buy it from from some guy. His name's David. He's a big wholesaler, so I don't know where I get it from.
When he delivered the washer and dryer to you about 3 weeks later, what was the problem with it?
Well, he never delivered it. I had to go in and pick it up.
Okay.
And at that time, it was a different set than what I originally pointed out. It was an older model, and then it was a different color than I originally asked for. And so I told him I didn't want that. That's not what I ordered. I told him that I just wanted my money back. He told me it was against the policy, and I showed him this is what I ordered. I showed him a set that he had there. And he told me, no, Sandra, this is more expensive. And so I was like, well, he was like, I'll make a deal with you. You give me $150 more, and I'll upgrade it for you. So at that time, I was like, fine. I had a small baby, and I needed a wash and dryer. So I gave him $150 more to upgrade it.
Okay.
Okay, he upgraded it. I took that wash and dryer, the one that I picked out at that time. As soon as I got it home, I would start washing clothes, and I noticed on the spin cycle it was like real loud. And I told him, I was like, Omar, it's too loud. And he agreed with me. He said it was loud and that it just had a new belt on it, and to give it a week and it should work better. And the dryer wasn't heating up like it was supposed to either. I waited a week. It still worked the same. I called him, left a message. He didn't return my call. I waited another week. At that time, my refrigerator was making loud noise. He was like, well, I'm going to send my technician, Willie, to come out and look at it for you. He said it would be a $50 trip fee.
So we're still within the warranty on both of these items?
Correct. And I have the receipt for the...
Can I see it, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, for the warranty, she have to bring it to me, to my shop to fix it. The technician has...
What, are you crazy? Are you crazy, sir?
No, she knows. I told her that.
Quiet. So far, I want you to consider yourself in trouble.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I think this is good advertisement.
You think it's a good advertisement? I want to tell you something. If you think that this is a good advertisement, I have a good psychiatrist that I'd like to introduce you to.
And later today...
He's out in Kansas. You're in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
He wants to go home. Doesn't want to click his heels together and say, take me back to Kansas. He wants to click his heels and say, take me back to Texas.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sandra Parker says appliance store owner Omar Jazar sold her 3 defective appliances. Sandra claims when she tried to get a refund, Omar assaulted her.
Keep going. You're within the 60-day warranty period.
Right. So he sent Willie out the following day. Willie looked at the refrigerator, told me the motor was going out. So I was like, fine. He took a couple of parts off the refrigerator and told me he would be back later that day. He was going into the shop to get the parts, and he would be out to repair it. He never came back that day.
Well, just a second. What's the name of your store again?
Dallas Appliances.
You still in business?
No.
Now, what happened when you went into the store to confront the defendant?
Me and myself and my witness and another gentleman went to his shop. They pulled around the back because they were going to load up the washer and dryer, and I went in through the front. I went over to him and I was like, Omar, is the part for my refrigerator in? And how about my washer and dryer? He told me no, the part wasn't in.
Why wasn't the part in?
That's not the truth. She never bring the fridge to me.
She doesn't have to bring it to you.
We'll have no problem with the fridge. She never mentioned the fridge for me. We don't have no problem with the fridge. The problem is with the washer and the dryer. That's it.
Listen to me, sir.
She never complained to me about the fridge. She just complained about it.
I have a receipt here from your technician who went out there and charged her $50.
And that's it. It was fixed.
Would you just tell me what happened? So you...
Okay, I had went into a shop on the 21st. I had told him that I was just upset. I told him I wanted my money back. I had my receipts. I would just take him to court. He got upset. He told me he didn't want to deal with me anymore. He started trying to explain to Darian that he had a dryer up front and he had a washer in the back that I could take home.
All right, he's a hustler.
Right.
You should have contacted the Attorney General.
I did.
Oh, you did? Good. Maybe they put him out of business. Maybe they put him out of business. But if I were a member of the public, I wouldn't buy a thing from him.
Right.
Nothing. He took advantage of you.
Right.
He doesn't have to say a thing. The few things that he say to me make it crystal clear to me that he took advantage of you. And that's how he does business. But you're a grown-up girl.
Right.
You should know better.
Right.
Spend a little more money and buy something from people who are reputable, who have reputations, who stand behind their product.
Right.
Not charlatans like this man.
I think this is good advertisement.
You think it's a good advertisement? I want to tell you something. If you think that this is a good advertisement, I have a good psychiatrist that I'd like to introduce you to. You took advantage of this lady.
No, how come you said I took advantage? I didn't take advantage of her.
How old are you, sir?
34.
I'm a lot older than you are. I don't look a lot older than you do, but I am a lot older than you are. And I have bought many an appliance that came with guarantees. Listen to me very carefully and stop shaking your head. Try to put on your listening ears, Mr. Judy.
I'm listening.
I have never come across a store owner who told me to bring back the refrigerator. Never. They've said to me, bring back the laptop computer, bring back the camera, but I have never, and believe me, sir, I have bought more appliances than you have years. Ever heard the stupidity that you're suggesting to me is true, that if you have a problem with a refrigerator, you're supposed to bring it back to your store so that you can fix it?
She like it, she can buy it. If she don't want to buy it this way, she cannot buy it.
That's what she wanted. She wanted her money back. That's what you should have done.
No.
That's what you should have done, because the thing broke within the 60-day warranty period, and your mechanic that you sent out there was not able to fix it. And you tried to pawn off a washer and dryer that she had not ordered. And when you already had her money and she said, this is not what I ordered, you said, hustle, hustle. If you give me another $150, I'll give you a better one that's out front. Well, you already had her money.
That's
so
not true.
I'm
That's not even
speaking.
exist.
I am speaking.
I'm listening.
You are a hustler.
No, I'm not a hustler.
You are a hustler, sir.
No,
and you hustled this lady out of her property. Now, did he hurt you when he ripped the receipt out of your hand?
Yes, we were back.
Wait just a second. Now, I want you to be very careful. Don't start shaking now, because so far you've been telling me the truth.
Okay, when we were back in the back, he was showing the washer and dryer. He was making out a new receipt. When I asked him to plug it up, because it looked like it was being worked on, he told me he couldn't. I asked him why. He told me because the repairman wasn't there to plug it up. I'm like, okay, well, just make me out a receipt, and on the receipt you need to state if I have any problems with it, you'll send him out there to fix it at no charge to me. And I have the old receipts, I'll just write void on them. He was like, no, you just give me the receipts. And I told him I wasn't going to give it to him. At that point, he got real mad. He stood up, he lunged at me, he grabbed one of my this arm, and he snatched the receipts. When he snatched the receipt out of my hand, that's when he scratched my hand. And at that point, I was in shock. I was just standing there, and Darian, he intervened between us.
Did you have any medical treatment?
No.
That's right.
And so Darian intervened in between us, told him not to put his hands back on me, and told me to go call 911. So at
you don't call 911. I call 911. I have the police report here.
I have the police report, and I have the
Why you
the
don't go
audio.
to the hospital? Why you don't go to the hospital?
Because you scratched me and hurt, grabbed my wrist.
Sir. 2, quiet. Good. The total amount of money that you gave him for the washer, dryer, refrigerator, plus the $150 for the upgrade comes to $961. As far as I'm concerned, you had at least a couple $100 worth of aggravation. And I think that he has to compensate you for the aggravation. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $1,200. That's all. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
The police took both sides and told me to leave.
There is no assault, was there?
Well, I kind of used a little profanity to try to maybe scare tactic or something, you know.
There is no was hustling, nothing.
Don't mess with shysters like him.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Riley versus Kent. Step forward.
25-year-old restaurant manager Cody Riley is suing his former roommate, 20-year-old barista Zachary Kent, for selling his property while he was in jail. Zachary says he used the money to move back home.
Mr. Riley, I have some preliminary questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you a college graduate?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you graduate from school?
Ashworth College in Atlanta, Georgia.
And were you working at the time?
At the time I got my degree, yes, ma'am.
What were you doing?
I was a restaurant manager for Jack in the Box restaurant in Texas.
When was the last time you worked full-time, sir?
I'm currently working now.
When did you start this current job?
A week and a half ago.
Prior to that, where did you work?
Prior to that, I was incarcerated.
For how long?
19 months.
So the last real job that you had was in 2001, working for Jack in the Box?
There was another one I had. I did my own web hosting and internet design.
When was the last time you filed federal tax returns?
In 2003.
And what amount did you claim that you earned in 2002?
A couple of thousand.
2002, did you file tax returns for 2001?
Yes, ma'am.
From working in Jack in the Box?
Yes, ma'am.
How much did you earn there?
19 and change.
19,000?
19,000, yes, ma'am.
These are just preliminary questions to what your case is about. You were incarcerated, according to what I read in your complaint and in the defendant's answer, for creating bad checks.
Yes, ma'am.
Not writing bad checks, but creating the checks
yes, ma'am.
On your computer.
Yes, ma'am.
And your complaint is that you and Mr. Kent had been good friends. You decided to move from Texas to Kansas City. And you did move there. You were older by 4 or 5 years. Is that right?
Yes.
Speak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shortly after you arrived in Kansas City, you were arrested for these bad checks and incarcerated. The whole process probably took a couple of years. Shortly after you were arrested and incarcerated, Mr. Kent sold all of your property.
Yes, ma'am.
And with the money, moved himself back to Texas. You don't deny that you did that. Could you answer me? This is a television program.
No, ma'am.
It's not a silent movie. Right?
Yes.
All right, good. Now, why did you sell all of his property?
He paid for my way up there. I felt that he had to pay for my way back.
He's out in Kansas. You're in jail.
Yes, ma'am.
He wants to go home. He doesn't want to click his heels together and say, take me back to Kansas. He wants to click his heels and say, take me back to Texas. How'd you expect him to get there?
I had told him recently, whenever I spoke with him, that had he asked or something like that, I would have done something. But taking all of my belongings that cost far more than a trip back to Texas, and
what belongings did he take, Mr.
I have a list of all of the belongings that I had in my apartment, including a television, stereo, furniture, dishes, clothing, 2 pet dogs.
Let's see it. Mitsubishi television set that you paid how much for?
$2,099.
Where'd you get the money from?
I had my web hosting company, so I had money from that, and my mother also helped to pay for it.
You see the beginning questions that I'm asking you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now you're getting red. Now you're getting flushed. I want to tell you something that is apparent to me. We just went through the last 4 years of your life. The last 4 years of your life suggests to me that you had no discretionary income. So I want to know where you got the money for thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff, sir. Is it possible that some of this stuff was purchased with the proceeds from your forged checks?
Yes, some of it probably was.
You're coming into this court and saying, well, I wrote a whole lot of bad checks that I paid for, a lot of extras for in my life. He had no right to sell it, and I want you to give me that money back.
Your Honor, some of it was obtained through legal means as far as my jobs over the course of several years. Some of it was obtained via credit and with the help of the family. I've got receipts for those showing that they were credit and cash purchases.
I don't care whether they were credit or cash purchases, or you were forging checks and cashing them.
And I also paid restitution on all of that.
How much did you pay?
$3,000.
This is $10,000 worth of merchandise, sir. How do you expect a court to differentiate between what you got through legitimate means and what you got through your forged checks?
Some of the money I had probably came from the checks, but some of it came from the web hosting company as well. Some of it came from family.
And I'm saying to you You expect a court to spend 1 second of time, Mr. Riley, in trying to decipher what property you purchased through the sweat of your own brow, through legitimate means, and what property you purchased by using forged checks?
No.
And you expect me to spend a moment of my time?
No, Your Honor, the police...
Good, because I'm not. Thank you very much. Your case is dismissed. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Now, this is case number 456 on the calendar in the matter of McGowan versus Kasabian. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Ms. McGowan, it is your claim that the defendant, who either owns or works in a beauty salon, straightened your hair, and he did so in an unprofessional manner, causing your hair to fall out and become dry, et cetera, et cetera. And in addition, you claim that he was unprofessional in the way he spoke to you during the course of his hair treatment. You want him to compensate you for all that you went through in the amount of $5,000. Mr. Kasabian says that he performed a service for you. He did so in a professional manner. And as a good businessman, when you came in and complained, he gave you a partial refund, but he certainly doesn't owe you any more. That's your defense.
That's right.
Okay. What kind of process were you putting on your hair, Miss McGowan?
Well, I actually went in to have my hair, it's called Japanese hair straightening. And I went in...
Had you ever had this Japanese hair straightening before?
No.
What prompted you to do it?
I had a curly hair, so I wanted to just kind of save time getting ready in the morning because I have a small child. So that's why I wanted to do this process.
How did you find the defendant's salon?
Well, actually, where I live, that's where his salon is. And then I actually went to post office, and I saw this huge sign. It says Japanese hair straightening, and I haven't seen that particular sign anywhere. So I assumed that he knows what he's doing.
So you went into his shop based upon the sign and based upon the fact that he was conveniently located?
Correct.
All right. Go ahead. Tell me what happened.
And I went in and I saw Mr. Caspian, and I asked him how much it would cost for have this process done, and he said it's about $300. I said, but that is a little bit over my budget, and he says, well, I'm not busy right now, so I would do it for you for $250. And I said, do you have time now? And he said, yes. I said, that's fine. And then immediately, you know, I was sat on a chair, and then his assistant, Barry, started putting chemical on my hair. And then she proceeded to tell me, well, it's going to be kind of uncomfortable, this process. I said, how's that? She says, well, you have to go through a process of putting, you know, put you under hot steaming cap, and then we have to rinse your hair with a very cold water. I said, okay. And she says, you have to go through this process at least 3 times. At this time, I was like really afraid, but I had chemical in my hair, so I sat there and I endured. And then after she was done with everything, she proceeded to tell me, well, your hair is like really uneven because now that you have your hair straightened. And then Mr. Caspian came over and he proceeded to cut my hair, and then I was wearing a cap, you know, one of those robes they give you when you're going through the hair processing thing. And then I noticed that my chest was kind of showing, and then he was looking through the mirror. And I immediately, as soon as I realized that, I covered myself. And then he proceeded to ask me whether I was married. And I said yes. And then he says, oh, I hear you have an accent. Where are you from? And I said, well, I'm Persian. And then he says, well, I hear the Middle Eastern women, they're really good in bed. And they cook and they clean and bring home money, and they give really good service to their husband. Do you do that for your husband? And I was like really shocked by this time, and I tried to keep my composure. I was so upset at this time.
Why didn't you just tell him it's none of his business?
Well, Your Honor, as a child, I was sexually assaulted. And then this whole situation, when you're sexually assaulted by anyone, when you're a child, the whole thing came up for me. And I was very upset at that time. I was actually retrieving. I was thinking, okay, this is not happening to me as a grown woman. And I was very upset. And then he proceeded to tell his assistant, pointing at this one woman, and he says, oh, she's very pretty. And then he pointed at her butt, and he said that I'd like to have some of that. And then I was just so shocked. And meanwhile, I'm like totally seeing my hair is just, you know, I'm so upset about my hair, and this whole thing is happening. And then I asked his assistant, I said, is he married? And she proceeded to tell me yes. I said, and he goes, but he also has a kid. I said, does that make you uncomfortable? He makes comments like that. And she proceeded to tell me, well, you just get used to it. And then they also told me that I have to buy some products in order to have the special, you know.
All right, so far, listen to me, Ms. McGowan. So far, I don't hear lawsuit, madam. I hear you didn't have a nice experience, but I don't hear lawsuit.
Okay.
So far, what I'm hearing is you went in to get your hair processed. You'd never had this process before. You didn't ask enough questions. When they straightened your hair, it was uneven because certainly curly hair is cut differently than straight hair. So he cut your hair. And while he was cutting your hair, if I believe everything that you say, he acted like an idiot. He said things that were inappropriate. Okay, inappropriate doesn't equate to lawsuit.
Right.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Inappropriate translates to, he says stupid things.
Right.
You know, you're married, do you cook, do you clean, do you service your husband? I hear women from where you are do that. It's, you know, if I believe you, and he's going to tell me it didn't happen, I'm sure, right?
Exactly, it did not happen.
Okay, but if I believe you, madam, that's not a lawsuit.
Exactly.
So then let's get on to the lawsuit, please.
Okay. When I got home, I had a massive headache. I actually had my scalp starting to feel really raw, and I called urgent care. So I went to see a doctor.
Let me see the report from urgent care.
This is the urgent care, and the receipt. They gave me Vicodin. They told me.
Just. Are you showing me something from a psychiatrist?
Well, I'm showing you a couple of things. The very first page is from urgent care. I have a very bad headache, and my scalp was completely raw, and that's why they put me on Vicodin, which I've never taken before.
Okay.
And then after that, I couldn't sleep for 3 consecutive days, and called my primary physician, and he asked me to go to psychotherapist. And that's what you see, is a psychotherapist.
What else?
And then during this time, I actually went to another beauty salon who they knew how to retrieve my hair, and these are the costs that I have the receipt, and also some of the product that I had to get to.
What was, I don't hear anything wrong with your hair.
My hair is chemically burned, Your Honor.
Are you telling me that less than a month after this treatment, you went to another hair salon and had hair color, highlights, and a deep conditioner?
That's
Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Madam, listen to me very carefully. Common sense suggests that if your hair is burned because you've had it straightened or because you've had it curled and have a permanent, and if it's not in good condition, the one thing you don't do is put more chemicals on it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She just walked in, no appointment, nothing.
You're
Listen, Ms.
lying.
McGowan, look at me. Don't speak. Did you hear how quiet he was when you were testifying? And you were testifying for 12 minutes? Listen!
And later today,
I cleaned up everything that was on the tile. The hallway charge is absolutely bogus.
Listen, if you'd got dye on the door in October, it shouldn't have still been there in November.
I understand.
Good.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Naheed McGowan says hair salon owner Manu Kasabian owes for damaging her hair during a Japanese hair straightening process.
I'm ready to listen to you, Mr. Kasabian. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Your Honor, this lady, she walks into the salon like a month before she came back in. She said she saw the sign and she wanted to have like some knowledge about the way it's done. So I took the time and I explained to her from A to Z how it's done. So she left. Came back a month later, she just walked in, no appointment, nothing.
You're
Listen, Miss
lying.
McGowan, Miss McGowan, Miss McGowan, look at me. Don't speak. Did you hear how quiet he was when you were testifying? You were testifying for 12 minutes?
He was
Listen! Did you hear how quiet he was when you were testifying? He didn't say anything. That's what you're supposed to do. Don't tell me shy, don't tell me whatever brings back. I'm not interested. I want you to be quiet and let him testify. You had your turn. Okay. We understand each other?
Yes.
Okay, so she came in once, then she came back again July 13th.
So she came back the second time. She just walks in, no appointment, nothing. She says, I made up my mind, I want my hair done. I go, okay, sure, I'm not that busy, I'll do it for you now. So we started working on her. My assistant started to work on her, and then I came and I did the chemical straightening myself. During this time, I look at her hair, and her hair is like very uneven. So I said, can I trim it for you, fix it up? She said yes, so I went ahead and I cut it for her. And then she's saying that I'm looking at her hair through the mirror. How am I going to look at her breast, Your Honor? She has a cape on it, she's covered up. And then she paid for her hair, she was very happy, she left. Now 3 days later, she comes back in by herself. I'm very busy at the salon. I had like about 5 people we're working on. And she says to me, my hair is fuzzy, I need to talk to you. So I look at her from a distance, I go, come closer, let me look. My hands are full of color. I'm working on this lady here.
Which lady?
Miguera.
You were
She's
a
my
customer?
client.
Yes. Just a customer?
Yes, Your
Step up. Tell me your name.
Mayada Cillian.
Do you recall being in the shop, being a customer in the shop on the day when Miss McGowan came in?
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't know him from any other place other than the salon?
No.
Okay. Tell me what you heard.
Well, he was coloring my hair at the time that the lady walked in, and she was complaining about her hair being fuzzy. And to look at it, and he tells her, well, it went under chemical process. It's going to take time for your hair to rejuvenate, but it looks fine to me. You can't wash it until 5 days, but it could be touched up with a blow dryer or straight ironing. And she goes, well, I don't have a straight ironing. He goes, well, I know you don't have it, but we sell it here. They sell it everywhere else. If you'd like to purchase one, it's fine. Or you can just touch it up with a blow dryer. And she was still unhappy. She was complaining and started talking loud to him.
What did she say?
She said, well, that was not professional. I'm not happy at all with my hair, and you're really not giving me the attention. He says, if you want to take an appointment, I can condition your hair for you, give it back some moisture. You're more than welcome to come back. But now I can't do anything. I'm with a client. I am sorry that you feel that way. She walks out unhappy and leave and come back maybe 15 minutes, 20 minutes later with her husband doing another big scene.
Well, what happened when she came back with her husband?
She came back with her husband. He was done coloring my hair. I had the process on. He was cutting another lady's hair. And she walks in with her husband. Her husband asked him to step out. And Mr. Manouk says, I can't leave my client and step out. He goes, if you don't step out, I'm going to make a big scene in your salon. So Mr. Manouk said, you already made a scene. Let's just hear it, what you have to say. He just started yelling and cussing and using bad words, and all the clients were surprised. I mean, he had other people sitting there that they were really upset and got up and started telling them, please, to be quiet and calm down. And he won't do that. They were both upset. They threatened to do a lawsuit, and they said, we want our money back. You're not giving us our money. He says, I can't give you the money for something I did right. They wanted the money back for their product that they purchased. He says, no problem. You bring the product. I give you the money back.
Your Honor, she wanted to keep the product and have me pay her back the money for the product and the hair.
So after 5-10 minutes of being loud and talking, Mr. Manouk just asked him to leave because it was a really big scene in the salon.
Mr. McGowan, you want to step up here, sir? Why did you go into the salon that day?
Well, after seeing my wife very upset and crying for several days, couldn't sleep for 3 or 4 days, I finally asked her what is wrong, and then she told me that she went to his salon and he didn't have the time of day for her. So she said, will you come back with me? I just want my money back. And so we went into the salon. I said, Mr. Kasabian, we need to talk to you about her hair situation.
She said you made a scene in the salon.
Here's what I said. I said, we need to talk to you about your hair salon. Can you talk to us now? No, I'm busy. I said, you wouldn't talk to my wife a while ago. I said, you need to talk to her now. Either you talk to her now or everybody's going to hear it.
Well, why would you do that, Mr. McGowan? That's outrageous. Sir, listen to me. That's outrageous. Sir, your wife walks in the middle of a business day. She wants his attention while he's working on somebody else. And because she wasn't instantaneously gratified, she went home. She cried to you. You went back to the store, and he was working on somebody else. And you said, if you don't take care and speak to my wife immediately, you made a scene. Well, for you and your wife to walk into a business that's a busy salon and make a scene because you didn't get instant gratification is outrageous.
Your Honor, he burned my hair.
And you reburned it 3 weeks later.
No, I didn't.
Are you wearing a wig now?
No, I didn't.
Your hair looks just fine to me. Your case is dismissed. That's all. All right.
All you excused, you may step out.
Just because my hair looks good now, it doesn't look like a porcupine. It doesn't mean that I did not endure a lot of headaches.
I think there are a couple of con artists that would try to get something for nothing.
I had to go to psychotherapy to just be able to endure his misconduct.
I think she's psycho already, and she should be put away.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Rutherford versus Sausalito. Step forward.
21-year-old student Ann Rutherford is suing her ex-roommate, computer tech Gina Salsameda, for the return of her security deposit. Gina says Ann left the place a mess.
Miss Rutherford, according to what I read in your complaint, you rented a room from the defendant sometime in August. And the idea was that you were going to stay for about 6 months. And because of problems that you encountered, according to you, you felt rendered the tenancy no longer viable. You gave the defendant notice in October that you plan to vacate in November. This case is about the lack of security deposit that was returned to you because she kept most of your security deposit of $400. I think she gave you back $100, and you want the rest of your security deposit back.
Yeah.
And now, since we've outlined the case, it's up to you to demonstrate to me why you're entitled to her $400 security deposit.
Well, the balance of $300 is for some of the damages.
I'd like you to tell me what the damages were. She was there a relatively short period of time, and unless she's a pig, she couldn't have used up all of her security deposit or most of it.
She was a pig, but one was of a painter to come out. She dyed her hair. She got the dye on my bathroom tile, used my white towel all over that. The bathroom door, there was dye on it, and also burgundy dye in the hallway. She had no regard for my home. I have a very nice house.
Well, then
I gave her an opportunity to clean it as well.
Let me see. You have photographs of that?
I'm sorry, I don't have photographs. I have a painter coming out and fixing it, basically painting it.
Let me see what you have.
There was other damage she caused that I didn't even charge her for, from some of my furniture.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, so this cost $150.
And that's the minimum fee, basically, to have a painter come out.
And that was because of dye that was from her hair?
Right.
Did you dye your hair when you were there?
Yes, I dyed my hair in the bathroom, and there was a spot on the door.
Oh, well, had it be painted. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. She did not clean. She just basically left the room as is. So I had a cleaning lady come out, and $50 for that. It's a minimum fee for them to come out and clean the room.
I'd like you to show me a picture of the condition she left the room.
I'd like to see that as well.
Like I said, it was just she didn't sweep or mop.
Well, then, that's unfortunate. You don't get paid for that.
Okay.
Okay, so far, $150 for painting.
Can I say something about that, Your Honor?
Yeah, sure.
There was a spot of hair dye on the door, and when I left, I said, Gina, I expect to get my full deposit back. I said, I realize there's a spot on the door. I said, if you want to go buy a can of paint for like $15, I'll give you part of my deposit for that.
Let me ask you this question, Miss Rutherford. In what month did you dye your hair?
It was in October, I believe, and then I was gone pretty much the rest of the time.
Just pay attention to my question.
Okay.
If you dyed your hair in October and you got dye on the door, why didn't you go get a can of paint and paint it? Why didn't you clean it up before you went anyplace else?
I cleaned up everything that was on the tile. The hallway charge is absolutely bogus.
Listen to me, my dear.
You did not clean the
Listen
tile.
to me, my dear.
Sorry.
Liar.
If you dyed your hair and you got dye on the door in October, it shouldn't have still been there in November.
I understand.
Good.
Your Honor, I'm also suing for punitive damages for the fact that I even have to go through all of this. There's the fact that she took this money from me, and the fact that, you know, I even need to come and do this is ridiculous.
Well, that's what courts are for. That's what happens. Where are you living now?
I'm living with my friend Christine across.
Is that where you moved immediately after moving out? How long have you been friendly with Christine?
For about 2 years.
Why didn't you move in with her to begin with?
She actually already had a roommate at the time, and I had somebody that I was going to be living with, and it just didn't work out, and so I needed to find somebody immediately. And Gina seemed like she was nice, and then about a month into it, I just found out a bunch of things that I really wasn't comfortable with.
So then you moved back in with your friend whose roommate left?
Yes.
Perfect. Now it sounds like everybody is happy. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $150. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Guys, this is case number 465 on the calendar in the matter of Hulse versus Hummel. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Gentlemen, have seats.
Mr. Hulse, it is your claim that the defendant sold you a horse that you specifically requested be a tame horse because the horse was for your father.
Yes.
That turned out to be a wild horse.
Exactly.
That couldn't be ridden.
No.
And Mr. Hummel says you don't get a refund. You had an opportunity to ride the horse. Must be something wrong with your riding ability.
Probably.
Is that right, sir?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am is better than yep. How long have you been in the horse business, Mr. Hummel?
I'm not really in the horse business. I have a small ranch that we use horses for lots of different things. We hunt and do a lot of trail riding on the horses. The horses are ridden by a lot of people, young people, people that can't ride very well.
How many horses do you have?
Right now, I have 6 horses.
And at the time Mr. Hulse bought his horse, how many horses did you have?
7 horses.
And why were you selling?
Well, because I needed some money. It was getting close to Christmas, and I needed some money.
Okay. Did you put an ad in the paper?
I put an ad on a local website.
Okay. Can I see a copy of the ad, please?
The title says well-broke horses.
For sale, well-broke horses. Prices vary. Okay. So you were selling 5 of your horses.
That's correct.
Did you sell all 5?
No.
How many horses did you sell?
Thus far, I've sold 3 of them.
Well, my math isn't that great, as Bert can attest, but if you have 6 horses now and you had 7 horses then and you sold 3...
I picked up a couple more horses, though.
So you bought some more?
Yep.
When did you buy the other horses, sir?
About a week ago.
From where?
From a friend of mine.
Okay. Now, what did you want a horse for, Mr. Hulse?
Some of my friends and I have gone in on some horses. My dad was looking to join our little group and buy another horse to ride. He's totally inexperienced.
How old is your father?
55.
A baby. So he's an inexperienced rider, and you want him to have a
Yes,
easy
and
horse.
a little bit heavier, so we wanted a stout horse.
Tell me what happened when you answered the ad.
I called Greg on the 10th of December around 12 o'clock. Told him I was interested to come out that day and look at some horses. He said he'd have some saddled and ready by 2 o'clock. So Ryan and I went to his ranch, and we said we were looking for a horse that was on the lower end of the $1,000 to $1,500 range. He showed us 2 horses that were in that range. He told us that Angel, the horse we ended up getting, was on the lower end of that range because she didn't have papers.
Where did you get this horse from?
From a buddy in Cleveland, Utah.
When?
Quite some time ago. I can't tell you the exact time. I've had the horse for quite a while.
Well, years. Give me some idea.
Close to a year.
Well, that's not so long, sir.
No.
What's the person's name that you bought the horse from?
Richard.
How much did you pay for the horse?
I paid $900 for the horse.
Now, the other horse that you showed the plaintiff, where did you get that horse from?
Same person.
When?
Same time.
So you bought the 2 horses together?
That's correct.
How much did you pay for the second horse?
The same.
Did you buy any of your other horses from Mr.
Yeah, but what's this have to do with this horse?
I ask the questions, you answer the questions.
Of course I have.
Are any of the other 6 horses that are now in your possession horses that you bought from Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
All of them.
So you bought all your horses from Mr.
Yes, he's a very close friend, and we ride a lot together.
Did you ride the horse, Mr. Hulse?
Yes.
And is your father about your stature?
No.
Is he larger or smaller?
He's heavier and shorter.
So you were satisfied. Now, what happened after you bought the horse?
We paid Greg the money that day. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Ryan and I went to trailer the horse. And the horse took us about 2 hours to get her in the trailer. She acted like she'd never seen a trailer before. By that time, Greg had already cashed our check, and we tried calling him a few times to let him know the problem. We couldn't get a hold of him.
Well, I don't understand. Didn't you go back
That's
to
not
where
true.
the horse was?
Yes.
Where was he?
He wasn't there.
Was at work.
He gave us permission to go get... He knew he wasn't going to be there.
So you called him?
Yes.
And what did he say when you called him?
He didn't answer. We finally got the horse in. We cajoled her with some oats and stuff, and then dropped her off at our field. And then Monday, we tried to saddle her. And
Now, when you went to view this horse for the first time on the 10th of December, did you tell Mr. Hummel what you wanted the horse for?
yes,
What did you tell him?
I told him that my dad was going to be making the purchase and that he has no experience, and so we need just a leisure horse that anybody can ride.
Okay. Now, I see that you have a video.
I do.
I'd like to see it, please.
Your Honor, may I make a comment on this video?
Yeah,
while
tell me
watching?
who you are.
My name is Adam Marriott. I'm one of the writers in the video. Just like to say a few things as we watch it.
Are you a friend of his? Is that what you...
I am, yeah. You see here Ryan right here. He's the rider right now, going up to the horse, and she pins her ears back, which means she's angry. And then obviously you can see she kicks. That could be dangerous. I mean, we're about to put up a beware of horse sign in front of the pasture.
Judge, can I say something, or is it just their turn?
No, it's their turn.
Okay, as we saddle the horse, he has to hold her head really tight or else she'll turn around and bite us. And so we put it on pretty gently, and here she goes, trying to stomp on us and rear up a little bit. So we ride about 10 paces, try to turn her head very gently, she starts bucking. You see I'm swaying with her just to stay on. And here she goes, she rears up.
Okay, and that was you riding the
That
horse?
was me riding.
Are you an experienced rider, sir?
I am.
Okay. Now it's your turn.
Okay. When they came over to my ranch, we saddled up 2 horses. I had an inexperienced employee of mine get on the horse first, rode the horse around. They got on the horse, him and those two, and rode off my property away from the herd. If a horse is going to act up, it's going to be during that time period when you pull it away from a herd.
How do you account, sir, for that kind of behavior?
Okay, let me finish. They rode the horse off my property for quite some time. They came back and said, we want this horse.
I understand that that's what you're saying, sir. I understand.
I can get a horse to do that. It looks like they're, you know, they're inexperienced people, and maybe I don't know what they've done to the horse. It's an animal. It's a living thing. It's just it's not a machine. The horse never acted like that prior. I've had little kids on the horse, inexperienced people on the horse, and they rode the horse.
When did you first contact Mr. Hummel and tell him that you were having difficulty with the horse?
3 days. I have my phone log right here showing the cell phone that matches the ad. It's highlighted. 3 days after we purchased the horse. He told us the horse was in heat, that it was away from the herd, it needed to calm down. He kept referring to the horse as a sweetheart. But, I mean, she just progressively got worse. And we gave him a week. I just believed him for a week.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
There's something fishy with regard to your story about where you get all your horses and when you bought them.
Why is that fishy?
Because I could tell from your gait, sir. That's what I do for a living. I can tell when somebody's not telling me the whole truth.
And later today,
my daughter was involved in a murder. There was 3 involved in the crime. She was a driver of a getaway car, so she got 18 years.
the horse that had not been broken.
Okay. When you called him again and said that her behavior hadn't changed, what did he say?
He just was saying, what do you want me to do? What do you want from me? And so I said, I want my money
I want
back.
you to take your horse back.
Yeah. She's not well broke. He accused me of calling him a liar and wanted me to call back and apologize to him.
Well, he's not telling the truth. I offered him another horse out of the 7. I said, come and bring the horse back.
He offered Rose.
For what? Let me finish. He's had quite a bit of time.
Absolutely.
We sat there and saddled those horses up right in front of him.
I understand that, sir. I'm not calling you a liar.
No.
I'm not suggesting that you... Listen to me. I'm not calling you a liar at this moment. I don't believe everything that you're telling me about your friend in Utah with the horses, because I can tell when somebody is not telling me the whole truth. There's something strange about that, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, but there's something peculiar about it. But I'm not accusing you of doing anything before they arrive. Put your hand down.
I'm sorry.
Don't you notice that I see you? I'm in the middle of talking.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not accusing you of doing anything, sir. He may accuse you of maybe giving this horse a little something to calm it down while he was there. I didn't say that at all. All I'm suggesting is there's something fishy with regard to your story about where you get all your horses and when you bought them.
Why is that fishy?
Because I could tell from your gait, sir. That's what I do for a living. I've been doing it for 35 years. I can tell when somebody's not telling me the whole truth, Mr. Hummel. And whatever else you did today with regard to your story about where you got the horses from, when you got the horses, what you paid for them, and how long you've had them, something isn't quite right. I don't have to necessarily figure out what that is because it's not particularly relevant to this lawsuit. I understand what you're telling me, that they came, that they saddled up the horses, that they rode off of your property, that the horse behaved reasonably on your property, that they came back the next day. The next day when they came back, they found that there was slight difficulty with the horse, getting the horse into a trailer. But that's a possible problem with most horses. They don't like to go into trailers. It's a confined space. They finally got it in. Practically immediately, they called and said to you, listen, we answered an ad for a well-broken horse. I am an experienced rider of horses, and I can't ride them. And certainly, my father can't ride them. So since you were aware, Mr. Hummel, that this horse was being purchased for a particular purpose, you have two choices. Either you say, listen, let the buyer beware. You buy a horse, you take it as you find it, and you're stuck with it. Or a horse must have a warranty, in this case, that it could be ridden, and it could be ridden by someone who is inexperienced and not a good rider. And clearly, based upon what I saw, that's not a possibility. So you're getting your horse back, Mr. Hummel. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,100, which is what you paid. Is that right?
Yes.
Bring him back his horse. That's all.
Thank you.
All right, are excused. You may step out.
They rode the horse off my property. Obviously, the guy, maybe his wife said he couldn't have the horse.
He wasn't man enough to deal with the horse and our problems in the first place.
I'm an experienced horseman. I've been through a fire science program.
It's crazy. We have 5 other horses, and they're a dream.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Stewart versus Marshall. Step forward, please.
Electrician Terry Stewart is suing her daughter, 28-year-old nurse's assistant Amy Marshall, for a loan to pay off a bingo hall fine.
Miss Stewart, this is your daughter?
Yes.
You look very much alike. Do you know that?
Yep.
One day you're going to wake up, 10 years from now, you're going to look in the mirror and you're going to say, when did I become my mother? You say your daughter owes you some money for a loan.
Yes.
A loan that you made a couple of years ago.
Yes.
Your daughter says that it was not a loan, it was a Christmas gift. You made a Christmas gift to one of your other children, and you take care of one of your other children, so she doesn't understand why you're suing her. Right?
Right.
When did you make this loan, and what was it for, Miss Stewart?
I took out a loan for my daughter when she had called me and asked me because she had...
Give me the date.
The date was 2002.
Do you remember what month in 2002?
December.
Tell me, to the best of your recollection, what the telephone conversation was.
She called me and asked me for a loan. For the reason is because she owed a lawyer some money.
What did she owe a lawyer money for?
She had bounced a check for $40. Somehow it just got out of hand, and a lawyer got a hold of the check because it was a bingo hall, and a bingo hall won't hold on to it too long. So they took her to court, and they said that it was supposed to owe them $800. And so she goes, Mom, I'm going to have to go to jail if I don't pay the $800.
So she gave somebody a bad check?
Yes.
Is that what happened?
Long story short, it ended up being a bad check, yes.
I like to cut to the chase because I have other things to do today. So your daughter was arrested for bounced check?
I was never arrested.
But you were threatened with arrest unless you made good on this check?
Right.
So you called your mother?
Yes.
And what did you say to your mother when you called her?
I told her I was going to end up going to court for the check, but the lawyer was willing to settle, so I needed the money right away to pay the lawyer.
And how much did you tell her you needed?
I don't remember offhand.
She asked for $1,500 because she needed $800 to pay for the lawyer, and she wanted $700 to help her with the children for Christmas.
And what did you say?
And I said I would co-sign because this started out to be a co-sign thing, but then I couldn't co-sign. I had to take the loan out in my own name. And I had asked her, if I do this, please don't renege on the loan.
So you took out a loan?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
The thing of it is, she helps my sister out every single day. She takes care of her kids. She gives her money. She goes to see her. She was going every week for the first couple years to see her. She drives right by my house.
Your sister's in jail?
Yes.
What is she incarcerated for?
I don't know exactly.
I do. My daughter was involved in a murder,
a robbery?
Yes, a mass armed robbery. And there was 3 involved in the crime. She was a driver of a getaway car, so she got 18 years.
Who takes care of her children?
I do.
How old are her children?
8, 7, and Trinity will be 5. I've had Trinity since she was a day old.
Because my sister didn't want her. Yep. I know.
How old are you?
28.
You have children?
Yes, I do.
How many?
3.
Are you married?
Yes, I am. To the father of my 2 younger children.
How long have you been married?
Almost 6 years.
So what are you so mad at your mother about? Because she takes care of your sister's 3 children and she goes to visit your sister?
And she goes right by my house to go see her. She doesn't stop. She actually works with my husband. And I've seen her at my husband's work. She never knows so much as a hi. She walks right by me.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you think she's angry about?
This is anger way before this loan. I hadn't seen her for almost 6 years. She wasn't around for any of my kids' births. She wasn't around for my wedding. Wasn't around for my graduation. Nothing.
Where were you?
Where was I? I was told I wasn't allowed to see her by her father. I wasn't allowed to talk to them. She knows this.
Were you raised by your father?
Yes, my father and his wife. But I moved out when I was 20.
Finally, after 7 years, her husband told her that she should look me up, and she did. And she called me, and we started talking.
Okay. Miss Marshall, I read your answer.
Mm-hmm.
And what your answer says was these were gifts. Well, clearly you've acknowledged today, even though you may not recognize it, that this was a loan. And what it appears to me is that you're angry because your mother has taken on the burden and the responsibility of your sister's children, and she has neglected you.
Mm-hmm.
And so you feel as if you're entitled to this. The law doesn't work that way. Your mother took out a loan because you called and asked her to take out a loan.
Right.
You paid her back some of it.
Yep.
Right?
Yes, I did.
So it's unfortunate for your mother that she's had to take on the responsibility of raising 3 children until they're grown.
May I stop? I also have an 8-year-old son of my own.
So now I have 4 children.
Yes.
Who helps you take care of the children?
My mother does.
Your mother?
Yes, my mother.
How much do you owe your mother?
I made 4 payments. That was $400. And I gave her my big screen TV. She gave me $300 cash for it, and $500 was supposed to be towards that loan. So that's $900 towards the loan that was paid.
No, the $500 to begin with, it's the first time she got $500 from me for my taxes. So I gave her $500, and then when they were selling the great big screen TV, I said, I'll give you $300 because I knew they needed some money, but you still owe me the $500 towards the taxes that you borrowed from me. So this will set it straight.
Does that sound familiar?
No. We're supposed to go towards that loan.
Well, you people have to keep better records. How many payments did your daughter make to you in cash for this loan? I'm not talking about television. I'm not talking about anything else. How much?
$800 in cash she paid towards that loan.
Okay, good. You don't see her children?
She wouldn't let me see my grandchildren.
Why don't you stop by her house when you go to visit your daughter?
I didn't know where she lived. Somebody else had to tell me where she lived.
You have any objection to your mother stopping by and seeing the children?
No, I don't. I encourage it. I want to see my nieces, too.
We can do that.
Well, why don't you do that? Why don't you do that on Sunday?
That's when she usually goes to see my sister.
Why don't you do that on Sunday?
I don't.
What time do you go to visit your daughter?
I leave about 10 o'clock in the morning.
And what time do you get back?
About 9 o'clock at night.
That's a long day.
I take my mom to see her handicapped brother, which my mom is handicapped, so I take her when I go to see my daughter so my mom can see her brother.
Oh, my goodness. Why don't you make time on the weekend?
Yes.
To go to see your daughter with her 3 nieces who she would like to see, visit your grandchildren, spend an hour.
I can do that. I miss my grandchildren. I can do that.
And I miss my mother. You know, I actually, the day before I got these papers, I actually called her to reconcile.
She did.
You know, and I don't know why I always have to be the one that calls her.
Well, you shouldn't be.
I shouldn't.
All right, let's make arrangements to do it on Sunday.
We can do that.
Okay? Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $700. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 39 on the calendar in the matter of Bishop versus Schultz. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Mrs. Bishop, you and your family were renters in a 4-unit complex, according to what I read in your complaint. The other 3 apartments or condos were occupied by owners.
Right.
And it is your claim that the defendants did several things. First, they told untruths to the cooperative association and therefore your landlord.
Yes.
Causing you to be evicted.
Yes.
And next, you allege that the defendants, one or both of them, put needles in your laundry which got into your baby's pajamas, which caused injury to the baby.
But
shh, shh. And you want to be compensated.
Yes, ma'am.
I assume that they did not put any needles in your laundry on purpose. If needles got into the laundry because Mrs. Schultz is a diabetic,
yes,
does use needles.
No.
Doesn't use needles.
No.
Okay, interesting. And in addition, that whatever statements they made to the landlord, your landlord, were true, and if you were evicted, it was because of your own conduct. That's their defense. I just want to check something. Well, I'm reading your answer, Mr. Schultz, and your answer says, my wife is diabetic, and when the plaintiff's husband brought the lancets to me...
There's a difference between lancets and needles, though.
Oh, okay, lancets.
Okay, yes.
So I used the wrong word.
Used
lancets.
Lancets.
When plaintiff's husband brought lancets to me, he said he found them in the washer. My wife is diabetic, but they did not look like the lancets my wife used. So we're using a different term.
Right,
needles,
right. Well, there
lancets.
is a difference between lancets and needles.
Okay. When did you move in, Mrs. Bishop, with your family?
August of '03.
And how many members were there in your family?
3, myself, my husband, and my baby.
How old is your baby?
1 year and 4 months.
Did you have trouble with Mr. and Mrs. Schultz or any of the other neighbors when you moved in?
Just the Schultz. No, the other neighbors were very kind and friendly, normal neighbors.
What happened with Mr. and Mrs. Schultz?
I think the first month or 2 was fine. We were friends.
Well, actually, it was...
I didn't ask you anything yet.
Mr. Schultz was very kind and helpful, showing us where the things were, telling us how things ran around there, like he was the
landlord. That was the
landlord.
first month or 2?
First month or 2. I understood from the neighbor in number 2, Tammy.
Don't tell me anything that a neighbor told you.
Okay, I understood she needed a kidney. So I went up and offered her a kidney and asked her what blood type she was. She said she was blood type AB. And we talked about it.
So, it's good.
To my best recollection. Anyways.
Go ahead.
So, just things started happening where the laundry park problems. They parked in a, his truck is very big, it's a Bronco, and it's blocked our space. When we moved in, we asked him several times to please move it. We can't get our car in the garage. Here's a violation that was written on my car because his car was parked in my space, so I had to scoot my car over the line. So I was ticketed because they called on me after we asked them to move the car and complained to the landlord.
Mr. Schultz, did you and the plaintiff and or her husband ever have a conversation with, could you stand up and take your hand off your hip?
I'm sorry?
Did you and the plaintiff or her husband ever have a conversation with regard to your truck encroaching on their parking space?
No, not...
Never?
No.
Never?
No.
Your Honor?
No.
And actually,
however, excuse me, Your Honor, however, though, I did quite a few times ask them if they could move their car over because I couldn't get into my car, and she is...
Now, just one second.
Okay.
So there was a problem?
There was a problem.
Now, when there was a problem, it was because their car was parked too close to the line, yet their car was parked within their lines. But you have a very large car, and in order for you to get in and out of your spot, you wanted them to move their car further over.
To the other line.
I understand. Your wife is answering the question, sir. I mean, you know, I understand. She understands what I'm saying. You may want to give me a lot of baloney, but I'm not going to tolerate it. You asked them to move their car to the other side because you have a very large car and it was difficult for you to get in and out of your car. Is that a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement.
That's a fair statement. Okay. And what I assume happened is you parked it as close to the line as you possibly could. Is that what you're telling me?
Not necessarily, but
Not necessarily. Let me see the pictures. I'm 10 steps ahead of you, sir.
There's a picture
I'm
of his
10 steps
Bronco,
ahead of you.
And here's the rules and regulations.
You know, fortunately, we all come to our jobs, Mr. Schultz, with a life's experience.
I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, well, in this case, you may not be. Let's get to the rest of the complaints that were made, because that's what you're alleging. Let's get there, and let's get there fast.
Okay.
And then we'll get to the Lancets.
Okay.
Your Honor?
What?
May I ask my witness to come up and explain?
Absolutely. Who are you?
I'm her husband, Brett Bishop.
Okay, do you have the complaints?
No, we do not have the complaints.
Well, then how am I supposed to adjudicate that part of your claim?
We were not able to get them from our landlord in time.
Well, then, yeah, I have to strike that part of your claim.
Okay, then I have nothing in that regard.
Good, fine. And let's get to the needles incident.
I went out to get the baby's laundry out of the dryer. And
When was this?
January 29th. And found needles in the dryer, and I came back in the house and called my husband, and he told me that they might be hers because she's diabetic.
Okay. Do you have any of them with you?
Yes.
And this was before you put any clothes on the baby?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Similar of what the needles look like.
You see, what you state in your complaint is that your baby was uncomfortable, and the next morning you found needles in her pajamas. Then you went down to the laundry and you found needles. Now you tell me that on the 29th of January, you went down to the dryer and found needles in the dryer.
I got the needles out of the dryer, and I came back into the house and called the police.
Yes.
My husband came home at the same time.
Yes.
And he can pick it up from there.
The police officer went and spoke with Mrs. Schultz.
Listen to me. Were you there when the police officer spoke to Mrs. Schultz?
I was not in his presence. He spoke to her on her balcony. We waited in the house. He came down and told us what she said.
That's hearsay. I'll look at a police report if you have it.
Yeah, we have a police report. In that police report, she admits that the needles were hers.
Shh.
Sorry.
Now, according to the police report, I'm just telling you what the police report says.
Okay.
It says that you advised the police that the needles were left in your clothing by accident. I got it. What's next?
We have photographs of the needle, and we did not know that where the needle came from, where the scratches came from originally.
I don't know what scratches you're talking about, Matt. I have no clue as to what scratches you're talking about.
We found a needle later in my baby's diaper. After we phoned the police, we discovered that the scratches that were on her that were not on their.
I have no idea what you're talking about, madam. I asked you, tell me about the incident involving the needles.
Okay.
And you told me on the 29th of January you found needles in the laundry. And now you're talking to me about scratches, and I have no clue as to what you're talking about.
On the 28th night, I put my baby to bed. In the morning when she woke up, my husband...
It was on the 9th.
What you tell me?
On the 9th, we put our baby to bed. I usually put the baby to bed, and she had no scratches to her labia area. She was very fussy that night. We thought she was teething. The next morning when I got up to take her to the nanny, I noticed when I was changing her, she had a dirty diaper, so I wiped her up, and I noticed that there were scratches to her vagina area. We have pictures.
What kind of diapers do you use?
Pampers.
Well, how could she have scratches to her vaginal area?
That's where we're getting at, is the whole reason why we're here is the needles that this lady put in our laundry somehow got into our baby's diaper, scratched up her labia. We have pictures to document that. We have pictures of the needles and the emergency room doctor.
We dug through the diaper pail.
Saw those.
We have a diaper pail we keep the diapers in, and after discussing with the officer and finding out the needles 2 weeks later that she has got scratched from, we assumed we better look through the old diapers that we keep in the pail, which we have pictures of the diaper pail and the needle in the dirty diaper. So that's how we didn't know where the scratches came from.
But you don't put diapers in the wash.
Shh. Push it.
So we put 2 and 2 together and took her to the emergency room, and they wrote the report that needles stick to the labia. And they did the HIV test on her, hepatitis testing. And
so what you're telling me is, I mean, I don't know what these pictures show, madam. You're showing me a picture of a dirty diaper with a blue needle in it. Is that what you're showing me you found?
Yes.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that 2 weeks later you kept dirty diapers in a pail.
The baby goes to the nanny Monday through Friday.
Let me explain something to you, madam. I do not believe that you kept dirty diapers in a pail from January 9th to January 30th. I don't believe it. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it ain't true.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today...
I assume that you have a busy life. I want to know why you're suing him over swimsuit and shoes. I'm just curious. Yet you took time out to file a lawsuit about your swimsuit and shoes.
Shell and Perry Schultz put needles into a laundry dryer, causing injury to her baby. Renee also claims the Schultzes lied to the landlord and got her evicted.
I believe that you probably found a couple of her needles in the dryer. That's a possibility. And maybe you figured you could parlay that into something else, but I do not believe, and I'm not crazy about their attitude, especially his. I'm not sure about hers yet, but especially his. But if you think you're going to parlay that into a monetary award, you are wrong, because I do not believe this evidence, which is a 2-week-old diaper that you kept in a pail in her room and happened to open it up and found within the diaper that your husband said he changed on the 9th of January, a blue needle that he overlooked. I don't buy it.
It was
My problem is that 3 weeks later, or 2.5 weeks later, when you found this, you took your child to the emergency room?
Mm-hmm.
What date did you take the child to the emergency room?
The 29th.
29th. So what you're telling me is you didn't see the problem on the 9th.
Yes, we did.
Well, show me what you did.
We took her to my doctor for shots. 2 days later, she had a date for shots. Red marks on the buttocks.
Let me see. Let me see. 2 days later, let me see what the report says. Well, infant.
Red marks on
Red mark on buttock. That's not what your husband just told me. Your husband told me that she had needle punctures on her labia. Listen. What do you think? I was born yesterday. Your case is dismissed. They may have not been good neighbors, and they may have done a lot of things that were nasty to you, but you're not going to parlay that. My only problem is you did take the child 2.5 weeks later to an emergency room where somebody found a needle prick on the child.
No.
My question is, how did it get there 2.5 weeks later when it wasn't on the doctor's report 2 days after what you allege is the incident?
Because
that causes me a great deal of concern. Not from them, but from you. Your case is dismissed.
Your Honor,
Step out.
thank you, Your Honor.
Out. Thank you.
I didn't put the lancets in the washer or the dryer.
They just started turning psycho and messing with our cars, cutting our vehicles up. all kinds of stuff.
We've lived there 8 years, never had a problem with anybody until they moved in.
I think because they're just really jealous. Their kid's autistic, unfortunately.
So does that mean I'm jealous of every normal child in this world? I don't think so.
He used to tell us all the time, oh, you're so lucky to have a healthy baby. She's so beautiful. She's so this, she's so that. And I think there was a fine line between jealousy and hatred.
That's just a farce. I mean, they're just reaching, you know. Desperate people will do desperate things, you know, and they're desperate.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of McCullough versus Nelson's Nautilus. Step forward, please.
Student Renee McCullough is suing the owners of her gym, Preston Nelson and John Ashey, for breaking into her locker and selling her belongings. The men say Renee's locker dues were 6 months delinquent.
Miss McCullough, you belonged to the defendant's gym, according to your complaint, for about 9 years.
That's correct.
And then there came a time recently that you stopped going, about a year ago. And it is your claim that they clipped the lock off your locker after several months and got rid of your stuff. You want them to pay you $600 for what you claim was in the locker. When did you first rent your locker?
The first time I rented it was for a year. It was in November of 2001.
And how much was the rental on the locker for that year?
I paid $100. He gave me a break. I paid a year in advance.
Is that right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, $100 for the year. That was in 2001.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pay in 2002? Is not an answer.
No.
Why not?
Because it was my understanding when I paid for my year in advance that it would be included in my automatic payment out of my bank, and in the event that it wasn't, that Preston would let me know.
Did you have that conversation with her?
I couldn't. I would say yes, I did. We could not find any paperwork to show that, and so I don't know where it all fell short, but I have no paperwork that would show that. Typically, it was a prepaid year only.
Okay. When did you stop going to the gym at all?
At approximately middle of 2002.
And when did you go back?
The end of July of 2003.
And when you went back in July of 2003, you found your locker opened?
Exactly.
Okay, well, you know, that's well over a year ago. What have you done the last year?
After I found out my lock had been cut off, I spoke to Mr. Ashby, and he said he had to speak to his wife to find out where my belongings were. He thought that they still had them on the premises. At that time, I found out that no, they were no longer there. I left a note with Mr. Ashby concerning, you know, I had quite a bit of belongings in that locker, and that if they would pay me for my swimsuit and my shoes, I would go away.
Do you work? I assume you do.
I did previous to this, yes.
What are you doing now?
I'm going back to school.
How do you support yourself?
Through my husband.
Oh, okay. So your family supports itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're going back to school. What I want to know is, I assume that you have a busy life. I want to know why you're suing him over swimsuit and shoes. I'm just curious. Yet you took time out to file a lawsuit about your swimsuit and shoes.
It's the principle of the thing. I expect that if they run a business, that they need to comply with the laws that regulate the renting of areas.
Well, but the truth of the matter is, Ms. McCullough, from what you tell me, you didn't go back to the gym for almost a year. And during that period of time, the locker was really not paid for. You assumed that it was going to be paid for. You assumed that they would notify you in the event that it wasn't paid for. Have you lived in the same place all the time? Well, what I don't understand, Mr. Nelson, quite frankly, is why couldn't you just send her a note? Drop her a note and say, listen, we're going to empty out your locker because it hasn't been paid for, and it has to be paid for. You know, you better come and get it within the next 2 weeks.
Right. That really, a lot of the specifics, when Johnny came on board, the records were not well kept. We didn't have an automatic payment system in place for lockers. That was something that was discussed, but primarily it's a membership, tanning, health club.
Okay. So what Ms. McCullough was asking for initially was $160. Is that right?
That's what I have, yes.
Right. That's what she said here. Originally, I told him, you've just paid me $160 for my swimsuit and sneakers. That would be fine. And she's here just for the principle of it. Right?
Correct.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $160. That's all. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Your Honor, this is case number 334 on the calendar. In the matter of Berger versus Berger, parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, folks. Have seats.
Mr. Berger, you and the defendant used to be married. You have 2 children together. You've been divorced, according to your complaint, for 18 years.
Yes, ma'am.
You say that your former wife owes you $302.44, which you claim you overpaid in child support for one of your children. You graduated from high school and the money was taken out of your pay.
Yes, ma'am.
You want her to give you back that money.
Yes, ma'am.
And your former wife says that she used that money for your daughter's graduation, the expenses for graduation, and get over it. Which, quite frankly, considering everything in this world, would be my response to you, too, were you my ex-husband. But since we're not there, I'm going to find out whether there is any merit to your claim, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You have how many children?
4.
How old are they?
The youngest is 14. The oldest is 24.
Okay, and with the defendant, you have an 18-year-old
Yes, ma'am.
and?
22-year-old.
So it's only your 18-year-old daughter that we have issue with. Your younger children still live with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much child support were you paying when both children were living with your former wife?
When I was paying for both of them, at the end, it was $300 a week, I think it was.
$300 a week or $300 a month?
Sometimes support was ordered per month. Sometimes it was ordered per week.
You know?
Yes, ma'am. It was $760.
A month?
Yes, ma'am. This is the documentation of all the, since it's been going through child support enforcement, of how much he's been paying.
Did you ever pay, sir, $1,500 a month for support?
$1,500 a month? No,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So when you told me $300, that you were talking about $300 per month, not per week.
Yes, ma'am.
Per month.
It's been, sometimes support
Now,
was
listen
ordered per
to me.
week.
I understand that,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
when it was ordered per week, it was never $300 a week.
No, ma'am.
Well, then you made a mistake.
If I said that, then yes, I did.
Yes, you made a mistake. It was never $300 a week. Maybe it was $300 a month.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to find out.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
just wanted to find out whether you've been an overindulgent parent.
I've always paid what the court ordered me to pay.
I understand that you've always paid what the court ordered you to pay, sir. I also understand that you've had 2 more children and you've been able to at least contribute to their support also, and you have another family, which is really my question. Your daughter graduated from high school. They took out a payment after she graduated from high school of $300, and you want the money back.
Yes, ma'am.
Explain it to me.
The support was ordered to cease on June the 14th. They took out the full month of June, and I'm just asking for the other 2 weeks that shouldn't have been taken out.
Did you ask your former wife about it?
Yes, ma'am. I sent
And what did she say to you?
She said no.
Did she say anything about graduation expenses?
No, ma'am, she did not.
If she said something to you about graduation expenses, you know, the additional money that she had for graduation, for ring, for gown, for whatever. Gown, ring?
Shoes, everything.
Would you have said, sure, it's a one-shot deal?
We could have discussed it, yes, ma'am.
So why didn't you tell her?
I didn't tell him because every time I've tried to explain him, all I get back are nasty letters, and I really just didn't think he would do anything. I mean, he hadn't laid eyes on her in 2 years. So I didn't think he would do anything else.
Judge,
Yes.
I've done extra. I bought both of their children a car. That's doing something extra.
That's true.
Yes, ma'am.
That's right, but that wasn't within the last 2 years, and I said 2 years he hasn't laid eyes
But
on
what
her.
happened 2 years ago, Mr. Berger?
I got tired. I mean, I never received phone calls from him. You know, she's changed her phone number. I have tried to call, but the phone number has been changed. I don't know when. Might have been recently. I don't know. I just basically give up.
That's too bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Did your father buy you a car?
He did.
Okay. Tell me your name.
Stacy Stack.
Stacy. When did he buy you a car?
2.5 years ago.
Did you thank him?
I did.
You still using the car?
No, ma'am.
What happened to it?
We went to go get it inspected, and the family friend that inspected it said that it wasn't good. It was rusted underneath, and that it could break down at any time. So we bought a new car.
How long did you use it for?
I used it for about 6 months.
Okay. So before 2 years ago, you had contact with your dad?
Not a lot. I called him, the last time that I've talked to him or seen him was I called him so I can go up there and see him, and then he said okay, and then the day of, or the day before, he came by and said, no, we have to go somewhere else, and they left, and I haven't talked to him or seen him since then.
That sound familiar?
I think something came up at that time. Yes, ma'am.
Can't come up.
Ma'am?
Nothing can come up. Nothing.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Mr. Berger, you're going to get your $302 back.
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to buy something nice for your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, you have 4 children.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And later today,
I was told by the 6-year-old that the boyfriend had picked him up by his ears and dropped him to the floor. And so I called DHS because if he'd do this, he might do something worse.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Hayward Berger claims ex-wife Cynthia Berger owes for the return of child support. Hayward says he overpaid by $300.
All very sad. There really is no defense to it. Money was supposed to stop, correct?
According to the papers, yes. When we went to court, before we go in, child support enforcement speaks to me, and they told me that it would continue to the end of the month. He was still obligated to the end of the month. I said, are you sure? Yes, he's obligated to the end of the month. I said, okay. We went in, and the judge said he would stop because he wanted it stopped on her graduation day. And I called child support enforcement again, told them, you know, and they said, no, he's still obligated till the end of the month. So I just, no.
You took it. The judge makes the order, and the judge said it's supposed to stop on the 14th. How old are you?
18.
When were you 18?
March 13th.
And the overpayment was $302?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Berger?
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to get your $302 back.
Yes, ma'am.
You might want to buy something nice for your daughter, but you're entitled to it back.
Yes, ma'am.
Remember, you have 4 children.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Good. That's all. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $302.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It seems like when it counts in front of the judge or whatever, she comes off as a good guy and I come off as a bad guy.
Every time he's mad at me, he hasn't seen the children. He didn't take the children. He doesn't buy them presents, and he says it's because of me.
My daughter going by my ex-wife's maiden name shows some of what's been going on, the brainwashing for the kids.
I would have liked him to start seeing us when we were little so we'd get to know him, but we're older now and we know what happened, so.
There's many, many, many trips I've made. It's a 2.5-hour drive from my house to their house to pick the children up.
He's never tried. He cares more about the money than myself or my brother.
I would like to have a relationship with my kids in Richmond and try to mend fences if possible.
Maybe it's hopefully the last thing I see of him. I haven't seen him in 2 years and it really doesn't bother me any.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Isbell versus Espinoza. Step forward, please.
Homemaker Holly Isbell is suing her former friend, 25-year-old nurse's assistant Michelle Espinoza, for unpaid babysitting fees and miscellaneous expenses. Holly says she cared for Michelle's kids while she was in the hospital.
Ms. Isbell, according to your complaint, the defendant was hospitalized.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were contacted to see if you could fill in while she was hospitalized, which was on an emergency basis, to watch her 5 children?
Yes, ma'am.
You agreed to watch her children, and you want to be reimbursed for babysitting services as well as miscellaneous expenses for the children while they were in your care.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Espinoza says the 2 of you were friends. You used to watch each other's children all the time. You filled in for each other. There was never an agreement to pay you for babysitting services, and she doesn't owe you anything. In addition to the babysitting services, it is your claim that the defendant also has embarked on various acts of harassment, and
Yes,
you want
ma'am.
to be compensated for that. How long have the 2 of you been friends?
Probably for about 1.5 years, almost to 2 years.
And you have children?
Yes, I do. I have 3.
How old are your children?
Mine are 12, 6, and 4.
And how old are Miss Espinoza's children?
6, 3, almost 2. She has 2 twins. And then the baby is almost 8 months.
And were there times when the 2 of you exchanged babysitting services?
I remember one time that she's watched my children, yes.
And was there any payment?
No, there wasn't.
Any other times that you watched her children?
There was payment, yes, ma'am.
Now, when did you go into the hospital?
On the 21st of April.
For what?
For kidney stones.
When did you receive a call, Miss Isbell, that there was need for your service?
I received a call from one of her friends on March 21st. She said that Michelle told her to call me because she needed somebody to watch the kids for a couple of days, that she was going to go in the hospital. And I called the hospital, and they said that she had already been admitted. So they gave me her room number, and she was in pain. She said that they were already giving her pain medicine, and that her fever was really high, and that they didn't know what was really wrong with her at the time, and that it was only going to be for a couple of days. I agreed to watch them for a couple of days.
Fine.
And in that agreement, I said the same arrangement goes as prior. And
No,
she
no,
agreed.
Miss Isbell, I don't think you said that to her. I think you're a nice lady, and I think that if somebody is saying to you, I'm in the hospital and I have a very high fever and I'm in a lot of pain, I don't think that a nice lady like you would say, well, I'll take care of the children for a couple of days, but you know it's going to be on the same payment arrangement that we had before. I don't think you would say that. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
So the children were dropped off at your house, and then what happened?
They were dropped off, and what was brought in was a gallon of milk and a few diapers and about a half of baby formula, about this big. And then when I called her at the hospital, because I didn't know how to reach her boyfriend, I said, look, you know, the kids are running out of diapers again.
When did you call her?
The very next day. And she said that she was fixing to have tests, and that she would get a hold of her boyfriend, and that she would bring all the stuff that was needed. Well,
Not she.
Not she, but the boyfriend. Well, he brought over a bag of potato chips, about 7 cans of Cokes, and that was it. And then I noticed bruisings on some of the kids, and just different things that were happening. And the 3-year-old had bruisings on his ears. And then when I called to ask Michelle about that, she said that she hadn't noticed anything about that. And then I was told by the 6-year-old and by the 3-year-old that the boyfriend had picked him up as a punishment by his ears and dropped him to the floor. And so I called DHS because I was scared that if he'd do this, he might do something worse.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Holly Isbell says former friend Michelle Espinoza owes for unpaid babysitting fees. Michelle says there was never an agreement to pay.
Where was the boyfriend for the 4 days?
He works.
What kind of work does he do?
He's a cook.
And did you give her any money for the 4 days that she watched the children? Just not for payment, but for the food that they ate. You know, if it cost her an extra $150 for the 4 days,
When
the children
she...
are with you. Let me finish. If it cost her an extra $150, don't you think that it was your responsibility, your boyfriend's responsibility to see to it that she had what she needed for the children?
When I offered her for money or to bring groceries over there, because I can't just give her my food stamp card because I'd get in trouble.
I'm not asking you to give her your food stamp card. Your boyfriend works. I assume that he works for money, not food stamps. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how much money did he give her?
None that I know of.
Right. Well, that's not fair.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'm the one that packed everything for her kids.
Well, then come up and tell me what you packed. Tell me your name.
And I called her in the beginning.
Tell me your name.
Jessica Flores.
All right, Miss Flores, what did you bring over for the children?
I packed 4 changes of clothes, 3 sleeping clothes.
I'm not talking about clothes.
Okay.
Let's not talk about clothes.
I
You
gave
didn't
her
buy any clothes.
24 diapers for the
24
babies.
diapers?
For the baby. And the twins are in diapers. I gave her 50 for the twins. And when I did the milk, Michelle had the big count on my ounces, but it's not the 12 ounce. It's like a 32 ounce, and it was brand new. It wasn't even opened. I put that in with the Pampers and a gallon of milk because Michelle told me that's all she wanted.
Is that what she brought over to you?
No, ma'am.
What
it
did she bring
not.
over?
She brought over, now the can size is right, but it was half full. And she did not pack 50 diapers for the twins. It was more like 12.
Do you have a receipt for items that you bought for the children during that time?
I do not, because I only paid once to buy just a really cheap pack of diapers for the twins.
So how much did you pay?
Food was $169.41 because I had to replace everything, you know, because they ate a lot.
Okay,
They didn't get to go to
$169.41 for 4 days for 5 children. What else?
And I'm asking for replacement of the mattress or replacement of the bed because her oldest son had wet on the bed for 2 nights and hid it.
Well, how old is he?
He's 6.
Okay. Do you think that it's possible that his mother is in the hospital and he's taken out of his familiar surroundings and he's taken to your house, that he's a little bit agitated, so you're blaming a 6-year-old because he tried to hide the fact that he had had an accident in the bed? Miss Isbell, get it together. Now tell me about the harassment.
She would call and she would leave messages on my phone, and I have one tape.
I'd like to hear it.
Holly, I don't appreciate you going to a missionary or compassion or wherever and using my name to get my children diapers, and when you tell me you paid for them, what kind of Christian person are you? Now, I'm sick of you trying to run around this town and ruin my name or giving me bad trouble. You keep on and you will have trouble yourself, Holly. Now, I'm just a little bit sick and tired of this.
All right, so she's telling you she's angry because you've been saying bad things about her. Go ahead.
But
it's not harassment.
Well, this was because 2 days after, DHS was knocking on my door. And there's another case involving me and my daughter that she knows about. It involves a sexual act that happened to someone, and she knew about it. And
so you think that she called Children's Services to report on you?
I really believe that.
Okay, she may have, but you can't prove it. So far, I think that she has to reimburse you for your expenses with regard to taking care of her children, because I think that that's the right thing to do. And I think that there was probably an implied agreement to take care of your children's necessaries. Now, how much do you think is appropriate to reimburse Miss Isbell for the service that she provided in watching your children for 4 days?
I don't know what she purchased on my children. She went to the Compassion Outreach for diapers that she said she purchased herself.
No, she's not asking for diapers. She's not asking for diapers at all. She spent $169.41. That's what she says she spent
If she
for the
spent
children.
that, why didn't she ask me for groceries when I asked her to go get them?
Oh, I want you to turn around and look at her. Turn around and look at her. Miss Espinoza, I want you to say the following words. Thank you for taking care of my children when I couldn't and my boyfriend couldn't.
Thank you for taking care of my children when I couldn't and my boyfriend couldn't.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $169.41. Thank you.
By the judge speech, you may step out. Yes, case number 263 on the calendar in the matter of Burnley versus Belluccio. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Burnley, according to what I've read, the defendant was your former fiancée. She lived with you for a period of time. You claim that she owes you for 2 things. First, for rent for several months that she lived there and she didn't pay you rent. And second, for a credit card loan that you paid off for her and that she agreed to repay. The defendant says that while she was there was not an agreement for rent, that in quite the opposite, she was really treated more like a maid than anything else. She cooked and cleaned and took care of you and your children and the house. And in addition, while she does acknowledge that there was a loan for her credit card debt that she had, she says that she agreed to leave certain items at the house when she left that more than cover the balance of the loan, some of which she had already paid to you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burnley, when did you start to date Miss Belluccio?
February of 1998.
And in February of, because I've read these papers very carefully, in February of 1998, sir, you were married.
Yes.
And how old were you?
36.
And how old was Miss Belluccio?
19.
Is that right?
I was 18.
And where did you meet her?
At work.
What kind of work did you do?
It's a convenience store.
What were you doing at the convenience store?
I was her boss.
So you were her boss. She was 18 years old. She was going to school?
Yes.
College?
Yes.
And she was working besides. Going to school full time?
Yes, ma'am.
How long had you been separated from your wife?
10 years almost.
Are you divorced now?
No, not yet.
Why not?
Long story. She was supposed to pay for the divorce.
I have time, sir.
Okay.
And it's a long story,
Yeah.
but I guarantee it's not
It
such
was a
a
matter
long
of
story.
principle that she would, when we had split up, she had taken all the furniture and stuff like that, and she was supposed to pay for a divorce, and she never did.
Stubborn sucker, aren't you?
Yes.
You have children?
Yes.
How old are they?
11 and 12.
Now, when did Miss Belluccio move in with you?
July of 1999.
And did you become engaged at that time?
No.
When did you become engaged?
I do not remember approximately. She asked me to marry her first, and at that time I said that I believe she should be at least 25 before she gets married, so she knows what she's getting into.
And did you ever change your story?
I asked her to marry me a couple of years later.
Did you give her a ring?
Yes.
And you're still not divorced?
Correct.
How'd you plan to carry that out, sir?
I procrastinate, but I believed that I would have it done before we would get married.
That's usually the way things go.
Right.
I want you to tell me about this rent that you claim she owes you.
In July of '99, I purchased a home. I did not believe it was a good idea for her to move in at that time, but it happened that way. The agreement was, though, that at that time the living expenses cost $800.
What were the living expenses?
Well, the mortgage was $550, electric, phone, stuff like that. They came to approximately $800. She did agree to pay $400, which
Why would she pay off your mortgage? Was the house in her name?
I wouldn't call it paying my mortgage. It was half the living expenses.
She was living with you, and I assume sharing your bed. Right?
Correct.
Who took care of the chores around the house?
She did.
Didn't you think you were a little old for her, Mr. Burnley?
Yes.
Didn't you think that a guy who's 36 years old and married should have nothing to do with an 18-year-old girl who's working, going to school, trying to do the right thing? She want to get hooked up with you for? You can't even get yourself off the horse after 10 years. Huh?
She told me age didn't matter to her.
She told you
She
age
told me
didn't
that,
matter. She's
yes.
18 years old. You're a grown man. Age matters. There are a lot of things that matter that people say don't matter. They matter. It is your statement that you did not have an agreement with him for rent. Is that right?
There was no formal agreement. There were times when we did say, give what you can. There were times when Stephen had 2 roommates where he didn't expect a penny from me. And then there were times we actually did, in September of 2003, have a formal rent agreement.
Okay. What was your agreement?
That I would pay him $300 and that I would pay for groceries.
Okay, and when did you move out?
November of 2003, at the end.
Okay, so for 3 months.
Correct. I always contributed to the household, whether it be projects or whether it be I paid for all the groceries. There may have been 1 month in the 4 years that we lived together that Stephen bought groceries. But I did all the household chores, and I assisted him with several projects. I have pictures of his whole house has been changed. I paid for a lot of those things.
Like what?
Painting. I helped him paint. We did the whole back patio, and I paid for several flowers to go in the ground, at least $250 a summer. I paid for flowers, and several of those flowers have come back.
So you treated the house as if it was going to be your home?
That is what Stephen told me at all times. That he offered one of the roommates money, $7 per hour, to help him work on a project. And I questioned, why aren't you offering me money to help you work on these projects? And he said to me that half of this will be yours someday.
I'm listening.
That part's not true about putting in flowers. I always had told her, don't put flowers in, you can't afford it, you're going to school. She'd also bought clothes for my children, which I told her not to do.
So she was a nice person?
Yes.
When you were
yes,
together?
She did a lot.
Try to hold up her end of the financial bargain while you were
Right.
together,
Right.
and then some.
That's correct, which I told her all along.
So why are you here suing her for rent?
Principal.
Someone who proposes marriage to a girl half his age while he's still married shouldn't talk about principle.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You lived together for how many years?
4.
Get over it.
And later today,
Your mother never said to you, don't worry, it's a gift. Right?
Right, but she did say,
Okay.
don't worry.
Oh, did you ever hear the expression, beauty fades, dumb is forever?
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Stephen Burley says ex-fiancée Courtney Belluccio owes for a loan to pay off a credit card. Courtney says Stephen is still legally married.
Now let's get to the credit card.
April 10th, 2003. I was not aware at that moment. She came to me and told me that she had a credit card that she had, I don't know if it was maxed out, but it was very high interest. It was killing her paying the payments. So I decided to take a bank offer loan that I'd had and pay off that credit card, and it was at 2%.
How much did you give her to pay off the credit?
$5,176.
And how much did she pay back? How much did you pay back?
I paid back $3,890.
And you claim that you don't owe anything on this because why?
When I moved out in November of the end of November 2003, I told Stephen when I was leaving that I'm going to leave some things behind. If I'm going to write my estimated value next to it, I'd like you to write what you feel is a fair value next to it, and we'll agree upon a value, and we'll take that off the balance. And he agreed.
Can I please see the list that you prepared of the things that you left behind? Well, let me tell you this. Some of this is nonsense. A bicycle. Now that's $100. Kitchen table and 4 chairs.
Sits in the basement. Told her she could take it. Would she need it?
2 dining room chairs.
In my basement.
You have any use for these things?
No.
You can go get these things because he doesn't want them, but you don't get credit for them. Okay. You agree to pay it back. The money you owe him $1,500. That's all. Your lawsuit, sir, is seeking over $3,000. I think you're a little out of line. I think you're out of line with the rent. I don't think that you had an agreement other than the defendant has already acknowledged that is an agreement for 3 months. I believe her when she says she paid you the rent for the 3 months, September, October, November. That's it. You lived together for how many years?
4.
4 years? Get over this list. Get over it, unless you want any of this stuff. If you want any of this stuff, it's in his basement. I'll make an order that you can go pick it up. Do you want it?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. She's going to come and pick up all this junk within 5 days of the date of this hearing, and she owes you $1,500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I think his real motivation is that he's simply angry with me.
I procrastinate a lot, so she probably figured I wouldn't try to collect it.
We had just completely grown apart. We wanted different things on a daily basis from life.
I was just in no hurry to get married again, I guess.
It was all on principle. He was planning on getting a divorce, and ironically, after I left, he initiated one.
And now the next case.
All parties in a matter of power versus power. Step forward, please.
Homemaker Mary Power is suing her daughter, administrative assistant Catherine Power, for the cost of a cruise from New York to Canada.
Ms. Power, this is your daughter.
Yes, it is.
And I gather from reading your petition that at this point in your lives you're not happy with each other.
No, we're not.
So this is what the case is about. Your family was planning to go away on a cruise together, so I assume you all got along. You have children?
Yes.
How many?
2.
And they were going on the cruise also?
Yes.
How many of your brothers and sisters were going?
2. 2 sisters.
And Mrs. Power, what you tell me in your petition is that your daughter paid for the cruise, and then the cruise company went bankrupt.
Correct.
And everybody was really disappointed, and according to what you tell me, I read, you made arrangements for a second cruise.
Correct.
And since the refund hadn't come back yet, you paid for the second cruise.
Correct.
And your daughter didn't pay you back when she got the refund.
Correct.
She says that the second cruise was a gift.
Absolutely not.
That's your defense. Is that right?
Yeah.
When were you planning to go on this cruise, Miss Power?
The first cruise on Regal Cruises, we were going June 29th of 2003.
And where were you going?
We were going from New York to Canada.
Kathy, how much did you pay for that cruise for you and your 2 children? Was it 3 people going?
I paid $906, but that wasn't a full total.
When did you pay that money?
Throughout January to May of 2003.
Great. When were you advised, Miss Power, that the cruise was canceled?
I was advised in May of 2003.
And did you rebook another cruise?
Yes, I did.
For the same period of time?
For the same period of time. Just one day earlier, we were going to leave than previously planned.
And was that a more expensive cruise?
A few $100 more.
So what happened? You went on the cruise in June?
We went on the cruise. We had a great time. I got a refund back in February of 2004.
Did you call your daughter and ask her if she had gotten a refund back?
Yes, I was very excited I got my refund, but she didn't seem to be as excited. And she just called me up a few days later, and she said to me, now she didn't say she got her check back. She said that when she gets her check back, she'd like to use it to go to Florida on another vacation. And I said, absolutely no. I want my money back.
And she said?
And she said that no, she wasn't giving it back to me.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mary Power says her daughter, Catherine Power, owes for a cruise from New York to Canada. Catherine says she's a struggling single mom, and the cruise was a gift.
Give me your version of the events that led to your belief that this was a gift to you.
The first cruise that we had purchased, actually my mom called me and said, would you like to go on a cruise, and I'll help pay for it. And then she ended up paying for my sister Karen's part, but didn't help me. So I was still paying for it because I wanted to go. So I just went on about my time and got a phone call when I was at work, and she said, I purchased a new cruise. So I was like, well, Mom, I don't have money. And nothing came up about the refund check. I don't have the money to pay for it. She goes, don't worry, it's a gift. So that's how I took it as.
Kathy.
What?
Your mother never said to you, don't worry, it's a gift.
She said, don't worry.
I know that she didn't say, don't worry, it's a gift, and you know she didn't say, don't worry, it's a gift. Right?
Right, but she did say, don't worry. She didn't say it was a gift, but she said not to worry.
Right. She didn't say it was a gift. How did I know that?
Because people don't say that. They just...
Because if it doesn't sound right, it's not true. Yeah. So tell me what happened, Miss Power, when you got back your refund from the cruise line in February.
She said she paid for the cruise and that I was supposed to pay her back. And that was not my point of it. It was...
Well, was your point of it? Was your point of it that...
She bought a trip for the family. It was the last family trip. She felt that everyone should go on it because my father was sick and she wanted us all together. That's what it was.
Then, Kathy, would you explain to me, if that's your rationalization for keeping the money, why is it that you testified earlier that from February until May, you were paying the travel agent, and you paid the travel agent $906 if your mother had already said to you, I want to take the family away on a trip? Now, what I think happened that really annoyed you is that your mother, according to you, chose to pay for one of your sisters to go and didn't choose to pay for you. Because you've already mentioned that once, and that, I would say, might fry you a little bit. But let me understand why your mother decided to pay for one sister and not you. You want to explain that to me?
Yes. When my daughter, Kathy, had my grandson, she had to take some leave off from work. She was on maternity leave. And during that time, my husband, Bill, and I helped her with her rent and her car payments to keep her going. And I did ask her at that time to pay me back, but she did not.
Okay, just a second. So, did your parents help you?
They came up to the house when I had Liam and watched Emerald, my daughter, and then she helped me with diapers and stuff.
So you decided to pay for Karen to make it even with your children?
Right.
Okay. How much was the total cost of your trip, madam? $1,206?
It was $1,806 altogether, and then minus $500 for my sister.
$1,306.
Okay, $1,306. $1,306 is what you intended to pay. Is that right?
Correct.
Mrs. Power, even if you decided to go on a little bit more expensive cruise, I assume you would be perfectly happy if you got $1,306 back from your daughter. If she said to you, listen, I don't have the extra money, but here's the $1,306 that I was intending to pay for the first one. I'm going to give that back to you.
I would have been happy.
And that would have been right, Kathy.
No.
That would have been right, Kathy.
Nope.
Listen to me. You have to stop relying on other people to take care of the problems that you create. You create certain problems. You created a lifestyle for yourself. And it seems to me from listening to your mother, who's a pretty rational lady, that you have relied on other people to take care of the problems that you create. And when you listen to me, and when you turn 30, you just told me that. You just told me a moment ago that your parents came to watch your daughter when your son was born.
Correct.
And gave you a little bit of money, a little bit of help. Well, that means relying on other people for problems that you create.
They didn't have to come.
Oh, listen to me. Listen to me. Did you ever hear the expression?
Karen Porter is suing her son's former friend, Christopher Ciccarelli, for the return of a bail bond refund she claims he stole.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom.
That's case number 270 on the calendar, the matter of Porter versus Ciccarelli.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Miss Porter, what do you do for a living?
I work as an associate for Walmart and it's electronics.
And how long have you worked there?
14 years.
This case is about bail. It is your claim that your son, I assume this son, had been arrested.
Yes.
And you got a call to bail him out. You went to the jail with his friend, according to your papers. You had the money, $5,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Only one person, according to what you say the defendant told you, could go into the room to bail him out. So you gave the $5,000, I assume in cash,
yes,
to the defendant to post the bail. He did. Your son's case was subsequently disposed of, and the bail check released.
Right.
The defendant got the check for the bail. He did not give you back your money.
Right.
That's what you're suing him for, the $5,000. Now I'm going to hear your story.
I got a phone call on September 13th that Greg was arrested and that she had a certain amount of money to pay.
You got a call from?
Mrs. Porter.
Okay.
And that she can only get a certain amount of money to pay.
Don't look over there. Look over, right.
To pay the bail, and she needed to pay the lawyer. So she asked me if I had
bail and lawyer.
And lawyer. She asked me if I had money to pay bail because she had the lawyer fee. So I went down. I was hesitant.
Just a second. So she said, do you have the money to pay the bail?
Yeah, she asked me if I had $5,000. And I said, and first it was $5,000, and she asked me before she had $1,000.
Go ahead.
Then I was a little reluctant to do it.
Why?
Because he's been going in and out of jail, and I didn't know if he was going to take off or not. So I wound up doing it because he was a friend of mine for a long time.
Do you know what he was incarcerated for?
Yes.
What?
10 bundles of heroin.
Wasn't his first drug arrest?
No.
Go ahead.
So we proceeded. I went there. I picked up Miss Porter. We went down to the...
You've never been arrested for drugs, have you?
No, I've never been arrested for drugs.
That's all? It's a question.
Okay. So we wound up going down to the jail. We both went inside. The correction officer asked us to sit down. He called us back both up, and he said to both of us that one of us can only go pay the bail. The other person has to wait. She said, you gave me the $4,000. You go pay the bail. Greg owed me...
Just a second.
Yes.
Did she give you $1,000?
Yes, she did.
And you had $4,000?
Yes.
Where did you get the $4,000 from?
From my business account.
Show me.
I don't have any proof. I closed my business account.
When did this happen?
2 years ago.
Date?
September 13th.
2008?
Yes.
And when did you close your business account?
It was January of 2009.
Business account was in what bank?
Capital One.
They're still in business. When did you take the money out?
September 13th, 2008.
We're going to get it. Just tell me why you closed your business account.
Because I went under. My business went under.
And you closed the account in 2009?
Yes.
Now, you took the money, according to you, out of where? The $5,000?
My brother's bank account.
Out of your brother's bank account?
My brother loaned me the money.
Show me. Do you have a bank account with your brother?
No, but I gave him a check for $5,000.
Show me.
It's on there.
Show me your check.
Oh, I don't have the check with me.
Listen, this is not evidence of a debt.
That does show the deposit for the $5,000 from her to her brother's bank account.
All I want to see is the check.
You can get that, Mama.
I want to see your check, and I want to see your bank statement where you took out $4,000 on September 13th. That's what I want to see. So, I'll see you later. Bye.
Parties are excused. Step out, please.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I'm not lying about this, so I mean, it doesn't matter.
So if you're not lying, Mrs. Porter is lying.
Absolutely.
And her brother is lying.
And later today,
You will be much more successful, Mr. Roy, if you just give me truthful answers. Because, sir, if you don't tell the truth, I'm going to make...
Christopher Ciccarelli stole a refund for a bail bond she posted on her son's behalf.
Your Honor, it's a recall of case number 270 in the matter of Porter versus Ciccarelli. Parties are reminded still under oath.
All right, Miss Porter, my clerks were able to secure the account of your brother and you, which suggests and demonstrates that you did, in fact, give him a check for $5,000.
Yes, ma'am.
On the 13th of September of 2008. That was the same day the bail was paid. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Ciccarelli, despite our best efforts and the clerk's best efforts and the lawyer who sits back here, her best efforts, we have been unable to secure anything from your bank that even suggests that they know who you are. Close your mouth, sir. We have not been able to get that. And I assume that you exercised your best efforts to try to get some proof for me that you withdrew $4,000 from an account.
Yes.
Well, what do you think I'm going to deduce from that, Mr. Ciccarelli?
I have the bankruptcy here.
I don't care about your bankruptcy. Who cares about your bankruptcy? Bank record.
Okay.
When did your business start to go south, Mr. Ciccarelli? Month and year.
Probably November, December of '08.
How much were you earning before that?
About $3,000 a week.
What kind of business was it?
Chimneys.
Chimneys what?
Building, repairing.
How long did you have the business?
About 4 years.
And how old are you?
I'm 33.
What did you do before that?
Chimneys.
For somebody else?
Yes.
What are you doing now?
Chimneys.
For somebody else?
Yes.
You have a bank account where you put your checks?
Yes, I do.
With what bank?
Bank of Smithtown.
Is that where you've been living?
No, I live in Sound Beach.
How long have you lived in Sound Beach?
5 years.
Who do you live with?
My wife?
You have children?
Yes.
You live in a house or an apartment?
In a house.
You own your own home?
Yes.
5 years?
3 years.
In whose name is the house?
It's under my mother-in-law.
When was it transferred to your mother-in-law's name?
It's always been under my mother. We bought it from my mother-in-law.
You bought it from her?
Yes.
Is the house listed in your bankruptcy papers?
No,
Why wasn't the title ever transferred to you and your wife?
because we couldn't get approved for the thing because of the bankruptcy.
Well, you didn't file for bankruptcy, sir, until later. You've been in the house longer than the bankruptcy.
I know, but we didn't wind up buying it from my mother-in-law until afterwards because she was going into foreclosure.
So you took it over,
Yes.
but not formally.
No.
You just live there
Yes.
and pay the mortgage.
Yes.
You pay the mortgage by check,
Yes.
and you've been paying the mortgage by check from the same bank since you took the mortgage over 3 years ago.
Correct.
Do you get where I'm going, Mr. Ciccarelli?
Yeah, but it was a different, my business was a different bank
Well, why would you take money out of your business?
because I didn't want my wife to see the money taken out of our account.
So you're going to lie to her?
Yes, I was.
And when you were going to lie to her, were you going to look at her the same way as you're looking at me right now and telling me the story?
I'm not lying about this, so I mean, it doesn't matter.
So if you're not lying, she's lying. I just want to know, if you're not lying, Mrs. Porter is lying.
Absolutely.
And her brother is lying.
They got that money for their lawyer. That was the money for their lawyer. So where did the lawyer get paid?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm going to ask them. What's the name of the lawyer you used?
William.
Has your son's case been resolved?
Yes, it has.
What was the disposition of the case?
It was dismissed.
Mr. will represent your son until the dismissal?
Yes, he did, ma'am.
What was his fee?
I don't know. My son took care of that.
Your Honor, I took the payments over and I paid it.
Did Mr. represent you with the arraignment?
Yes, he did.
Who retained him?
My mother.
On what date did your mother retain him? You were released on bail on the 13th, which means that you were arraigned prior to the 13th.
Correct.
Which means that Mr. is not going to the arraignment without a retainer. No question about that. And you were arrested for felony count heroin possession.
Yes.
How much did Mr. charge as a retainer?
It was $1,000 up front, I believe, and then it was $3,800 after that.
Who paid it?
I believe my mom paid the first payment, and then I took the payments on after that.
If I were to call Mr. Would he say to me that he charged $1,000 up front to go to the arraignment?
Yes, he would.
And then $3,800?
Yes, he would.
And you paid him $1,000 when, Miss Porter?
I guess the week after my son was arraigned.
No, criminal lawyers don't wait until the week after. Criminal lawyers want their money before they go to the arraignment.
He's been a family lawyer for many years, so he works with us.
Mr. has represented your family in what kind of matters before?
All kind of legal matters. Buying, selling a house.
Divorce.
Divorce.
And he represented you throughout the pendency of these criminal proceedings?
Yes, he has.
I believe them. Don't believe you, sir. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All he did was put the bail money in with the court. That's all he did.
He used to come to my house. I went to his daughter's christening. I made a quilt for his daughter.
There is no friendship. There hasn't been a friendship.
I couldn't believe it. I mean, he's been like a son.
Never do anything for him.
I don't want to hear from him ever again.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Marchetti versus Roja. Step forward, please.
23-year-old gym manager Sean Marchetti II is suing his stepbrother, 25-year-old Dominic Roja, for towing and storage fees for a truck he sold him.
Mr. Marchetti, the defendant is your stepbrother. You claim to have sold him a truck.
Yes.
And because of his irresponsibility, the truck got towed, and you're now being done for all kinds of money because he never had the truck transferred into his name.
Yes.
You want the credit company paid.
Yes.
You want them off your back. And Mr. Roja has what is potentially, if it's true, a legitimate defense. So I want to start with you, Mr. Marchetti. What year truck was this?
This was a 1995 Isuzu.
And when did you sell the truck to your brother?
In July of 2009.
When had you purchased it?
Don't
look over there.
It was actually.
Look at me.
It was actually.
Look.
It was a gift from my grandpa, who actually just passed away. So this truck does have sentimental value to it.
Oh, get over. If it had sentimental value, you wouldn't have sold it.
It was to my stepbrother.
Listen
who was
to me.
His grandfather.
Let's
too.
not play with me.
Okay.
You're not adorable to me. The truck was a gift. When did you get it?
I got it in probably 2008, January 2008.
What are you looking over there for? Why can't you look right here? Stand still. Stop moving foot to foot. Look right here. You
January 2008.
Did you title the truck in your name?
Yes, I did.
When?
In the middle of...
Don't look over there. Look over here. In the middle of what?
In the middle of 08, January.
Well, January would be the beginning of 2008, not
Yes.
the middle of 2008.
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? Those are two different things.
The middle of January in 2008.
When did it have to be re-registered?
It had to be re-registered in the beginning of 2009.
Did you do that?
No, I did not.
So January of 09, it was not registered.
Yes.
Had you received any citations on that truck?
Yes. I had a toll violation.
How many?
One toll violation.
Did you pay it?
No, I did not.
So that there were outstanding violations on the truck at the time you sold it to Mr. Roja.
Yes, but I had told him that when I sold it to him.
Don't tell me what you told him.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't believe most of what you say, sir. I think that there's a whole lot more to the story that I'm hearing, and I quite frankly don't have time for it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sean Marchetti II says his stepbrother, Dominic Roja, owes for towing and storage fees for a truck he sold him. Dominic claims, due to Sean's negligence, he couldn't register the truck.
Now, there were outstanding violations on the truck, so it could not be registered.
Unless the ticket was paid, yes. But I had told him. And I put as is on my bill of sale, too.
As is means the truck is sold as is, not that you have encumbrances on it.
When our verbal agreement, he said that
Don't tell me what your verbal agreement was, sir. You have a sales contract?
Yes, I do.
Does it say anywhere in that sales contract that there are outstanding violations on this truck and you cannot register it unless they are paid? Does it say that on that?
No, it does not, ma'am.
That it doesn't exist. So, the truck was towed after you took possession of it.
Yes.
How much did you pay for it, Mr. Roja?
$400.
And when did you purchase it from him?
July 2009.
How long did you drive it before it was towed?
Well, I didn't drive it too often because it wasn't in my name.
How many months did, Mr. Roja, I don't want you to think of where I'm going with these questions. You will be much more successful, sir, as you can see with Mr. Marchetti, if you stop banging. You will be much more successful, Mr. Roja, if you just give me truthful answers. Because, sir, if you don't tell the truth, I'm going to make you look like a fool. Do we understand each other?
Yes, ma'am.
How many months did you drive the car before it was towed?
Probably good 6 to 8 months.
So you got your $400 worth out of it.
Yes.
Perfect. And then it was towed.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what it was towed for?
For not being registered and not having the plates on the vehicle, yeah.
Now, you say, Mr. Roja, that you couldn't register this car despite the fact that you had paid $400 for it because it was encumbered by these tickets. Did you try to register the car?
I did. I went to the DMV.
Tell me what happened when you got there.
Well, went in there, told them I would like to register the car in my name. And
Did you have a bill of sale with you?
I don't remember.
Did you have the title with you?
Yes.
And he had signed it over to you?
Yes.
Great, so far. Now, I believe that. And then you were told that they couldn't register the car because it was encumbered with tickets.
Right.
Did they tell you how much?
I don't remember if they did or not, no.
Was it a lot of money?
It was more than I had, yeah.
Did you call Mr. Marchetti, your stepbrother?
I did.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I called him, let him know that I was upset because he didn't let me know that there were tickets on the vehicle when I bought the car from him, and that it hadn't been registered the previous year, so that was an additional fee that I couldn't afford.
Well, don't you have a registration that says whether the car is up to date in its registration?
Yes, but the original license plates had been stolen, so he was using replacement plates, and so...
Where did he get replacement plates from?
I guess from the DMV.
When did you get replacement plates from the DMV?
My plate was stolen in the summer.
Summer of what?
2008. Basically what had happened is they used those plates for a crime. So they'd give me replacement plates because they didn't want me to keep that same plate number because it was used in a crime.
You sold him the car in July of 2009.
Yes.
Between January 2009 and July of 2009, where was the car?
It was with me until July. It was just
When you
parked in front of my house.
You mean you just let it sit there?
Yeah.
You just let it sit there?
Yeah.
And when you purchased the car in July of 09, sir, was it running?
Yes, it was.
Well, then somebody must have been using the car, Mr. Marchetti, because if you don't use a 15-year-old car for 6 months, chances are the batteries did.
Not this car. This car was a trooper.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Are you in a family dispute? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
Mr. Marchetti, pay your own bill. He paid $400 for a car that he couldn't register. I don't believe most of what you say, sir. I think you're fudging it. I think that there's a whole lot more to this story that I'm hearing, and I quite frankly don't have time for it. All I know is this. You sold a car that could not be registered. It was towed. That's your problem.
But if I have a bill of sale that says as is, why is it my responsibility?
Because I tried to explain something to you, Mr. Marchetti. You didn't have your listening ears on about 5 minutes ago. The as-is part of your contract refers to the mechanical operation of the car, not whether it is encumbered by tickets. Do you understand now? Now, I did tell you that before, and I told it to you twice, and the rest of it, I don't answer.
So the ticket, so if there was one ticket, the bill of sale's out the door, and then it comes back on me?
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yeah, this is case number 320 on the calendar, the matter of Dios versus Davis.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Judge parties have been sworn in. You may be seated.
Ms. Dios, the defendant was a former friend and then a boyfriend of yours, and you claim he owes you for some bills, a loan, some rent, and a confiscated gun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you want to explain to me the living situation between the two of you?
The living situation was that it was a one-room suite. We started off as friends. We were dating for a short period of time. We broke up after roughly 2 weeks, and we remained friends at that point.
Let's go.
Did you want, like, more
Well, I want to know,
detail?
he moved into, you want rent from him. Rent for what period?
From August and September, Your Honor.
When did he live with you?
He moved in May, Your Honor. And he was paying rent up to August, and then he wasn't able to, or whatever his problem was.
And
I would have been willing to wait, you know, had he intended to pay me a little later, but he just kind of decided he wasn't going to pay me when we started fighting. He started getting jealous of the fact that I was studying with friends and hanging out with other friends. And
well, this was in a one-room apartment, so I assume that you shared the bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So he paid when he first came, and then he stopped paying in August.
Correct.
Did you tell him to leave in August?
No.
No. What about September? Did he pay in September?
He was also not paying in September.
Did you tell him to leave in September?
Yes, I told him to start looking for a place to live.
Great. And that was because he wasn't paying rent, or is that because you were fighting?
Both, Your Honor.
Fine. Did he find another place to live?
He said he was looking. He
did you find
not.
another place to live?
No.
Where are you living?
In my car at the moment.
When did you move out of her studio into your car?
October 1st.
Why are you living in your car?
I'm waiting for an apartment to come through. I should be moving into an apartment next week, but right now I'm just living in my car. I don't have a place to stay at the moment.
What kind of car are you living in?
A 2001 Civic.
And where do you park it to sleep?
Sometimes I leave it near a friend's house or leave it in a little Tokyo or a parking garage.
And you shower at friends' houses?
Yes.
What's the name of the last friend with whom you showered?
Daniel.
Do you sometimes stay in his house?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure
Sure.
that this living in my car wasn't something that I was visualizing you doing on a regular basis.
Not every night.
Right. Okay. As long as we understand each other. Okay. Do you owe her rent?
No, I do not.
Were you paying her rent?
We didn't have any verbal contract to pay rent, but I was giving her money here and there to help out.
How much money were you giving her here and there?
I tried to give her $300 a month just to consider it close to half the rent.
Just a second. $300 per month. And you gave her $300 per month when?
From when I moved in until August.
What happened in August?
We started fighting and arguing, and it became a really hostile living environment.
But you stayed there in August.
I did.
So you owe her $300 for August. And what about September? Did you stay there in September?
I did, Your Honor.
Did you pay her for September?
No, I did not.
Then you owe her $300 for September. What else do you think he owes you for?
Ma'am, I lent him $800 to get his car out of impound.
When?
This was on the 13th of August.
How did your car wind up in impound?
When I first moved out here to California from Missouri, I was staying with my uncle. Stayed with him for about a year. We had some disagreements, and I had to move out. I was living in a homeless shelter, and I stayed there for 6 months. And
Wait,
I did
don't
acquire.
need a whole story.
All right. Well, I acquired.
This is not War and Peace. Just tell me about your car.
Sorry, Your Honor. I got some tickets while I was homeless, and I forgot about them, and my car was rightfully impounded.
Why did you get tickets?
I was parked in illegal spots.
Why would you park in illegal spots if you had no money?
I was looking for a place to sleep at the time, or leave my car. I wasn't able to leave my car at the homeless shelter.
Do you know that I actually don't believe your story?
Okay. I'm not sure why.
It's simple, because I'm looking at you, and I don't believe that somebody who looks relatively normal would park their car when they had no money for a place to live in an illegal spot, risking getting parking tickets and getting a load of parking tickets and just ignoring them and continuing to park illegally.
I wasn't driving my car, Your Honor. I didn't have a job. I was homeless. I was just trying to find a place to leave it.
So why can't you park in a legal parking space?
In Pasadena, you can't park it anywhere overnight. You get tickets. So I didn't have a private lot.
So why do you have to stay in Pasadena?
That's where the homeless shelter is.
That's the only homeless shelter?
There are others, but that was the program that I was following. That's what I was allowed into.
Well, explain that to me.
Well, you have to do an intake through the homeless shelter. You go through passageways, and then you have to do overnight guests. And if they determine that your behavior is okay, then they let you into the homeless shelter and you become a resident. And you live there, and they move you into a bed, and you have to stay there and follow their program. Attend their meetings, look for a job, put money away, and when you move out of the shelter, they give you the money back.
And what did they tell you to do with the car?
They told me just to figure it out.
So you figured it out by just leaving it in illegal spots?
I gambled on occasions, and I did lose.
Okay. So if you gambled, you lost, they're your tickets, you pay for them. Why should she pay for them?
Well, it was her choice to help me out.
No, I understand you didn't put her on a rack, but it was your choice to behave irresponsibly. It was your choice to take a risk. It was your choice to gamble with getting a ticket. You did get a ticket. You did, in fact, ignore it. Why should somebody else assume that responsibility?
Well, I was content with the car being impounded. I was planning on selling it anyway.
Well, impounded doesn't mean that you could sell it.
Right. And
Fine. You prepared to turn it over to the plaintiff?
no.
Just a second. If it didn't make any difference to you whether you had a car or not, because you were planning on getting rid of it anyway, and you couldn't get it out of impound because you didn't have the money, why don't we just turn the car over to the plaintiff and she'll sell it and recoup the money from the sale for the parking tickets? Why don't we do that? I'll write the order. How do you like that?
I would not like that, Your Honor.
Well, then why are you giving me a bunch of baloney that you were planning on getting rid of the car anyway and it could have stayed in impound? It didn't really make much difference to you. That's what the connotation of what you were saying to me, Mr. Davis.
Well, I was hoping...
What were you hoping for?
Well, when the impound had my car, I was going to let them just keep it, but they told me that they were going to...
No. Listen to me. Let them keep it. That means that it builds up fees every day.
Yes.
You could never get it out.
I know that.
What I'm suggesting to you is, why don't we just turn it over to Miss Dios and let her sell the car and recoup some of her losses?
Well, Your Honor, I would not like that, mostly because at the moment I am currently homeless. I'm trying to get into the homeless shelter again, but it takes time. So in the meantime...
Meanwhile, you're staying with your friend. So how come we don't have, yes, of course Miss Dios can have the car. She paid to get it out of impound, and I don't have the money to give her.
But we never had an agreement that I had to pay her back.
Mr. Davis, you following where I'm going, sir?
Yeah, for the most part.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He started kicking the chair I was sitting in. He gave me a nice bruise on my thigh, pushed me around. The gun is what he told the cops I had threatened him with, and I didn't even have any ammo for it.
And later today...
You don't have a pair of long pants?
I assume this is appropriate since it's sold in stores.
Did you ever go to church?
Yes, I did.
Would you wear that outfit to church?
No, I wouldn't.
No.
And Dios says ex-boyfriend Thomas Davis owes for rent, a loan, property damage, and for the value of a confiscated gun.
Okay, now you want to get into this gun situation, please?
Happily, Your Honor. The reason he moved out the 1st of October was I had to call the cops on him. It was a very unpleasant event. I had to get on my computer. That meant waking him up on accident because his legs were in the way of the chair. And he said something quite rude to me, and so I decided, okay, I have to study, I have to put up with his presence because he wasn't moving out, and I was having to go through an eviction process, possibly, to get rid of him. So I decided I was going to listen to music while I studied because...
Whatever.
So he decided he was going to kind of fly off the handle. He started kicking the chair I was sitting in. He gave me a nice bruise on my thigh. He pushed me around. The gun is what he told the cops I had threatened him with, even though I hadn't, and I didn't even have any ammo for it.
So they confiscated it?
They confiscated it because he told them that I had threatened him with it. It was a malicious act.
Have you asked for it back?
I have, Your Honor.
And?
And I cannot get it back because it's currently being held by the detectives. They're still writing the report on the incident, but
well, then you'll get it back.
Well, they're saying that I won't because it's not registered to me. It's still registered under my father. And
then you may not. Then you can't have it.
But the only reason it was confiscated, Your Honor, was because he claimed that I threatened him with it.
Miss Dios, I can't help you with the gun matter. If you're legally entitled to get the gun back, they are obligated to return the lawful weapon to you. If it's not a lawful weapon, I can't compensate you for having a weapon that you shouldn't have had in your house to begin with being confiscated. I know that that may be a difficult thing for you to understand, so close your mouth. Courts can't compensate you for illegal activity, irrespective of who brought the illegal activity to the attention of the police. Having a gun that is not registered in your name is something that you can't have. And if the police refuse to return it to you, so be it. But he owes you $1,400, $6 for rent and $8 for your loan. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all. Thank you.
Why is there excuse? You may step out.
We just started fighting and just became a hostile living environment, and we just didn't really get along after a while.
When he attacked me the morning of the 1st, it was all one-sided.
It was a really nasty fight. She hit me with a chair, woke me up out of my sleep.
He just flew off the handle.
We got into a huge argument. We started pushing each other around, and she threatened to shoot me.
Lied to the cops when they got there.
The cops said we could either both go to jail or none of us go to jail.
He didn't like me breaking up with him.
In order to keep both of us out of jail, they had to separate us.
He didn't like the fact that I was studying with other friends.
I wish we were able to get along better.
Do not let a friend move in for any period of time, because if you're not the landlord or the owner, you can't just evict them.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Johnson versus View. Step forward.
Chad Johnson is suing his former friend, 21-year-old Casey View, for loans to get his car out of impound and to have it repaired.
Who is this person?
This is my sister.
Is she a witness to these
She is.
proceedings? Did she know she was coming to court today?
She knows.
Where's the rest of her outfit?
That was the most professional clothing she could find, I guess.
You don't have a pair of long pants?
I do, but I assume this is appropriate since it's sold in stores.
Since it's what?
Sell in stores.
Sold in, like, business apparel stores?
Yes,
is what
business
she
apparel.
meant.
Different kind of business, I guess.
Do you go to church?
No, I'm a Christian.
Did you ever go to church?
Yeah.
Did you ever go to church?
Yes, I did.
Would you wear that outfit to church?
No, I wouldn't.
No. You know, I just wanted to know where your head was at. Now, you claim you loaned him some money twice. He was a friend of yours.
Correct.
He says that on one occasion there was no money exchanged, even though you had contemplated it because he needed some money to get his car out of impound. He says that he never received the money. And the second loan, which was a small one to fix the fuel pump on his car, he paid you by letting you have his computer. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
What is your sister a witness to?
She's the one who loaned me the $200.
Does she have bank statements to show me that?
She does not have a bank account. She just cashes her check.
I'm hungry. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I do have a bank statement.
Just tell me what the money was for. He was your friend. Let's go. When was it?
Okay, it was on 5/7. I pulled out $200 from my account to loan him to get his car out of impound.
Go ahead.
And a few weeks after that...
Did you give it to him?
The money? I didn't personally hand it to him. I left it on some DVDs because I had to go to work that day.
No,
and
he
he
left it
came
outside.
over.
Shh. Hey.
You
left it on top of DVDs where?
Right by my front entrance of the door. I put it actually under a case. I have a DVD booklet. I put the $200 underneath the DVD booklet and left my door unlocked, and I said it's...
Great, it's gone.
Right.
He never got it. Next.
And then a few weeks later, he called me up saying this car wouldn't start. So I went over and looked at it, and I didn't have the proper tools, so I said, well, I'll use my AAA to get the car towed to my house so I could take a better look at it.
Well, can you use your AAA in order to have somebody else's car towed?
Well, I didn't charge him labor.
No, I'm just asking you a question. You have AAA.
Mm-hmm.
Are you allowed to use your AAA to get a friend's car towed?
Yes, you are.
You are?
Yes.
Why would anybody? One person in the United States should have AAA and everybody else should use it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You see what happens, sir, when you're trying to fun with me? You get to trip over your tongue. I actually do enjoy watching it. It's part of the pleasure of my business.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Chad Johnson claims former friend Casey View owes for 2 unpaid loans. Casey says Chad took his laptop for collateral, so he doesn't owe.
Okay. So you used your AAA to get his car towed to your house?
Correct.
And?
And I diagnosed it and found out that the fuel pump was no longer working. So I told him that, and I said, I will do the work for you. I won't charge you any labor, but you have to buy the part. And he agreed to that. So a few days...
had you had a discussion about the previous money that you allege you loaned to him?
Yes.
Because at that time, he had already, according to you, taken you for $200, and now
Right.
it's $200 plus
Right.
parts.
What happened was, he didn't pay me back yet when the car repair had, and I said, originally I had said that...
Do you see what happens, sir, when you're trying to fun with me? You get to trip over your tongue. I actually do enjoy watching it.
Oh, yeah?
Every once in a while, it's part of the pleasure of my business. Let's start again.
Okay.
He hadn't given you the money back that you had previously, according to you, loaned to him.
Correct.
Now you're going to advance him money. You used your AAA, you got the car towed to your house, and the car needed a fuel pump, and you were going to advance him the money for the fuel pump, despite the fact that he had not paid you back an initial $200 loan. So far, is that correct?
That is
now
correct.
You're going to explain to me why, with trying not to trip over your tongue.
Okay, there's a very good reason for that. He was telling me that he was at risk of losing his job because he could not get to work because he did not have a car. So if he lost his job, he would not be able to pay me back.
So I made the proposal. I said, tell you what, you give me $50 out of every paycheck. I will go get the part, and I will put it in your car, and then you can get to work. So that's what I did. He agreed to that, to those terms.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a technician. That's what I do.
What kind of technician?
I'm automated conveyor systems.
Who do you work for?
Super Value.
How long?
I've been there for 5 years.
What do you do for a living, Mr. View?
I am a customer service manager at Walmart.
How long have you worked for them?
About 7 months.
When did the plaintiff put a fuel pump in your car?
I would say May.
May of 2010?
Yep, around my birthday.
Yup is not an answer.
Yes, Your
Yes
Honor.
is an answer. Yup goes with that outfit.
The $200 he says he loaned me.
Forget the $200. He left the door unlocked. Somebody else took it. What's next?
For the fuel pump, it's true, he did fix my car and tow it with his AAA, but our agreement was that he would take my laptop as collateral, which he did. And then about a month later, there was a guy coming into town for Pride, which was Gay Pride, what we were having, which was apparently his crush, and he told me not to talk to the guy. And I went over to the guy to talk to him, which upset him. So he decides to ask for his money back.
Just a second. Where's your computer?
He has my computer. I gave
Your
it to him.
laptop?
Yep, my laptop.
Do you have his laptop?
I do not have his
Nope,
laptop.
nope,
He
nope.
told
Look
me it
over
was
there.
stolen.
Hmm?
He told me it was stolen.
If it was
I
stolen,
do
I
not
would
have
have
his
filed a
laptop.
police report.
Just a second. Did he give you his laptop?
He did not give me his laptop.
Did you ever have possession of his laptop?
I never had possession of his laptop.
Well, what's the story about the laptop?
He asked if he could use the laptop as collateral to do the fuel pump, and I said, yes, you can. But supposedly, a few days later, his laptop got stolen.
If it was stolen, I would have filed a police report.
And it was a $200 laptop. I don't think you can file a police report for something that small.
Don't answer him. I want to see the bill for the fuel pump.
Sure. I have that right here.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Are you the victim of a scam? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
Okay, the fuel pump was $269?
Yes.
When did he put the fuel pump in your car?
It took him like
When?
2 weeks. I'm not sure, May.
You owe him $269.24 for the fuel pump.
Why do I owe him? The only reason why he's doing this is because I wouldn't sleep with him.
I don't care.
I have papers saying that he
Listen
would
to
take
me.
the laptop
Listen.
and the original receipt.
Listen to me, my friend. You owe him $269 for the fuel pump. Is that car still working?
It is, but he has my laptop, like I said.
I don't believe it.
Well, it
I
says
don't
on
believe
paper
it.
that he's willing to accept my laptop.
Just a second. When you give somebody collateral, that doesn't mean that you've paid for it.
Well, he has my laptop. He took it as
You owe him
collateral.
$269 for the fuel pump.
Okay.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yeah, this is case number 289 on the calendar in the matter of Miga versus Valenzuela.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, ma'am. Have a seat.
Mr. Meager, this is your daughter, this is your son.
Correct.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
How old are you? 18. Give me the date of this incident that this lawsuit is about.
March 27th.
March 27th, 2010.
Correct.
And how old were you at that time?
18.
And you somehow picked up young Mr. Valenzuela to go to a party.
Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Now it's case number 310 on the calendar in the matter of Pennington versus Mobley.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Miss Pennington, when did you and the defendant start to date?
April of this year.
And when for the first time did you loan him money?
I loaned him money 3 weeks after that.
For what?
I gave him money for his car to be fixed, as well as money to get his LA Fitness back on order.
And how much were those two loans?
I gave him a couple $100 for AutoZone to get fixed for his car, and then another $150 for his LA Fitness membership.
Tell me how that came about.
He text messaged me asking me for money to get his car fixed to go back and forth to work, and I felt as though I needed to help him being his girlfriend, which we were in a relationship, a committed relationship within probably 2 weeks of when we met.
That's some commitment.
Yes. He asked me for the money to get his car fixed, and then he also asked me to...
Well, what did he say to you?
He said that he was not able to get back and forth to work, that he needed to get a head gasket set put on his car, and I loaned him the money.
Go ahead.
First of all, Your Honor, she was never my girlfriend.
Everything that she gave me?
Don't start with everything. Let's start with car repair.
Yes, ma'am. The car repair, she gave it to me.
Well, tell me how she knew that your car needed repair.
I told her my car, my car
Well,
broke
tell
down.
me when, how did you tell her? Did you call her? Did you write her? Did you text her? Did you tell her when you were having lunch? How did you tell her that your car needed repair, Mr. Mobley?
On the telephone, Your Honor.
So you picked up the phone and you told her?
We was talking on the phone, and...
And you said?
I told her that my car was broke, and I needed help get my car fixed.
My car was?
My car needed to be fixed.
And you needed?
A head gasket.
You needed?
Help. My bad, John.
Now, at this time, according to you, she wasn't your girlfriend.
No.
And she was never your girlfriend.
No.
Well, then why would you ask her for money?
Because she said she'd help me.
No. Listen, I am older than Methuselah. However, I do have an intact memory of my dating time, when I was a younger person. And I don't remember ever saying to anybody, I'm going to help you out financially, unless they told me that they needed being helped financially. So my question to you is, why would you, Mr. Mobley, tell somebody that you weren't involved in a relationship with, that you needed help? Could they give you money?
She offered, John.
There's something wrong with you.
Yana, she offered to help me, Yana. And when I told her my car was broke...
Just a second. Why would you tell someone that you weren't in a relationship, committed relationship with? Why would you have a conversation? My car's not right. I don't have money to fix it. I needed to go to work. Why would you burden somebody that you weren't in a relationship with all that baloney?
Because I knew she'd help me.
Ah, there you go. Because you knew. Just a second. I don't think you're adorable, by the way.
I think you are, though, Jan.
Though that's very good. You're right, I am. I don't think you are.
Okay.
So you told her, now we got it right. You told her you're tailable because you knew she would help you. That's being dishonest. And you knew she would help you because she liked you and because she thought you were in a relationship.
She loved me.
She loved you.
Yeah.
So then you were being doubly dishonest. You were playing on her emotions, even though you knew you weren't in a committed relationship. Who are you?
I'm his friend, Your Honor. Or his roommate.
Why didn't he ask you for money?
Because I'm in the same boat as he is, Your Honor.
Sit. Do you understand where I'm going, Mr. Mobley?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm trying to think if that is just a big empty suit that you're wearing. And so far, it's coming up empty. So far, it's coming up empty, Mr. Mobley. It's showing me a lot of bad character. So far, you needed money for your car under false pretenses because you asked somebody who cared for you, and you played on that to extract money from her. You're going to pay for your own car. And the car was $200. Now, did you use the same ploy when you needed money for your LA Fitness membership?
She took it upon herself, Yana, and called LA Fitness.
Did she?
Yes.
Okay. Let me see how that came about, Mr. Mobley. You work at LA Fitness. You train people there. That's what I gather from here.
I work out at LA Fitness.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a professional fighter.
So you're a professional fighter and you work out at LA Fitness?
I work out at LA Fitness, yes. That's to lift weights. I work for a company called XFC. It's a Extreme Fighting Championship. We do cage fighting, like UFC.
Great. But you work out at LA Fitness?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what would cause Miss Pennington to call LA Fitness? Look at me. What would cause her, as opposed to calling De Beers for diamonds, or Harry Winston for a necklace, or Kmart for toilet paper, what would cause her to call LA Fitness?
First of all, I don't shop at Kmart.
And just a second. You understand? So you're not auditioning here, Mr. Mobley.
I know, Yana.
This is my program.
Okay.
So there's only one star here. Him.
All right.
Do we understand each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. What would cause her to call LA Fitness?
We talked. We had a conversation.
And Mr. Mobley.
We had a conversation, Yana,
about...
But I did not ask her to pay it.
No, that's not what I asked you. I said you had a conversation with her, and in the conversation you said...
My LA Fitness membership has expired.
And?
And that was it. I didn't ask her to pay it, Your Honor. So it wasn't like
right?
I asked her.
Go ahead.
I actually have 90 pages of text messages stating exactly what happened during the car episode, exactly what happened during LA Fitness.
90
I have soft copy
No.
and I still have a hard
car is
copy.
a done deal. Car was $200.
Right.
LA Fitness is what I want to see. Just the emails from him about LA Fitness.
Yes, they're all in here as well.
Just take them out. I'm not going to read 90 pages.
No, I know.
Yeah. This is incomprehensible. They're going to put something like this in a time capsule and bring it out 200 years from now and say that this was a generation of people who were total illiterates because of this texting business. The text speak. It's illiterate.
Oh, yeah.
Do I get to see that, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Because I don't recall saying anything, so.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You're not going to con me, sir. You may be a really good bouncer at a club, and you may be really good with the ladies, but I guarantee you, I can wrap you around here. The only thing is I have 8 other cases to do today, and you're beginning to bore me.
And later today.
And in addition to drawing a salary from the business, you also pay for your tan.
No, ma'am.
Believe me, I'm looking at her. She didn't go for a tan. That would be you.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Margaret Pennington says ex-boyfriend Ombe Mobley owes for several unpaid loans. Ombe claims Margaret offered to help him out.
Would you please show this to Mr. Mobley?
Sure.
Thank you. But, Your Honor, anybody can send text messages.
Just a minute. I'm not asking you anybody. You asked to look at it. I'm showing it to you.
I don't remember sending this text message.
You don't remember it?
No, I
want you to read those through and tell me if any of the facts in those ring a familiar bell to you.
No.
Nothing?
No.
Well, then let me ask you more specifically, Mr. Mobley. I'll take it back. Who wrote, Miss Pennington, what time do you have to be in St. Cloud?
I did.
I don't know nobody in St. Cloud.
It was a fighting match he had to go to that day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I did have a fight.
Now, tell me about the probationary fines you paid for and when.
I paid for them on 7/16 of this year and 7/22 of this year.
How much?
$236.90, $751.90, and $236.90.
What were your probationary fines for, Mr. Mobley? Is not an answer, sir. What did you get into trouble for?
I got federally indicted by the feds for cocaine.
When?
5 years ago.
Did you serve any jail time?
Yes, a little bit, Your Honor.
How much?
Your Honor, that's behind me. I'd rather not talk about that.
I don't care what you want to talk about, then you pay the money.
No.
They're your fines. And if we're going to find out what they are, then we'll find out what they are.
The fines is for, it was court fees.
So are you prepared to pay them?
No.
Very good. Then we'll get back to what were you convicted of, sir?
I was convicted of possession of cocaine when attempted distribution.
And how much time did you serve?
I served a month, Your Honor.
And how much probation?
Probation was 5 years.
She paid several sets of fines. Were they all involving the same charge?
Yes.
All?
Yes.
Well, why didn't you pay the fines?
She offered to pay the fines.
Why didn't you pay the fines?
Because I couldn't pay him at that time, Your Honor.
Why not? You bought that nice suit. Not at that time, at any time.
I was in a bind.
What do you mean you were in a bind? You're a big, strong guy. Go and wait tables. Go and work in a club. Go and work in McDonald's. Do something. You have probation fines. You pay them. Why should she pay your probation fines? She didn't sell cocaine.
No, she didn't, but, Your Honor, this was 5 years ago.
She didn't sell cocaine 5 years ago or 10 years ago or yesterday. You did.
Yes.
They're your fines.
Yes.
So who should pay them?
She offered to pay him.
You're an idiot.
I should pay him, but she offered to pay him.
You sold the cocaine. You pay the fines. That's the way the law works. You con somebody else into paying the fines, we should put you back in jail. They should have put you back in jail anyway if you didn't pay the fines.
A second chance, Your Honor. Everybody deserves a second chance.
Well, they gave you a second chance,
And I'm taking
as part
advantage
of
of my
your
second-
second chance. They said you have to pay these fines. That's part of the second chance. We're not going to put you in jail for 5 years. We're going to put you in jail for a month. And we're going to say, take a second chance, but you got to pay these fines. You say, I'm not paying these fines. I'm going to get some broad to pay my fines.
I didn't say that, Your Honor. I didn't say that at all.
Well, then how would she know, Mr. Mobley, since she wasn't your girlfriend and you weren't in an intimate relationship with her?
We was intimate. Yeah.
No, just Mr. Mobley. Mr. Mobley, having a physical relationship with somebody, as you well told me 5 minutes ago, doesn't mean you're in an intimate relationship. You said she wasn't my girlfriend.
But she knew that, Your Honor. She knew.
There's something wrong with you. You think you're going to con me like you've been conning other people now for years? You're not going to con me, sir. You may be really good at fighting mixed martial arts, and you may be really good with the ladies, but I guarantee you I can wrap you around here. The only thing is I have 8 other cases to do today, and you're beginning to bore me.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
the camera will find that in your face so that the 10 million people who watch this will see that look that I'm talking about. They're becoming very clued into that look, Mr. Clemens. The camera gets liars.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Margaret Pennington says ex-boyfriend Ombe Mobley owes for several unpaid loans. Ombe claims Margaret offered to help him out.
Now, let's understand each other.
Yes.
You sold the drugs.
Yes.
You pay the fines. We understand each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1575. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
If a person offered to pay it, what I'm going to say, no?
No, I don't think you saw me as a dollar sign.
If a person walked up to you right now and say, yo, I'm going to give you $1 million.
I just think that I have a good heart, and I was trying to help him out.
What, you going to say no?
I guess everybody learns from their mistakes. He was my mistake.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of O'Boyle versus Clemens, step forward.
Mary Katie O'Boyle is suing her former business partner, Jeremy Clemens, for taking money from their business account, a tax debt, and accountant fees.
Miss O'Boyle, you and Mr. Clements went into a business venture together, according to your complaint, and that business adventure was a salon business.
Yes.
It didn't work out. Business is no longer viable, but it is your claim. Did you pay a Comcast bill out of this?
I do not know, Your Honor.
Well, if you don't know, and that's what it says, then I guess you did. Sally Mae. Sally Mae what?
It's a student loan bill.
$336.99. That sound right?
That wasn't what I paid monthly, but
I didn't ask you whether you paid it monthly. Maybe you missed a month.
I might have.
Might have. What about Sunoco, sir?
I did go on a business trip for the salon, which I did use the card for gas.
And how much did you put into the business account from that business trip?
How much did I put into the business account, ma'am?
There's an echo in here, Mr. Clements. My question is, how much did you put into the business account from that business trip?
Well, I didn't take a paycheck. So basically, it depends on how much I had from that week that I would have made.
I don't think you're cute, actually. I don't think you're cute. I think that you did the wrong thing.
No, ma'am, Your Honor. She knew every...
Don't tell me what she knew. First of all, I'm looking at you and you're lying. First of all, I'm looking at you, and believe me, the hair goes up on the back of my neck when somebody is lying to me. And Mr. Clemens, I'm looking at you, and when you say to me, she knew, you're a liar. The camera will find that in your face so that the 10 million people who watch this at least once a day will see that look that I'm talking about. They're becoming very clued into that look, Mr. Clemens.
I'm not lying,
Very
Your
clued.
Honor.
Oh, yes, you are. You telling me that you told her that you had drawn out a check to pay for your student loan in the amount of $336?
Well, after the 12 beers she had had, she probably doesn't remember.
Mr. Clemens, the camera's getting you, sir. The camera gets liars.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Have you been cheated? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
If what you're saying in your answer is she was drunk all the time, so she doesn't know what I told her and what I didn't tell her, what I think is you're a hustler and you took advantage of her.
No, ma'am.
I think you're a hustler and you took advantage of her and drew out an awful lot of money that didn't belong to you, that you didn't work for, and that you figured, well, I got this lady. She doesn't know. She's an old lady. What does she know? You know, I'm younger and I'm smarter, and I've been hustling all my life, and this is just another hustle.
No, ma'am.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Mr. Clemens. See it. I see it. Because nobody who runs a business lets their partner, unless they're also drawing things out, paying personal expenses from the business account. Then some people say, you know what, I'll pay a couple of bills from the business account, you pay a couple of bills from the business account, and it'll be a wash. But that didn't happen in this account, Mr. Clemens. The only one who paid their personal expenses out of it was you.
She wrote herself checks from the account.
You.
She didn't use the card. She wrote herself checks.
What about
and had her clients pay her.
Just a second, Mr. Clemens. What about you? Did you not draw a salary from the business? Just answer my question. Did you not draw a salary from the business?
A commission-based salary, yes, ma'am.
I don't think you're cute, Mr. Clemens, in case you haven't figured that out yet. Did you draw a salary from the business?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be the answer. And in addition to drawing a salary from the business, as Miss O'Boyle did, you also paid for your tan.
No, ma'am.
Believe me, I'm looking at her. She didn't go for a tan. That would be you. Listen, Miss O'Boyle, he's a hustler. You're not supposed to go into business with hustlers. Do you understand?
Yes.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $3,100. That's all. Step out.
Thank you, Judge Judy.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yes, case.
Mr. Allen, how long have you and the defendant been together?
Off and on for about 14 years.
You have a child, is that right, together?
That's correct.
How old?
He's 6.
You're no longer together with the defendant, is that right?
That is absolutely right.
Who has custody of the boy?
She does.
Really? How did that happen?
We just both agreed through family probate court that she'd have custody.
That's a sort of strange. What's wrong with you?
Nothing. That's just the way we decided to do it.
Well, I'm curious about that, considering what this case is about.
She has her problems, but she drinks a lot, is what it is. And I don't think that she's a good mother, is what it comes down to.
You can't be a good mother and drink a lot, Mr. Allen. Those two things don't go together.
That's where I come in.
What do you mean that's where you come in?
I stay at her house while she goes out and drinks. I know it's not a smart thing, but
In what jurisdiction do you live?
in Worcester County,
Which is where?
Massachusetts.
How many children do you have, Mr. Allen?
I have 2 myself.
There was a certain hesitation in that, Mr. Allen.
It's 2.
2 is an answer. How old are they?
One's 16, one's 6.
And where does your 16-year-old live?
He lives with his mother.
And how many children did you give birth to, Miss Goodell?
The one.
This is what this case is about. Then maybe we'll revisit this issue. It is your claim that Miss Goodell, while out on a bender, drinking at a bar, brought home a male stranger to the house. That male, who she brought home to the house, damaged your motorcycle by knocking it over. We are going to assume, for the purposes of this case, that that did in fact happen, that your motorcycle was damaged as a result of this stranger that Miss Goodell brought home to the house. Your theory is that since Miss Goodell could not tell you the name of this person, that her conduct created a situation that enabled this to happen, and therefore she should pay for the motorcycle damage.
Correct.
So I'm going to find out the story, then maybe we'll go back and revisit this whole thing.
Okay.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Allen?
I work in an IT department at a business, Mass Mutual.
And how long have you worked for them?
About 6 months.
Prior to that, where were you working?
I was a subcontractor for a cable company.
And how long did you work for them?
A few years.
How many years?
2.
And where does Miss Goodell work?
She works at a dental office.
How many days a week?
3, sometimes 4.
Excuse me?
3, sometimes 4 days.
She worked part-time or full-time?
Full-time hours, but part-time days.
She paid in check or cash? Look at me.
Cash. I get paid in cash. Is that what you mean?
I didn't ask you about you.
Oh, sorry.
I asked about her. Where do you live?
Right now I'm staying with my parents.
How long have you been staying with your parents?
Since this incident.
And when was this incident?
October 14th.
And when did you go to court and agree that Miss Goodell had custody of your son?
I'd say 2008.
Does Miss Goodell receive any sort of supplementary assistance from the state for her support or the support of your child? Look at me.
You'd have to ask her. I believe so.
That's something you would know, Mr. Allen. So the answer is either yes or no.
Yes.
Do you pay support for your son?
I help her out.
That's not what I asked you. Do you pay support
Yes,
for your
I do.
son?
Yes.
Through the court?
No.
To the state?
Nope.
You think this was going to be easy, Mr. Allen?
No.
Not easy.
No.
Not easy.
All right.
Now, when you moved out of the house after this incident on October 14th, when the mother of your child, who was out on a drinking binge, brought home a stranger to the house, according to you, with your son sleeping in the room right next to you.
Correct.
You thought it was a good idea to move out and leave him there with his mother.
No, I took him that night. I left with him.
Just a second. You left with him that night.
Yes.
How did he get back to his mother?
She picked him up the next day at my mother's.
And what did you do?
What was I supposed to do?
Go back to court and say she's unfit to take care of him. She brings home strangers who she doesn't know to your house while drunk in the middle of the night. That's what she says in her answer, right? That's what you said in your answer. I did read it right, didn't I?
Correct.
That's what I would do as a parent. I would go into court the next day and I would say, listen, this arrangement in 2008 is no good because my son is a child, he's at risk. You don't drink, do you, Mr. Allen?
Not very often, no.
Do you use drugs, Mr. Allen?
No.
Ever?
In the past.
How far in the past?
8 years.
Who else lives in your parents' house? Don't look over there.
No,
And
I'm
you
sorry.
shouldn't have to think about it.
My brother lives there and my parents.
And do your parents work?
Yes, they do.
Both of them?
Yes.
How long had you been living in Miss Goodell's house?
6 months.
Prior to that, where did you live?
I lived with an ex-girlfriend in Connecticut.
Well, that was an off, because you've been on and off, according to you, with Miss Goodell for 14 years. So that wasn't very long.
No, we took like a 4-year break.
And are you telling me that for 4 years you lived with this ex-girlfriend? And if I were to call your mother now at work, she would tell me that you live home now for about 6 months, and before that you lived with your girlfriend in Connecticut for 4 years?
Yes, correct. I had my own apartment before that.
In Connecticut?
In Massachusetts.
Is that where you lived with the girlfriend?
The ex-girlfriend was in Connecticut. It's just over the line in Massachusetts.
So she lived with you?
No, I lived with her. At her house.
I thought you said you had your own apartment.
Before her, I did.
Well, that was, now we're talking 5 years ago.
Yeah. I didn't know how far you want to go back.
You said you took a 4, you see, Mr. Allen, you said you took a 4-year break from Miss Goodell. That was at the time when you were living with the girlfriend in Connecticut, right across the border. Before that, you said you had your own apartment. Well, you can't have it both. Either you had your own apartment or you were living with Miss Goodell. Which was it?
When I broke up with the girlfriend, I moved in with Miss Goodell.
Well, that was afterwards, sir. We're talking about before. You said before that I had my own apartment.
Correct.
That was 5 years ago.
About that.
Well, if 5 years ago you had your own apartment, then you weren't living with Miss Goodell.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't living with Miss Goodell 5 years ago.
When did you live with Miss Goodell?
Up to about 6 months ago.
You said you were on and off for 14 years. You have a 6-year-old child, Mr. Allen.
Correct.
I think the state ought to think about coming in and taking your son.
Yeah, well, that's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion. If the answers that I get from her are anything similar to what I'm getting from you, I would take a long, hard look at whether this is an appropriate household to raise children in. You babysit for your son while his mother goes out and gets drunk, and then you go home to stay with your mother and father, and I would take a careful look at what's going on here. Now, you want to tell me what happened? What night did you go out and get loaded and bring home a stranger?
It was Wednesday night, October 13th. I play in a shuffleboard league on Wednesday nights, and I was out with friends. Going back to being on and off for 14 years, one of the main issues that we have together is that Doug is known for stalking and harassing and annoying phone calls, rude text messages, things like that.
He says you're a drunk. He says you go out.
Say that.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You people clearly have got the system down pat. You know what system you don't have down pat? Me.
Okay.
Me.
And later today,
How many trees did you cut down?
Well, I went straight across the fence. I'm not exactly sure.
Did you do it yourself or did you have somebody else do it?
I did it.
I'd like to see what you did.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Douglas Allen claims the mother of his son, Lynn Goodell, owes for damages to his motorcycle caused by a man she brought home from a bar.
He says you go out and drink, and what he does is watch your son. And he's not worried about it because he lets you go out and drink, and he babysits for the child. That's what he says. I'm just telling you.
Right, I hear what he's saying.
That's what you say. So you went out to the Shuffleboard League on October 13th.
Correct.
And you were hanging out with some friends, and?
And I did have a few drinks that night, and I was playing, and I was conversing with an acquaintance of mine, and Doug started with his annoying, harassing phone calls and text messaging. The person became concerned for me and was asking me what the issue was and why I was becoming angry and annoyed, and I showed him some of the text messages that I received from Doug only on this one occasion, and he seemed slightly concerned for me and why I put up with it, and I explained, well, you know, Doug's kind of a hard person to get rid of. I've had restraining orders, I've had no abuse orders, I've had no contact orders, I've moved, I've changed my phone number, and this has been going on for a long time. Over the last year, yes, Doug...
Just stick with October 13th.
Okay. Well, this person became concerned for my well-being.
Remember, I read your answer, Ms.
Yes.
Goodell. Your answer doesn't talk about anybody being concerned for your well-being. Your answer talks about you being drunk and weren't able to drive home. Keep going.
I won't drive after I've had even 2 beers, so I let this person drive my car.
Person's name?
I only know his first name.
So you had somebody drive you home because you had been drinking?
Yes.
Let's cut to the chase. What happened when you got home?
It all happened very quickly. The man escorted me to the house. He asked if Doug was there. I said, obviously, he's here, yes. And he kind of helped himself into the home.
What do you mean he helped himself into the home? How do you help yourself into the home?
He just kind of walked in with me and made his way up to the bedroom. And
he made his way up to the bedroom?
He just, yes. I mean, obviously, Your Honor, he was drinking as well.
You knew where that was.
It's not that hard to find a room in a house.
Keep going.
So he went into the home, he went up to the stairs, and he went into the bedroom, and I was a few moments behind him. When I reached the top of the stairs, I realized that they were engaged in conversation. Doug looked at me, and I apologized, and the man said, "Why are you effing sorry?" and stormed past me, back down the stairs, out the door, and I went after him because I knew he had my keys. So I was like, what's going on? It all happened very quickly. I didn't know that this was going to happen. So when I went after him, I realized that the bike had been tipped over and he was getting into my car. I got into my car with him, and I said, what was that all about? And he just said, don't worry about it. I did it for you. And I was confused. So I had him drive back to his own vehicle. He got in his vehicle and he left. I sat in my car, absorbing the whole situation, and couldn't really come to an answer, so I sat there for several hours. Didn't want to go back home at that point, knowing that they would be...
Actually, did you see this man tip over your motorcycle?
I did not see him tip over the bike.
Who is this?
That's my witness. It's my friend Tim.
Witness to what?
He was there when she and her one-night stand came to the house drunk, so he witnessed everything I did.
If he were to testify, what would he testify to?
He'd testify to seeing them drunk, and...
Just a second, does he live with you?
He was sleeping over that night. He slept over in the basement.
What was he sleeping over for?
Because I told him I was going to be there with my son that night, and I bought my son a Nintendo Wii, and he comes over and we play games with the kid.
And what time were you in bed?
I'd probably say 1 o'clock.
And who does this witness live with?
He lives with his girlfriend in Connecticut. He doesn't anymore.
When was the last time you worked full-time?
It's probably been about 3 or 4 years.
Do you get paid in check or cash?
By check. But it's only 10 hours a week right now.
I don't want to hear him.
Okay.
Don't you think that's a good idea?
You say so.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today...
You don't have any pictures of these trees before they were cut down?
No, ma'am. There was no need to take any pictures.
No. Just answer my question.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Douglas Allen claims the mother of his son, Lynn Goodell, owes for damages to his motorcycle caused by a man she brought home from a bar.
You have any other proof, Mr. Allen, that this gentleman that your girlfriend brought home knocked over your bike?
No.
No. And where was your bike parked?
Right at the end of the driveway, about 15 feet from the door.
Outside.
Correct.
When was the last time you watched your son while Miss Goodell went out drinking?
That would be this Tuesday.
This past Tuesday?
Correct.
And did you stay over at her house?
I did not, no.
So you must have gone home very early in the morning if she went out drinking. What time did she get home?
I do not know. I didn't stay there.
Well, who babysat for your son when you left?
I did. I took him to my mother's.
And she picked him up in the morning?
Correct.
And was that by prearrangement that she was going out?
Yes.
Who watches him at your mother's?
I do.
What about your mother?
She works. She was sleeping.
And what about you? When do you work?
I took a couple days off.
Goodbye, Mr. Allen. Listen, you people clearly have got the system down pat. You know what system you don't have down pat? Me.
Okay.
Me. She works. She gets paid in cash. Other than that, you get welfare for your child?
I do not.
You get any assistance for him?
I do.
What do you get for him?
Housing, food stamps.
Housing, food. That's assistance.
It is assistance, but it's not welfare.
What is it?
Welfare is cash from the state.
Who pays your rent?
I pay my rent. Well, the state pays half the rent.
Got it. Goodbye, Mr. Allen.
Enjoy your day.
Excuse, you may step out.
No, I don't think she meant to cause problems. She was drunk in a blackout.
I was not in a blackout that night.
She was drinking and she must have blacked out. She brought the guy home.
And I don't drink to black out.
When they left, he pushed her over on the way out.
He's angry because, well...
A bike, a motorcycle.
He's caused a lot of turmoil in my life.
Can I leave now?
And, you know, this was just karma.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Glover versus Brookins. Step forward.
Tanya Glover is suing her neighbor, Lasha Brookins, for cutting down 5 trees in her yard. Lasha claims the trees were attracting bees.
Miss Glover, the defendant is your neighbor who cut down trees that were on your property.
That's correct.
And you want her to either replace the trees that she cut down or build a privacy fence. And Ms. Brookins said that she cut down the trees because there were bees in the trees that were stinging her and making it unsafe for her to use her backyard. Okay. How long have you been neighbors, Ms. Brookins?
10 years or better, I do believe.
Could you keep your voice up?
10 years or better.
And how many trees did you cut down?
Well, I went straight across the fence. I'm not exactly sure, but I do have a picture of what I did.
It's 5 trees.
And did you cut them down at the bottom, or did you cut them down from on your property?
From on my property.
So you stood on a ladder?
Yes.
Did you do that yourself, or did you have somebody else do it?
I did it.
I'd like to see what you did.
I have pictures also, Your Honor.
I'd like to see pictures of what
it looks
cut
like
down.
from my side.
I'd actually like to see what she cut down. Are these shrubs or trees?
These are trees. Those are evergreens, Christmas trees.
You don't have any pictures of these trees before they were cut down?
No, ma'am. There was no need to take any pictures.
No. Just answer my question. Because these trees look as if they were covered with vines. There were vines in the trees.
In the trees, between...
I'm talking about vines in the trees. I see them here, the kind of vines that kill trees. So what I want to know is, were these trees green or were they green and brown?
The trees were green.
Correct?
Not correct. They were green and brown.
Yeah, they look as if they were green and brown. Okay, very good.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Have you been cheated? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
How many of these trees were cut down?
5.
You can't cut down her trees. You can't, listen to me. I don't know how many times I have to say this. You cannot cut down her trees. You can cut down branches that are leaning over on your property, but you can't cut down her trees. And if you do, you have to replace them.
Okay, but I don't see why I have to replace them when they were over and they were housing bees.
No, just a minute. You're allowed to cut down branches that are hanging over onto your property, but you can't go on her property, even the air of her property, in order to get to trees that aren't infringing on your property. You can't do that.
Well, yeah.
You can't do that without an order. Anyway, you can't do it. Trees are $50 a piece. It costs you another $50 to put them in. That's $100 times 4 or 5.
I have an estimate.
I don't need your estimate.
A proposal from...
I don't need an estimate. Times 5. There were 5 trees.
Yes, ma'am. There's 9-foot trees.
Most of them look as if they were dead anyway.
Well, no, they weren't, ma'am. They're 9-foot trees.
Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all. Thank you very much.
All right, Zach, excuse you may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
That's case number 328 on the calendar in the matter of Brown versus Brown.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat.
Mr. Brown, this is your daughter, and I'm sure you have some reason that you perceive as a good one for suing her. I'm not talking about the legitimacy of your claim. I'm talking about the fact that you are suing her at all. But this is what I perceive to be the situation. Tell me if I'm mistaken. Pursuant to your divorce decree, you are supposed to pay for your daughter's education if she is a full-time student.
Correct.
Is there a finite age when that stops?
As long as she is continuing to attend school, she is eligible to receive child support up until the age of 21.
21.
Yes.
And according to you, you were under the impression that your daughter was a student continuously after
Correct.
she graduated from high school. How old are you now?
I'm 20 years old.
In fact, your daughter was not attending school on a full-time basis after she graduated from high school, but took off, according to her, a couple of semesters because she had a child and she had to regroup. And you didn't know that she wasn't attending school. You continued to pay the child support, and you want her to return to you the money that you paid while she was not in school.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you concede you were not in school.
I was not in school for 2 terms.
2 terms is how many months?
It was a total of 5 months.
And what was your child support each month?
$343.20 a month.
Did you tell your father you were not in school?
No, in fact, we haven't even spoken for about 5 years.
So you didn't tell him that you were not in school?
No.
So you tell me, Miss Brown, why you think you don't owe him this money?
My father hasn't been in my life for about 5 years.
This is not Dr. Phil. This is a court.
The only reason why I did not tell him is because the first term I took off was because I was due to have my child at the end of that term. I would miss finals, which means I would have to retake the classes. And in order for me not to have to pay for those classes twice, I decided to take the term off. And the second term I took off was because I was recouping from my cesarean section.
I understand your reasons.
Yes.
But, you know, we're dealing with a contract, so you have to pay him back for those 5 months. My question to you, Mr. Brown, is why would you sue her over this money?
When she originally graduated from high school in May of '09, she was eligible to be off, per the state requirements, up to 4 months for a summer break. The school that she eventually did start, the next term actually started in July. She did not start that term. I did not find out that she was not attending school until October of that year.
Just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, your daughter says she took off 2 terms. She said it was 5 months. That's not my question. My question is, under the terms of your divorce decree, she owes you the money. I assume that you've been paying child support for a long time, right?
Correct, 10 years.
As well you should. She's your child.
Yes.
I don't understand why you're suing her.
We do not have any contact.
Did you think that this would help?
No, I didn't think this would help, but I thought that this might enable her to realize the responsibility of her actions.
Why suing her, do you believe, would suggest to a 20-year-old who has already made the mistake of having a baby when she's not financially or emotionally prepared to be a parent? I assume you live with your mother?
I do.
Now you're back in school, so I assume your mother takes care of your baby.
She does when I'm at school, yes.
Of course. So because of your irresponsibility, your mother is now taking on the responsibility again of being a parent. So your suing her is not going to make her more responsible.
No, it's not, Your Honor.
So then you just have to explain to me, Mr. Brown, something that I can understand as to why over, at most, $1,700 or $1,800, you're suing a child. How many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
How old are they?
One is 23 and one is 20.
And the 23-year-old is your brother?
Yes, my half-brother.
We don't speak.
You don't speak?
I do not speak to any of his family.
The 23-year-old boy you see?
Occasionally.
What's occasionally, Mr. Brown?
He was in Germany in the military, and he's recently got back, but he has had problems with his marriage and his life.
Well, prior to his going to Germany, did you live with him?
Yes, I raised him.
And then he went to Germany, and then he came home, and now you have little contact.
That is correct.
So, Mr. Brown, you have 2 children with whom you have no contact. Did you ever say, maybe I better look inside myself?
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, again, I'm not a therapist, but I have children. I actually speak to most of them on at least a weekly basis. Some of them I speak to twice a day, and they're twice her age. If I wasn't in contact with all my children, I don't think that I could justify it and say there's something wrong with my children as a parent. So we come back to the fact that you think your daughter may owe you money, but it sounds to me as if she's trying, despite some missteps, to put herself back on track. Why would you interfere with that?
Your Honor, when I found out that she wasn't going to school, I decided that I would go ahead and file the objection to stop the child support, which happened. I told my wife and myself that if she went back to school and left well enough alone and did not reinstate the child support, that I would call it a wash, that it would be even. But under the direction of whoever's influencing her life, she decided to go ahead and stick it to me again for more child support.
Mr. Brown, what kind of stick it to you again? She's 20 years old. She went back to school. That's why your children don't talk to you, sir. You have a new wife?
Yes.
That's why your children don't talk to you, because you refer to it as sticking it to you again. You're supposed to pay child support if you have children, sir.
I understand that, and I've been paying regularly and on time, no deadbeat dad, for 10 years.
Big deal! So what? You think that you deserve a medal for that, Mr. Brown?
No.
You don't deserve a medal for that. And if I had a child who made a misstep and became pregnant, took time off to have a baby, had a cesarean, says, all right, maybe I can turn my life around. I'm still only 20 years old and I'm going to go back to school and finish. As a parent, I would say, what can I do to help you?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
She's the child. You're the parent. You're supposed to make it work, not the child. It gets very lonely as you get older, sir.
And later today,
something's wrong with him. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether he takes prescription medication, non-prescription medication. I'm just telling you that there's something wrong with him.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. William Brown says his daughter, Tabitha Brown, owes for the return of child support she fraudulently collected.
Okay.
Your Honor.
You have to pay him because the law says you have to pay him.
This man demanded a DNA test after 20 years.
Listen to me. There's a reason why his children don't talk to him. But this is a court. A court gave your father the parameters of his child support obligation. Is he now paying you again?
Yes, he is, but he's in
Correct.
arrears.
Well, then the arrears will eventually be paid. You think that this is going to make it better?
Well, I was just going to tell you that they have credited him some of the money that he is allegedly.
Oh, well, that's important. How much have they credited him, Miss Brown?
They credited him in June and May a total of $234.89.
And then the other...
Stand up.
In July, they credited him $234.89 out of that month for July. But they also credited him another $171 in June.
Did you receive those credits, sir?
No, ma'am. They reapplied them when she reinstated the child support.
What do you mean they reapplied them?
They kept the money when she reinstated child support. They applied that to the current new child support. I have the 10-year summary right here with this year's rate.
I'd like to see it, please.
I have a page showing that in July, when they reinstated his child support, that his balance was actually $234 in a credit.
I got
so
it.
He didn't have to pay that money.
Miss Brown, I think that your father makes a terrible mistake to bring this lawsuit. I think that in the long term, he has 2 children, and he has no communication with them for whatever reason. It's his fault. If you don't speak to a child, it's your fault, not the child's fault. And he has another child that evidently after he raised doesn't speak to him, which doesn't speak well of his parenting. But my hands are tied from a legal perspective, because from a legal perspective, if you were not in school on a full-time basis, you were not entitled to collect money from him. I don't think that you owe him what he would like, which is $2,700. I think that you owe him $1,400, and I'm giving you credit for what you say was deducted by child support. Mr. Brown gets very lonely as you get older, sir. How many wives have you had?
2 wives.
He's on his third marriage.
You've had 2 ex-wives.
No. I remarried my first wife.
When?
5 years ago, which is what stopped communication with my daughter. Not my choice.
Just a second. She's the child. You're the parent. You're supposed to make it work, not the child, Mr. Brown. And your daughter's got to give you $1,400. I think it's a big mistake if you take it. What I would say to her is, take that money. You have a boy or a girl?
I have a girl.
Take that money, put it in a bank account for my granddaughter. Let it grow until it's time for her to go away to college, and then tell her it's from her grandfather. She's responsible to give you the money. You're going to be a very lonely old man, Mr. Brown. That's all.
Parties excused. You may step out.
He's a deadbeat. He has nothing to do with me because of his wife.
It wasn't my choice to cut off communication with my daughter. It was her mother's.
I decided that if he was going to be with that woman, that he should not have contact with me because she treats me badly.
My daughter has been brainwashed by her mother since we got our divorce 10 years ago.
I haven't seen this man in 5 years.
I don't think I'll be a lonely old man.
I've tried to reconnect with him many times, and he has nothing to do with it.
There's nothing I can do about it.
Ex-boyfriend Gregory Thomas for a $1,000 loan and for the cost to store his Jaguar.
Mr. Thomas, what year Jaguar is parked in Miss Wright's garage?
Well, Your Honor, I had it towed there.
I asked you for a year. What year Jaguar is parked in her garage?
2001.
In whose name is the car? Look at me. In whose name is the car?
Donna's.
And who is that?
A friend of mine.
And what are you doing with Miss car?
I was buying it from them, Your Honor.
What do you mean you were buying it from him?
I'm buying it from them, and it tore up on me.
What does that mean? You were buying it from them and it tore up on you. I don't understand that. English, please.
It tore up on me, Your Honor.
Shh. English. You buy a car. You don't buy a car. I don't understand what you mean. You were buying a car.
I bought it, and it tore up on me.
All right, maybe I'm not. What does tore up mean? He doesn't know what it means. I thought it was a car term. I have no idea what tore up means.
Okay, it's not operating. The engine is not operating.
You mean it broke down?
Yes, it broke down.
Well, if you bought it from him, why don't you have it titled in your name? Did you pay him for it?
I haven't finished paying it for it, Your Honor.
Does Mr. know where the car is? It's not an answer, Thomas.
No.
Is he looking for you?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Why not?
I've been talking with them about that. I was going to get it fixed and get it taken care
How
of.
long has it been in Miss Wright's garage?
A year and a half.
Something's wrong with him. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether he takes prescription medication, non-prescription medication. I'm not sure. I'm just telling you that there's something wrong with him.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What was your relationship with Mr. Thomas at the time?
He actually was my lover.
So it was sort of easy for you to believe him?
Well, he's very convincing. He's very...
Not me.
Light Wright says ex-boyfriend Gregory Thomas owes for a loan and storage fees.
Now, let's take care of the car first.
Yes, ma'am.
When you get back home, call a towing company. Have them tow the car to a junkyard. Say this car is trespassing in my house. Okay. He's going to pay as part of a judgment against him for you to have it towed. If they won't tow it for you to a junkyard, have somebody put it out on the street. Police will come and take it if it's in the middle of the street. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Unload it. Get him out of your life.
Okay.
Don't give him a chance to come and get it because he's a little bit off. Okay. Got that so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so that takes care of the car business. And it will probably cost you $100 to have somebody come, hitch it up, tow it out of your garage, and put it on the street for them to take away. So that's what she's going to do. She's going to tow that, and she's going to do that tomorrow. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Perfect. Next. Did Miss Wright give you $1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Oh, about the middle of March.
Of 2000
and now it'd be 8.
When, Miss Wright, did you give him $1,000?
I gave it to him March 26, 2009.
In 9. Yep.
It was a loan.
See, sometimes when you take medication, Mr. Thomas, your mind just races.
Okay, just...
And what did you give him the money for?
Mr. Thomas had asked me numerous times to loan him $1,000 because he had this great opportunity to have a government bid. He had $14,000. He only needed an additional $1,000 more to equal.
It sounds like an internet scam. Did you ever see a bank book where he had $14,000?
No.
Did you ever see a savings account? Did you ever see evidence that he had $14,000?
No.
It's a scam.
Well, supposedly it was this great opportunity for him, chance of a lifetime. He's a civil engineer.
And he had most of the money. All he needed was $1,000.
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Mr. Thomas at the time?
He actually was my lover.
So it was sort of easy for you to believe him.
Well, he's very convincing. He's very...
Not to me.
Well, he was very convincing, very romantic and very convincing.
Yeah, well...
He's very, very intellectually inclined.
The idea is if it looks too good and it feels too good, it usually smells bad someplace. You just have to get close enough to it.
Well, I think I had pretty bad judgment because I had been divorced for years. I was not dating for years.
Just a second. He was an exercise in bad judgment.
Yes, he was.
That's it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Are you the victim of a scam? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
Okay, so right now you're suing him for $1,800. You're suing him for storage fees for this ridiculous Jaguar that he's probably hiding from the rightful owner. You're going to have that towed, and then he'll have to go deal with it. You want your $1,000 back. He's a scam artist. You're going to get your $1,000 back plus $100 to get the car towed out of your garage.
Okay.
Did you have dinner with him last night?
No, I haven't seen him.
Perfect. Don't go near him.
Okay.
I mean, lunch, a drink, or anything. Stay away from him.
I felt as though he took advantage of me because he knew I was...
Well, he took advantage of you.
Because I'm older than him.
Yeah, whatever. Listen, you going home today?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Okay, so you'll have to wait until tomorrow or the next day to get the car towed. And then he'll have to go chasing around to try to find it. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,100. That's all. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step
Thank
out.
you.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yeah, it's case number 378 on the calendar in the matter of Hayes versus Ginter. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated, ladies. Sir, have a seat.
Mr. Hayes, it is your claim that the defendant has some property that belongs to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Ginter says she does not have any property that belongs to you. Property was purchased out of joint accounts when you were, in fact, living together. She has a counterclaim for harassment. I have a few questions for you. When did you and Ms. Ginter live together?
From 2005 until 2009.
And you split up in 2009. What month in 2009?
That would be November.
And when you split up in 2009, you left.
She left. She left to move back to her mother's.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did you take with you?
I only took the things that he allowed me to take.
That was in November of 2009.
Correct.
What did you take?
I took my personal belongings, my clothing and things. I took my children's bedroom sets, and I took some miscellaneous household type kitchen utensils, things like that.
And you went home to your mother in November?
Correct.
Are you still there now?
No, I'm not.
When did you leave your mother's house?
In June of this year.
Did you sue Mr. Hayes in December of 2009?
No, I did not.
January 2010?
No, I did not.
February 2010?
No, I did not.
March, April, May, June, July?
No.
No. So when you say he allowed you to take only certain items, you never questioned the ownership of those items legally?
No, I
until later. Okay. We're setting the stage for certain things, Mr. Hayes. Do you understand?
Oh, yes.
Now, you got a job offer.
Yes.
And because you maintained reasonable relations with the defendant, according to you, you moved some of your furniture and property belongings into her home. In what month?
That would be June.
June 2010.
Yes.
The same month she left her mother's house.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And you paid her $200 to store your property.
Yes.
That she acknowledges that you gave her $200 to store your property. Then you were going for a job someplace. That didn't work out.
Correct.
You came back, and she refuses to give you back your furniture, the same furniture that you had had from November of 2009 until June 2010.
Yes, plus a bedroom set that I had bought separately. She has that.
When did you purchase that?
I purchased that in April of this
So
year.
you moved that bedroom furniture.
Yes, I paid $600
Great.
for that.
I don't care. If I find that's your furniture, you're going to get it back.
Right.
Now, when he came back, did he make a demand for his furniture?
Yes, he did.
And when he came with the police, you told them that it was not his furniture, it had been purchased from a joint account.
That's correct.
And that's the same furniture that you had not sued him for or made any claim to legally. November, December, January, February, March, April, May.
But when he put it in my house, he gave it to me because he said he would not be needing it because he would be living in a man camp with this new job and that I could have it.
Well, Miss Ginther, you see, you're in a little bit of trouble with me right now because that's not what you say in your answer.
Okay.
And you give me a total different excuse in your answer as to why he shouldn't have his furniture back. Nowhere in your answer do you say he made me a gift.
No, I don't.
No, just a second. So either you have to be telling the truth now, or you have to be telling the truth when you swore to your answer. You also have to be lying either now or lying when you swore to the answer.
I made several attempts to give him back this stuff.
Just a second. Shut up. Shh, just a second. You mean including the furniture?
Yes, I did.
Just a second. Well, now we have yet a third answer. So the third answer is now you made attempts to give him back the property.
Because I wanted him to quit posting things. My life was in danger.
Miss Ginter, listen to me very carefully. I haven't gotten to your counterclaim yet. But when you're not truthful with me with regard to his claim, and you give me so far 3 cockamamie answers with regard to the claim, then I'm going to question what you tell me in your counterclaim, which, quite frankly, I viewed as very serious. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, you keep saying, yes, I do, but you say, yes, I do, with the same vacant look in your eye. Either he made you a gift of the furniture, or you claimed, as you claimed to the police, that it was purchased from a joint account and therefore it's not his, or you tried to give it back to him and he wouldn't take it. Which one is it?
It is all 3. We bought it on a joint account. It was our furniture. He
gets back all the furniture.
Fine.
Is that... Listen to me.
That's what I wanted.
Listen to me. You're getting back all the furniture. Do you understand?
Yes, but she doesn't have
Listen to me.
the list.
Listen to me, sir. You're getting back all your furniture. I am now going to entertain her counterclaim for harassment, which, quite frankly, if any of it is true, it's very serious. And if I enter a monetary claim on her behalf for her counterclaim, I'm going to hold that money until she returns all your furniture. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Stand perfectly. Now you can tell me about the harassment. Tell me about it. Show me the postings that he posted about you. Then I will ask him about it. I will ask him about his guilty plea to what, sir?
Disturbing the peace.
It was reduced.
Shh. Don't tell me it was reduced. Okay. I'd like to see in the postings how he harassed you on the internet.
Okay.
And then I'll take testimony about it.
Here are the top ones. The first one talks about how he puts my address, my phone number, my name, a description of me.
Just a second, I can read.
In Craigslist.
I can read.
And then the top one says, is somebody who responds.
Did you post this, sir? 45 to the forehead, make it look like a home invasion, one less thieving, R.I.P. Did you post that?
No, I don't.
Did you post that?
No, I didn't post anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
The things I posted on Craigslist were my property. I put it on
just
Craigslist
a
because
second.
she took it and I didn't want her to have it.
Just a second. I'm reading the email, sir. I'm trying to find out whether you did it when you were sober or drunk. Do you understand?
Yes.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You know, and you're going to die. I hope you die in a horrible car crash.
Don't you know any other words?
I was pretty angry. I was drunk that night, too.
I have a feeling you're drunk a lot.
And later today.
So it's the babysitter's fault. It's ridiculous!
Would you like to see the pictures of it?
I don't care to see the pictures. It's a ridiculous counterclaim. I never heard anything so ridiculous.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Mark Hayes says ex-girlfriend Deanna Ginter refuses to return his belongings. Deanna claims Mark abandoned the property at her home. She is countersuing, claiming Mark has been harassing her over the internet.
I want you to show this to the plaintiff, please.
Second one, yes. First one, no. That second one was posted when I was in my hotel room after I called the police and went to get my stuff with the U-Haul, and she wouldn't give me anything back. And I was on the phone with the police.
I don't care. And I think that you posted both of them. Even if you posted only one of them, it's awful.
But her taking all my property isn't awful when I show up there and I have to call the police?
Listen to me very carefully, sir. She didn't take your property. You put your property in her house and you paid for storage. That's what courts are for. That's what I just said to the defendant a moment ago. I said, you made no claim to that property November, December, January, February, March, April, May, until he put the property in your house and then came back for it, and then you didn't give it back to him. I said, the reason I'm not even entertaining the claim that it's yours is because he left, he took the property, and you didn't sue him. That's what you do to someone who you believe has property that belongs to you and is retaining it. You sue them. You don't importune other people to call her, harass her, threaten her, or anything else on the internet. That's not what the internet is for. That's what courts are for. We understand each other?
Yes.
Perfect.
I also have some voicemail messages I'd like you to listen to.
I'd like to hear them. And by the way, just a second, hold on. I don't care about your list. This is what she's returning to you. Listen up very carefully. She's returning to you exactly what you say in this. She's returning to you TV, tools, and a bedroom set. That's what she's returning to you, because that's what you say she retained that belonged to you in this email, or whatever it is, posting.
Well, the police said that she doesn't have any of that, any of my tools. None of my stuff's there.
Listen to me very carefully, sir. That's what she's returning. I don't care if she returns a screwdriver to you. Do you understand? That's what you said in the email she retained, so I don't care about the laundry list of items that you were prepared to show me. Now I'll listen to it.
Hey, guess what? I'm back. So you just remember that. I'm back. So hopefully your Chevy back meet somebody that'll feel sorry for you and stuff and buy all your pills. And too bad you didn't die, you know, that when you took all that Ambien. You just should have died right there. Kids should have let you take them. World would be a better place. You're a moron. And you're a thief. You steal. That's what you do. You steal to get what you want. So you know what? You're just, and your mom's the same way. Both of you're just idiots. You don't care about anybody else but yourselves. So you know what? You. I hope you die.
Okay, and then just one moment, there's one more.
You know what? I hope you die, you
Don't you know any other words? Don't you know any other words?
I was pretty angry. I was drunk that night, too.
I have a feeling you're drunk a lot. And it really doesn't make any difference because, you know, I mean, that's nasty.
Well,
just listen to me. That's nasty. This is something other than nasty. This is dangerous.
He
this
also
is
put
dangerous.
on there that I would be a sex slave. I received text messages, phone calls.
No, because this is dangerous.
Yes.
Posting it is dangerous. That's why I'm awarding you $4,000 on your counterclaim. That's what you're suing for. That's what I'm awarding you. You're going to get it as soon as he gets back his TV in good shape, his bedroom set
it's perfect.
in good shape, and his tools.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I understand.
Perfect. You have your TV, you have your bedroom set, you have your tools, and you have a big mouth. The big mouth is going to cost you $4 grand. Thank you. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He thought we were going to get back together.
Yeah, it just disintegrated.
And he thought he could move in and everything would be happy.
She stole everything I had.
And he found out it wasn't going to be that way.
Every single thing I had, she stole.
Very, very hurtful. More frightened than hurtful, though.
She got my truck repossessed, then
Because I was scared for my life.
I kind of had a lot of animosity.
Hopefully he doesn't do it to anybody else.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Sandberg versus King. Step forward.
18-year-old nanny Felicia Sandberg is suing former client Cassie King for unpaid babysitting fees. Cassie claims Felicia's services were substandard.
Miss Sandberg, it is your claim that Miss King owes you babysitting services that you performed and she didn't pay you for. Miss King's defense is not that you didn't work the hours, because I've read your answer very carefully. Your defense is that you didn't think her services were adequate and therefore you did not pay her.
Correct.
And you have a counterclaim because you say that while your two little children were in her care, they wrote with some marker on your couch and you had to have your sofa cleaned. You think she's responsible for paying for that?
I do.
All right, so let's get some things straight in my mind.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I don't give a rat's behind what you were looking for. You ate the hamburger. And if you eat the hamburger, you've got to pay for it.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Nanny Felicia Sandberg says former client Cassie King owes for unpaid babysitting fees. Cassie is countersuing for the cost to clean her love seat and sofa.
What kind of work do you do, Miss King?
I work in fast food industry right now. I'm home with my children.
Who else works in your household?
My husband.
What kind of work does he do?
He works in the lumber industry.
Is this your husband?
This is my husband.
Could you stand up? I have some questions for you. How long have you been working for the same company, Mr. King?
4 years.
How much do you make an hour?
$10 an hour.
And how much do you make at your job, Mrs. King?
I make $8.75 an hour. I work part-time.
Okay. Now, initially, Miss Sandberg was hired to watch both your children, and you were paying her $6 an hour.
If I may.
And then...
when I hired her, it was $6 an hour, $3 per kid per hour.
Just a second. You were paying her $6 an hour to watch both of your children.
Correct.
Not $3 a kid.
Well, I said child.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then when one of the children was to school or whatever, you initially offered her $3 an hour because that's what you felt you should be paid for watching one child plus tidying up the house.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
In a daycare center, that is what it is. It's $3.75 an hour per child.
Okay, what it is in a daycare center, you bring your children there and they're there with other children.
And I don't have to come home to a mess either.
Listen to me, Miss King. I'm going to give it to you. A one-shot deal.
Okay.
There is no issue of whether or not Miss Sandberg worked the hours for this $202 that she is requesting in pay before you let her go.
Correct.
The issue is whether you were satisfied with her service while she was performing those services, because you claim she slept on the couch, you claim that she came home one day and found the house untidy on more than one occasion. You claim that on one occasion you came home and found a chair in the middle of the kitchen, which suggested to you that your little 3-year-old was trying to get his own food.
Correct.
All of those things. So now I'm going to go back to what you do part-time. You work in the fast food industry.
Correct.
What do you do in the fast food industry?
I work as a waitress, if you will.
Okay. Let's say somebody comes in and orders a hamburger and fries, and you serve them. And they take their burger and fries, and they go to the table, and they eat it. And then you present them with a bill, and they say, we're not paying the bill. I didn't like the burger and fries. And you say to them, well, if you didn't like the burger, if there was something wrong with it, why didn't you bring it back before you finished it?
Correct.
So that I could make you another one.
That is
Or
our
if you
policy.
didn't like the fries, why did you eat them?
I did.
Why did you eat them? You understand where I'm going, Miss King?
I do, and I
If
did.
you found her services to be substandard, then you pay her for her service rendered. The first time you're unhappy with her care of your 3-year-old, and you find somebody else.
I was looking for somebody else.
I don't give a rat's behind what you were looking for. You ate the hamburger. And if you eat the hamburger, you've got to pay for it.
Okay.
Now, you have a ridiculous counterclaim.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Have you been cheated? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
Now, your counterclaim is that while under her care, one or both of your children used a magic marker or an indelible pen or something on a piece
Sharpie.
of your furniture, and it was under her watch, so she should pay for it.
Yes. Would you like to see the pictures of it?
I don't care to see the pictures. It's a ridiculous counterclaim. I never heard anything so ridiculous. It's
Well-
almost like saying, well, while under her watch, she served my son a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and afterwards he took the plate and he dropped it on the floor. And if she had been watching him more carefully, he would not have dropped the plate on the floor, and therefore she owes me a new set of dishes because it was 1 out of 8 dishes. Now I only have 7, and I can't replace the dish, so it's the babysitter's fault. It's ridiculous! Counterclaims dismissed. $202. Judgment for the plaintiff.
Honor.
That's all.
All right, Judge, excuse, you may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yeah, this is case number 354 on the calendar, the matter of Powell versus Scott.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Gentlemen, have a seat.
Miss Powell, it is your claim that the defendant vandalized your car by using some sort of a sharp instrument and writing on it. Miss Scott says she didn't do it. So first you have to explain to me, because quite frankly, I didn't understand your relationship to each other.
I don't have any relationship to Sierra Scott. Sierra Scott did $12,637 worth of damage to my vehicle under the assumptions that I was having a relationship with her boyfriend at the time, Sorrel Shed.
Okay, let's go slow.
Okay.
Sorrel Shed is your boyfriend?
Yeah, him.
That's you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you believe that she thought that you were having a relationship with him?
Yes.
What made you think that?
Because we have her recorded on conversations saying, well, if Shuggy wanted to be with her, all he had to do was tell me and leave me out of it, and you guys don't have to lie about them having a relationship.
Could you stand still?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And saying things like, I know Shuggy was with her.
So you have her voice on a recording?
Yes.
Talking about the fact that she thought you were having a relationship with him?
Yes.
Talking about motive. Did you make those calls?
No, she actually called me, accusing me of...
So she called you. Did you, in that conversation, accuse her of having any sort of relationship with your boyfriend?
In a way, yeah.
What do you mean, in a way?
I was basically just cussing her out and talking stuff to her because she called me.
Why were you cursing her?
Because she called me, accusing me of something that I didn't do.
What did she say to you when she called you?
Basically, she just was like, why did you do that to my car?
And what did you say to her?
I told her that I didn't do it.
And she said to you?
She's like, I know you did.
And what did you say to her?
I basically just told her I would have beat her up rather than messed up her car.
Okay, that's nice. And how did the boyfriend get into your conversation?
Well, if you do the whole story about what happened the night that her car got messed up, I guess, basically.
Why don't you tell me about that, Miss Scott?
Okay, so, well, he called me or whatever because we were supposed to go do some stuff because it was my birthday, and he told me that Daryl, her witness, had a flat tire.
That you had a flat tire?
Yes, yeah, they're like really good friends or whatever.
Okay.
So right before we got off the phone, like I heard this girl in the background, so I'm like, who are you with?
and he told me that it was Daryl's cousin, Bianca, and he was like, if you don't believe me, I'll let you talk to her or whatever. So she got on the phone, and she's like, Sugar's not doing anything he's not supposed to be doing or whatever.
Oh, so Miss Scott, you thought he was with another girl, so he said, let me put her on the phone. And she got on the phone and said to you, your boyfriend's not doing anything that he's not supposed to be doing. That's
Right.
what you said. And what happened next?
Well, after that, later on that night, I went to a club where they were all at.
So they were at a club and you went looking for him?
I didn't know she was there.
Did you know he was there?
I knew he was there.
Had your boyfriend invited you to come to the club that night? No, don't look over there. Look over here. Had your boyfriend invited you to come to the club that night?
No, he didn't invite me.
How did you know he was there?
We were text messaging each other the whole time.
So when he was at the club, he was telling you he was at the club?
Mm-hmm.
Stand up. Move over. When you got the first text message from her at the club, were you surprised?
No, ma'am, I wasn't.
Did she tell you she was coming to the club?
No, she didn't.
You told her the club that you were at?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did she show up at the club?
Probably about...
Look at me.
Probably about 1:30, ma'am.
And was the plaintiff at the club with you?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
When your girlfriend got to the club, what were you doing?
I think I was by the DJ booth at that time.
And where was Miss Powell at the time?
I think downstairs.
What did your girlfriend say to you when she arrived at the club that night?
She just kind of glared at me.
Glared?
Yeah, kind of glared.
Glared. And you've been together for how long?
About 9 months.
So you know what a glare looks like?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Seemed like a very, very nice young man. Anything else you want to tell me about that evening?
No, ma'am.
Great. Why don't you have a seat? All right, so you showed up at the club. Your boyfriend says you showed up unannounced. He didn't know you were coming. You walked in and you glared at him. So I have a few questions. When you got to the club, had you ever seen Miss Powell before?
Never.
Did you see her at the club that night?
I did.
Tell me about how you saw her at the club that night.
Well, Sorrel, he was having a conversation with one of his friends at a DJ booth. Another one of his friends was downstairs in the bar area with her.
How do you know that?
Because he's a good friend of mine, too. I saw him. I didn't know that this was the person that I talked to on the phone.
I'm getting that.
Right.
I'm getting that. We're going to get to it.
Okay.
So you went looking for your boyfriend. You found your boyfriend. He was at the DJ booth. He was not with the plaintiff. He was not even on the same floor as the plaintiff.
Right.
But you found the plaintiff.
I didn't find her. I found his friend at the bar area with her.
Was that after or before you were glaring at your boyfriend?
He calls it a glare.
Was it after or before?
After.
After. So when you came to the club, you saw his friend first. Ah. See how easy this whole thing is becoming, Miss Scott? When did you realize it was the plaintiff as the same person that you talked to on the phone?
Okay.
You're not going to be able to make this up.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
going
not
to get
trying
better.
to. I'm just, it's a long story.
When did you realize that the person who was talking to your boyfriend's friend at the bar was the same person that you talked to on the phone?
When she dropped him off to me later that night.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He said they had gotten into like a little slight argument or whatever.
Did you say that to your friend?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did you get into a little slight argument?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Stand. Move. Now we're going to play a little bit.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Bianca Powell says Sierra Scott vandalized her car after a night at the club. Sierra denies the charge.
Miss Scott, you went upstairs at the bar, gave the boyfriend a look. Did you leave by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh is not an answer. Yes would be an answer.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And where did you go when you left by yourself?
I went to the Waffle House and ate breakfast.
With whom?
By myself.
What time did you go to the Waffle House?
Probably about 3-ish, because I actually stopped at another club, like the Let Out, and then I went to the Waffle House.
So first you went to a club, and then you went, unfortunately, you couldn't find a friend to go with you, so you went alone to the Waffle House.
Well, not that I couldn't find anyone to go with, but I just decided to go by myself.
And from the Waffle House, where did you go?
He called me while I was eating, and he told me to meet him in 5 minutes at the Taco Bell up the street from where I was at.
Well, he first must have found out that you were eating at the Waffle House, so he must have called and said, where are you?
Yeah, he was texting me the whole time.
Now we're getting there. Now, when you got to the Taco Bell, who dropped him off?
Oh.
This lady.
And Bianca, yeah. It was
And it was by that time you would recognize that she was the same person that you saw at the club.
I mean, I still wasn't for sure, but when he got in the car and started talking, then that's kind of how I figured it out.
Well, what did he say when he got in the car and started to talk?
Well, first of all, he told me to meet him at the Taco Bell, but he had them pull up at the Conoco. That was like right next door or whatever. So when I saw them pull up, I drove around, like I pulled up on them or whatever. And
You're getting all this? Yeah, it's easy. So easy. So easy. All right.
And
now, when did you find your car vandalized?
I found my car vandalized at 9:45 a.m. October 10th.
Can I see pictures of the car, please?
Yeah.
Stand up, sir. Now, you do understand that so far you and I are getting along famously, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know why we're getting along famously?
Why is that, ma'am?
Because you appear to be respectful, and so far you're telling me an accurate story.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you and your girlfriend have a fight around Taco Bell?
No, ma'am, we didn't.
Tell me what you talked about.
Basically, I just told her who was in the car, and
When you told her who was in the car, what was her reaction?
she kind of like, are you serious? That's her? And then I was like, yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So she asked you, are you serious about what?
I guess the girl that I let her talk to earlier.
So she was still involved in that conversation that you had earlier in the evening.
From earlier, yes, ma'am, because it was her birthday, and I was supposed to be with her on her birthday, but I kind of ditched her to go to the club that I was promoting, ma'am.
You ditched her to go to the club, and you were in a car with somebody else, another woman.
And then a gentleman, Dyrell.
She doesn't care about that. And it was your girlfriend's birthday.
Yes, ma'am.
I assume she wasn't happy with you to begin with, that you weren't spending her birthday with her.
Yeah, kind of.
Did you buy her a present?
Well, a couple of
The
nights.
answer is, did
yes,
you buy
yes,
her a
I
present?
actually gave her some money.
How much money did you give her?
$200.
What'd you tell her to do with the $200?
Spend it wisely.
Now you can have a seat. Had your car ever been vandalized before?
No, ma'am.
What kind of car is it?
It is a 2006 CLS Mercedes-Benz.
Now, other than what would appear to me a very strong motive from someone with only a half a brain would have to do something to your car, do you have any independent proof that she did something to your car?
The independent proof that I have is she actually told my cousin on a phone conversation, she asked him if I had called the police because...
No, don't tell me about the conversation she had with your cousin. Stand up, please. Tell me your name.
Darrell Halsey.
Did you have a conversation with the defendant, Mr. Halsey?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
Later on that day.
You mean after the vandalism was discovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me how that conversation came about.
At first, I called Shuggy, Sorrel Shed over there.
You called him?
Yeah.
What did you say to him?
I asked him, like, what happened to you and Sierra last night? Where did she go after you guys? Or what happened with you guys?
And what did he tell you?
Yeah, he said they had gotten into, like, a little slight argument or whatever. And he said that he left.
Did you say that to your friend, that you got into a little slight argument?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did you get into a little slight argument?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Stand. Move. Oh. Now we're going to play a little bit. You met up with your girlfriend at Taco Bell after you were at a club. It was her birthday. Where did you go?
We went to the house.
Whose house?
Her mom's.
Was her mother home?
Yes, ma'am, she was.
Was she awake?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of the morning was this?
Probably about 3:25.
And what was her mother doing awake in the morning? What
Getting the baby together.
What baby?
Sierra's.
Who's the father of that baby?
Anthony.
How old is her baby?
About to be 2.
So her mother is up with the baby at 3 o'clock in the morning while she's out playing with you at Taco Bell.
Yes, ma'am.
You think that that's appropriate?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
If I had been the judge hearing that tape, your daughter and your mother would be visiting you for about 30 days.
Well, there was no evidence.
30 days they would be visiting you.
As the result of a misunderstanding over a man, Sierra insists she's not the culprit.
Now, what does she do for a living, this one?
She's a nurse.
Who does she minister to?
Her daughter.
Does she get a paycheck
Yes, ma'am, she does.
for taking care of her daughter?
My daughter was born premature, so I actually am like working for her too as a CNA.
You're working for your daughter?
Yeah, she was born 25 weeks premature, so
And?
she has a lot of developmental issues, basically.
Well, that's not working. That's being a parent.
Well, yeah, that is being a parent, but also it's like a job because I can't really work, so I'm a CNA for my daughter.
Then what are you doing out 3 o'clock in the morning? What are you doing out playing around, going from club to club, Waffle House, Taco Bell, while your mother's up 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, my mom agreed to watch the baby. She said I didn't have to come and get her that night, but usually when we go out, we just pick her up because we don't want to go get her in the morning.
So you went to get her with the boyfriend?
Mm-hmm.
And where did you take her?
Home.
What did you do when you went home? Is not an answer.
You're right, ma'am. Basically, we talked a little bit, and she
Talked a little bit about what?
about me ditching her on her birthday. And I said,
Was she happy
apologize.
about that?
Well, I calmed her down after a while, but at first
So
she was
the
mad.
answer is you had a bit of an argument.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you can sit. See, we got along just fine before you were playing with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after you spoke to your friend and asked him what happened when he and Mother of the Year over here picked up a 2-year-old child that requires full-time medical care and took her out 3 o'clock in the morning.
I didn't say full-time.
Don't interrupt me. You spoke to her.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you call her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Go ahead.
And I asked her, did she have anything to do messing on my cousin's car? She said no. Then I was like, you wrote your name on the car. She put Mrs. Shed, which is Sorrel Shed's last name. That's what gave me the impression that she did it in the first place. She said she didn't have nothing to do with it at first. She kept saying, accusing my friend Sorrel Shed and my cousin messing around and stuff like that. I was like, they have nothing to do with each other.
Go ahead.
After a long conversation, and I just kept talking to her or not, she said she had somebody vandalize the car. She had nothing to do with it, but she did have somebody follow us from where I dropped Shuggy off with her. She had somebody follow us home and do the damage to my cousin's car.
And we also have that on recording.
I'd like to hear it.
Okay.
I can't understand a word of that. But
So you said you had somebody follow us? From the Taco Bell to wherever else y'all wait to wherever she stays at. To Beyonce's house.
that's it.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
No.
Are you kidding me? Are you for real? That wasn't you?
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Want justice? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
I want to tell you something. I would have granted the full amount of the jurisdiction of the court, but your insurance company paid a good deal of it. I don't understand why she wasn't arrested for felony vandalism, why she wasn't incarcerated for felony vandalism. If I had been the judge hearing that tape and taking the testimony that I just had, your daughter and your mother would be visiting you for about 30 days.
Well, there was no evidence.
30 days they would be visiting you.
There was no evidence.
Listen to me very
She
careful.
played those tapes.
Hey, big mouth. There is evidence. There may have not been evidence to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because there may have been some unreasonable people that may say, well, maybe there's a chance somebody else got annoyed with her during the course of the same evening. So you may not have been found guilty in a criminal proceeding. There is more than sufficient evidence to find you guilty in this civil proceeding.
Just because I'm making threats to her on the phone.
How old are you?
22.
So you're 22 years old. You have a child who must have some serious physical, mental, or emotional issues if that child requires full-time care.
I didn't say serious.
Full-time care
and I didn't
from
say
you.
full-time either.
Full-time care from you so that you act as her nurse.
That's being a parent,
You act
right?
as her nurse.
But that's being
and
a
that's
parent,
what you
right?
get paid for,
But that's
acting
being
as
a
her
parent,
nurse.
right?
So you already have your hands full. Why don't you do something productive with your life?
I didn't do it.
Why don't you do something productive with your life, other than making children? Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $3,100. That's all. Step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Now it's case number 389 on the calendar in the matter of Eatman versus Courtier.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
Miss Eatman, you and the defendant are neighbors. It is your claim that her dog bit your daughter.
Yes.
And while you were trying to get the dog off of your daughter, you twisted your ankle and had some medical bills.
Yes, that's
You
correct.
want the defendant to be responsible for the injury to your daughter and your medical bills for your twisted ankle.
That's correct.
The defendant says that the dog bit your daughter and it was your daughter's fault. And she is counterclaiming for some nonsense with regard to having to get rid of the dog because of your complaint. Now, how long have you been neighbors, Miss Coutier?
A little over a year.
Okay. Who moved in first?
I did.
How long have you been there?
I've been there for 3 years.
Okay. Now, you had a dog. What kind of a dog did you have?
A pit bull.
How long had you had the dog?
Since he was 3 months old.
Now, the dog was clearly, based upon your answer, a dog that was trained to protect the house.
He was just a family pet.
Well, did you have a sign?
Yes, I have a sign.
Does the sign say I can make it to the fence in 2.8 seconds? Can you?
Yes.
Right. Can I see the sign? Now, you put up that sign in order to warn people that you had a pit bull, which was a dog trained to protect your family. I mean, people who have a Chihuahua usually don't have that kind of sign. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay. It's like saying, I have a security system here. If you burglarize my house, the chances are you're going to get caught. So you're trying to discourage people from coming into the house because you have a security system. Clearly, this dog and this sign was meant to suggest to people that you have your own security system.
Correct.
Right. Now, when did this attack occur on your daughter?
October 22nd.
Prior to October 22nd, 2010, had you ever received a complaint about your dog before?
No.
How old was your dog?
2.
Now, there is no question that the plaintiff's daughter was bitten by your dog, correct?
Correct.
And there's no question that happened on October 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Was the plaintiff's daughter in your house?
They were playing at the front door.
Was the plaintiff's daughter in your house?
Yes. She had come into the home.
That's not what I asked you. Was the plaintiff's daughter in your house?
Yes.
Where was she when she was bitten?
I don't know. I stepped out of the room to use the restroom.
Stepped out of what room?
The living room. And at that time, she was not in there.
Come up here. Tell me your first name.
Bailey.
Bailey. How old are you, Bailey?
10.
You understand that you're in court now?
Yes.
You understand that when you are in court, no matter what you told your mother, you're responsible to tell me exactly what you remember about October 22nd. You do understand that?
Yes.
And you do understand that there are consequences if you don't tell me the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to tell me exactly what happened on October 22nd.
We were playing on our scooters, and then she got off of the scooter, and then she was going towards the door.
Going towards what door?
My front door.
She was going towards the door. Had she said anything when you got off the scooters?
No.
How far from your door was she? Point to something in the room.
Right here.
So from where we are, she was this far away from the door?
Yes.
And what happened?
Then we started playing at the door. And
So then you joined her at the door.
yes,
So you got off your scooter and you went up to where she was at the door.
yes,
Is there a porch?
No.
Or just a door?
the door.
So you were both around this far away from the door, from where I am to where you are?
Yes.
And then what happened, Bailey?
Then her elbow, because we have like a handle door, her elbow hit it and she fell back.
She fell back where?
Into the house. She leaned back.
Her elbow hit the door.
They hit the knob.
It hit the knob and she fell back.
Yes.
And when she fell back, what happened?
The dog ran to her and just started biting on her ears.
So I assume the door wasn't locked.
No, because...
Was it a screen door or a regular door?
Regular door.
So it's a regular wooden door.
Yes.
And her hand hit the latch and she fell back inside.
Yes.
Were you pushing around each other?
Yes.
So she was pushing you?
No.
Were you pushing her?
Yes.
Good. Now you can sit down. Tell me your name.
Jayana.
You know where you are. You know you're in court. You know that you have to tell me the truth and that there are consequences to not telling me the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember October 22nd?
Yes.
You're 8 years old?
Yes.
And Bailey is your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to tell me what happened on October 22nd?
I was playing with Bailey. Then he went inside to tell his mom something, and I had my back against the door. Then he opened the door, then he moved. Then I fell, and I thought it was his mom at the door. Then I just felt bite marks.
Do you know what Bailey went to tell his mother?
No.
But he actually went inside?
Mm-hmm.
Did he close the door behind him?
Yes.
Bailey, did you go inside to tell your mother something?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Bailey says that he pushed you against the door when you were playing and your hand hit the door. Did that happen?
No.
It did not. Where did the dog bite you?
On my ear and right here and under my neck.
Did you have any stitches?
Yes.
Do you remember how many you had?
6.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I limped into the hospital. I got her worked on. They asked me did I want to check myself in. I said not at this time because I wanted to get
Show me
her
where
home.
that says that anywhere here.
And later today,
What did I do for her? I mean, we hung out, spent time together.
And that valuable commodity you would deem to be worth how much?
At least $1,000, I guess. I mean, that's...
I guess not.
Rashida Eatman says neighbor Naylin Couturier's pit bull attacked her daughter, causing her to sprain her ankle. Naylin is countersuing for the cost and distress of putting the dog down.
Now, either way, you're responsible for your dog's bite. Either your son was playing and pushed her into the door, which is what he says, if he's telling the truth, or what the plaintiff's daughter says is that your son went inside to tell you something and he must have left the door unlatched or he didn't close it all the way and she fell into the door because it was not locked. Either way, you're responsible because you have a dog that is... You can make it to the fence in 2.8 seconds. Can you? So your house wasn't safeguarded. Your house wasn't safeguarded from this dog. So you're responsible for her injuries. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Now, this twisted ankle that you had, because I understand that you came over and you managed to get the dog off, and then you don't know how you twisted your ankle, but your ankle was twisted. It's the only thing I have a problem with, actually.
Okay.
So I'd like to see medical proof
Okay.
of your ankle injury. Well, the doctor didn't find any evidence of a problem. It's the same hospital that you took your daughter to earlier that day. Then you came back. When you came back, you said, my ankle hurts. Doctor saw no evidence of swelling, no evidence of bruising. There was an x-ray taken. There was no evidence of anything, except you complained of tenderness, and that's it.
If you read it on the other report, the other hospital bill, I did have swelling when I went in. Because when we took her in... That was
November 2nd.
I went back November 2nd because my ankle has swelled up.
Just a second. From October 22nd, it didn't swell up until November 2nd?
I had swelling that night, Your Honor.
Well, I'm telling you, the hospital didn't see any swelling 5-6 hours after the incident because you'd taken your daughter in.
No, I took my daughter in to get her worked out. As I got out the ambulance, that's when I noticed that my ankle was swelling, was hurting. I limped into the hospital, okay? I got her worked on. They asked me, did I want to check myself in? I said, not at this time, because I wanted to get her home.
Show me where that says that anywhere here.
It doesn't say that in there.
Doesn't say it anywhere there. Yeah. I think your daughter is entitled to compensation for being bitten by the plaintiff's dog. I think that she's entitled to not only having her medical bills paid, but I think that the defendant is responsible for her pain and suffering, for the fear that she had at the time she was bitten, because the defendant did not adequately ensure that the dog was not in a position to hurt a child, which it did. And you're responsible. That's period, the end of the story. However, I'm not going to expand that to include your ankle.
Okay.
Great. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500. Your cross-complaint, Ms. Couturier, is dismissed because your cross-complaint says that your family suffered emotional distress because you were forced to get rid of the dog because of her complaint.
She was threatening my dog, threatening me that she would kill him.
Very good thing that you got rid of the dog.
It was my decision.
It was your decision. Well, then what are you coming here for? Then what do you want?
Because I got rid of him because I was scared that she would actually do something.
I'm just telling you, you said it was your decision. It was your decision. What does that have to do with the court? It was a very good decision that you made to get rid of the dog. The dog bit your neighbor. Your neighbor was not taunting the dog. Your neighbor was not attacking the dog. The child is 8 years old, not doing anything to the dog that would in any way give cause to say, well, you know, this dog was being tormented, teased. Nothing like that happened. So it was a very good idea for you to get rid of the dog. So your counterclaim's dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It was crazy. The dog was all over my daughter.
Warned the kids day in and day out.
Oh, I panicked. I blacked out in the process of it.
Don't play right in front of the door.
So I had to do what I had to do.
Don't play in front of the windows.
You know what? Because the dog has attacked her son.
It irritates the dog.
So I shouldn't really expect her to take responsibility for my child.
I got rid of him.
If she wouldn't take it for her own son, she wouldn't take it for my child. But justice was served.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter, Raysbrook versus Powell. Step forward.
Julie Raysbrook is suing her ex-boyfriend, Stephen Powell, for an unpaid loan to buy a car. Stephen claims Julie offered to give him the money.
Mr. Powell, when did you accept the $1,000 that the plaintiff gave you towards the purchase of a car?
It was right around August last year.
Is that right?
No, Your Honor, it was in October.
Does that sound right, Mr. Powell?
Yeah, she's right. That's right.
And at that time, you were in a relationship with her. Is that right?
We were seeing each other, yes, ma'am.
You have children?
Yes, ma'am.
How many?
4.
Where do they live?
2 with one mom and 2 with my ex-wife that we do joint custody with.
What town do you live in?
Marysville, Washington.
And in what town do your children live?
2 are in Everett and 2 are in Stanwood. Relatively close.
And I would assume that there is not a mass transit system where you live.
No, ma'am.
So the way to get to see your children is by what?
Driving.
Now, in October of 2010, did you have a car?
I did for a little bit. I was borrowing it from a friend, and then my friend needed the car back, and so then that's when she...
Just a second. Just answer my question.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Just that slim underside, you know. Everybody is so savvy to survive without working. It's just mind-boggling.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Julie Raysbrook says ex-boyfriend Stephen Powell owes for an unpaid car loan.
So the answer is, in the beginning of October 2010, you did not have a car.
No, Your Honor.
And that would mean that you could not see your children.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, after you took this money from the plaintiff for the car in October of 2010, how much longer did you continue to see her?
Maybe a month.
Now, when you stopped seeing her after these 4 weeks, did you return the money to her?
No, there was never...
Just a second.
No.
Answer, Michael. The answer is no. Did you return the car to her?
No.
What did you do for her for the 4 weeks that you spent together after she had given you the $1,000.
What did I do for her?
Yeah.
I mean, we hung out, spent time together.
Yes. And that valuable commodity you would deem to be worth how much?
At least $1,000, I guess. I mean, that's what...
I guess not. How old are you, Mr. Powell?
31.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a carpenter.
You work for yourself?
No, ma'am.
Who do you work for?
I was in the union, and I just got laid off. Well, I've been laid off for a little while.
For how long?
About a year and a half, because I had a shoulder surgery.
So you haven't worked in a year and a half. How do you support yourself?
I was getting what they call time loss.
Explain that to me. All these new programs are somewhat of a mystery to me.
Instead of going through L&I, it's something that my company...
O&I?
L&I.
What is that?
L&I, like when you're not working, or if you get hurt on the job, L&I covers wages. And instead of my company going through that, they didn't want their insurance to go higher, so they do a KOS, keep-on salary, so they were paying my regular salary while I was going through my physical therapy and all that stuff.
And when did your physical therapy end?
Probably like 5 months ago.
So how have you been supporting yourself for the last 5 months?
I haven't been.
Well, you're eating.
Food stamps.
So you get food stamps?
Yes, Your Honor.
And who do you live with?
Just by myself.
How do you pay your rent?
I've been having friends help me.
Friends?
Friends.
Have a new girlfriend?
No, Your Honor.
How do your friends help you?
Loan me money.
Is he one of your friends?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. Stand. Last name?
Burrows.
Who do you work for, Mr. Burrows?
I work for a friend right now doing
You work for a friend doing what?
Gutter company. I install gutters.
You get paid in check or cash?
In cash.
Sit down, Mr. Burrows. It's just that slim underside, you know, that, you know, it's not all the way what I'm used to understanding from my family court days, but it's all these new programs and things that everybody is so savvy at putting together to survive without working and without paying taxes, and it's just mind-boggling to me. Now, Miss Raysbrook, what kind of work did you do?
I was in the Navy.
How long were you in the Navy?
6 years.
Decided you had enough Navy?
I have 3 young children, and that was enough for me to handle.
What do you do now?
I go to school full-time, and I run a small nonprofit organization.
Who do you live with?
Myself and my 3 children.
And who supports you?
I support myself.
From what?
GI Bill, student loans.
The GI Bill pays for?
Tuition and living expenses.
How much do you get from the GI Bill?
$13.21 a month.
What else?
Unemployment in the state of Washington has a commissioner-approved training program, and I'm putting myself with their assistance through nursing school. So I continue to receive unemployment benefits while I'm attending school full-time.
And how much do you receive from unemployment?
$2,100 a month.
That's about $3,500 a month. Is that the total extent of what money you have?
Child support from my ex-husband is $500
a month.
Correct.
And is he current in his child support?
He is not.
He is not?
He is not. He's 2 months behind.
How much after you gave Mr. Powell this $1,000 did he leave?
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Want justice? Go to judgejudy.com or call 1-888-800-JUDY.
We remained friends for a while. He stated that when I loaned him the money, we were in a relationship, and that's not true. We had ended our dating relationship at least a month prior and remained friends, had lunch occasionally, spoke, Facebook, text messaging. And in January, which was when he was supposed to start paying me back, I hadn't received a payment, contacted him in February, and he informed me that he had an on-the-job injury and told me, you know, I don't have the money to pay you right now. I have my child support obligations for my children, and I've got other issues that have come up, but I'm expecting a settlement that should be paid to me sometime late in the summer, and at that point I can pay you in full. I won't even have to do the monthly payments that we agreed to. I can just give you your $1,000 and we can just, you know, be settled and walk away. So in June, I contacted him. He made his first payment to me in June.
And is that the only payment he made?
It is, Your Honor.
He pay you in check or cash?
Cash.
Did you meet for him to give you the cash?
At his house, yes.
You went to his house?
Correct.
It wasn't a payment. It wasn't a payment.
What was it?
It was more or less to get her off my back.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $900. Thank you very much.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
Yeah, it's case number 446 on the calendar, the matter of Jones versus Clark.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
How old are you, Miss Jones?
How old am I? 19.
And you?
18.
And what do you do to keep yourself busy?
I go to Youngstown State University and I work at Subway.
And you?
I was formerly working at Walmart. Right now, I'm just looking for a place to stay down in Atlanta, Georgia.
So you're not doing anything?
Not right now.
How many credits do you take, Miss Jones?
14.
Getting reasonable grades?
Yes.
Great. Okay. You used to be friends, now you don't like each other anymore. I don't know why you just can't separate and not like each other, but I guess that's just not the way things are done. So it is your claim that the defendant harasses you and vandalized your car after an incident. Ms. Clark says that actually you harass her. She doesn't have a counterclaim and certainly denies vandalizing your car. You were friends in high school?
Yes.
And I read in your papers that sometime in September of last year, you engaged in a fist fight. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
That's smart. And where did the fist fight take place?
My boyfriend's house.
Had you invited her there for a fist fight? You mean she showed up?
Somebody else invited her, but I didn't invite her.
And when you got there, there was an altercation, and was there a police report?
No.
Was anybody injured?
No.
No, not really.
And then subsequently, in Walmart, were you working in Walmart at the
Yes, ma'am,
time?
I was.
You went into Walmart.
Yes.
For what reason?
To go shopping.
Now, Miss Jones, did you know that Miss Clark worked in Walmart?
Yes.
Yes. And that's the only place that you could have shopped?
No.
And when you got there, you saw Miss Clark. What did you do?
I waved at her and I blew a kiss at her.
You waved at her how? And blew a kiss at her?
Yes.
How? And then your friend said something to her?
Yes.
What did your friend say to her?
She asked her about what did the defendant say on Facebook about her.
So it was something negative?
Right.
And your wave and your kiss was also negative?
No.
Baloney. Because after you had had a fight, you hadn't made up after the fight, right?
Right.
So it was a nasty blow-off kiss and wave. Now, on what date did you instigate this problem?
This was November 1st.
And on what day was your car vandalized?
November 1st.
So on November 1st, Miss Clark must have gotten off from work and came to your house.
Right.
Had she contacted you first?
Yes.
Let me hear about it.
Around maybe 10, she called me back to back to back, and
10 p.m.
Around 10, yes.
What time had you gotten off from work?
10:30.
Why did you start to call her?
Because she had came to my job and asked me when I was getting off. I let her know. She said she would be in the parking lot waiting for me, and I figured I'm not going to back down from this challenge. I'm not going to let her bully me anymore.
Well, you had already had one fight with her in September.
Yes, but being that she keeps harassing me, we decided it wasn't going to be around 3. She lost her contact, let it go. She took it further. She wants to wave to me, blow kisses, say she's going to meet me in my parking lot at work, which I can't say anything because I don't want to get fired. I don't want my employees to be, what is this mess?
Go ahead.
That is definitely not true. After we fought, the day before we went to Walmart, it was a Halloween party.
Talking about November 1st. Let's get to November 1st.
After she called me back to back to back, just kept calling me, maybe around 11. She called me again, I answered. I heard somebody in the background say, she's not gonna come outside, she's not gonna come outside. So I said, she might be at my house. So I went downstairs, my father followed me, he heard her screaming my name saying, come outside, Alexis, come outside. I looked out the window, I seen her with a weapon in her hand. I don't know if it was a bat or a belt, she had a weapon, it was dark. I came outside, it was saying, get off my property. My parents came outside, pushed me in the house because they didn't want us to get into another fist fight. My parents proceeded to talk to her and her friends. She had other girls with her.
Who talked to her?
My mother and my father had a conversation with her while I was in the house.
Could you step up, please? Your last name is?
Jones.
Did you have a conversation, Mr. Jones, with Miss Clark that evening?
I didn't have a conversation with her, but I did witness her at our property in our driveway.
So you didn't speak to her?
I didn't speak to her, no.
Go ahead.
My parents were talking to her.
No, your father, they weren't talking to her.
Oh, well, my father
I don't know if your mother was or not, but your parents weren't. You only have one parent here. He said he wasn't talking to her.
My father was talking to me. My father was outside. I was in the house And
listen to me. Slowly, and only what you remember is true. It's very bad to bring your witness, even if it's your father, and the first thing he does is deny what you're telling me is true. Do you understand?
Yes.
Perfect. Keep going.
My parents came back in the house, and I saw Shakila and her friends walking down the driveway to leave. As they were walking down the driveway, I was looking out the window. Her other friends that were with her went into the car. She was still outside of the car. I heard a loud noise. I didn't witness her do it, but I heard a loud noise. And then my father went outside, and then he saw the window.
Don't tell me what he saw. And Mr. Jones, November 1st, you bring your daughter back into the house.
Yes.
Then what happened?
My wife continued to try to have a conversation with her. I wanted them to get off the property. I didn't care really what happened. I was trying to get them to get off the property. One of the girls that was with her had a weapon in her hand. I didn't know exactly what it was at the time.
So not Miss Clark, one of the other girls.
I'm not saying it wasn't Miss Clark. I was busy keeping her from coming out on the porch with my dog.
Well, you just said to me, Mr. Jones, it was one of the other girls that had a weapon in their hand.
I said there was another girl that was with her that could have had the weapon. She could have had a weapon. I'm not sure who had it. I witnessed the weapon.
But you didn't see it in her hand.
I'm being honest. No, I didn't.
Great.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We got the girls to leave the property. As they were leaving the property, we witnessed them get into the vehicle. So we thought. We went into the house to have a conversation with my daughter to figure out what the story was about, why they came here, what was going on. Next thing I hear is a pop or a crack. I look out the window. I see someone swing at the car, the back of the car. All right, they hop into the back of it was an Expedition, and they drove off.
Now, you said they hopped into the back of an Expedition.
The door.
So you heard a pop, and then you saw how many people hop in the back of the Expedition?
I saw one person.
And it was an Expedition?
It was an Expedition.
Whose car is the Expedition?
My friend's boyfriend, Jabray.
Who was driving the car?
She was, my friend. She's not here right now. She had classes to attend to.
So she was driving?
Yes.
Who else was in the car with you? Just a second. Were you in the car?
Yes.
Step up. Last name?
Belcher.
Where were you sitting in the car?
The back seat of the passenger side.
Back seat?
Of the passenger side.
Who was sitting in the front seat?
My friend's boyfriend.
Friend's boyfriend?
Yes. There was...
So you and the defendant were in the back?
And another person.
Other person's name?
Millie.
Who had something in their hand?
None of us.
Somebody did. Sit.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What kind of heating system do you have in your house?
We have electric furnace.
Oh, that's too bad. Should have coal. Make her put coal in the furnace. Keep her busy. Doesn't have enough to do to keep herself busy.
And later today.
Listen, Low.
Yes.
Pay your tickets. You were irresponsible.
I paid $200 to pay for the tickets, and he never did. They accumulated to $400.
I can explain that if need be.
Clark broke out the back window of her car as the result of an argument.
Now, we eliminated the driver and the person sitting in the front passenger seat. So it's either 1, 2, or Millie. Millie's not here, but she knows either she did it or she knows who it was who broke the back windshield of your car. So this is your problem, Miss Clark. Either you or this young lady or Millie busted the window of whose car?
Mine.
Her car. I actually don't care if it was you or not, because it was you or you know who it was. Do you understand?
I understand.
Perfect. So if you didn't do it, you can sue the person who did it, because you're going to pay for it. Because but for you, they wouldn't have gotten to the house. Did you know where she lived?
No.
What?
No.
Stand. Move over there. Who gave directions to the house?
Shaki.
There you go. Life is so easy. Sit down.
Your Honor, I have a different story.
You have what?
A different story from what they told you.
She just told me the story. Your witness. Your witness just told me the story. I don't care what brought you to the house. No. What brought you to the house was no good. The only thing I'm interested in is the broken window. There's no question that there's no question that there was a broken window, and there's no question that either you, her, or Millie broke the window. And since you gave directions to get to the house after work, you were going there for absolutely no good. You will pay for the window. That doesn't mean that I like your conduct, because you really started all this mess.
Operator Marvin Bryant for cutting up her clothes and vandalizing her car in a fit of jealous rage.
Order. All rise. Quiet in the courtroom.
Now, this is case number 370 on the calendar in the matter of Gibson versus Bryant. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Oh, I see we have a little show and tell here. Miss Gibson, according to your complaint, you and the defendant have 2 children together?
Yes, ma'am.
And on 2 separate occasions, the defendant, for no reason at all, went nuts, destroyed some of your property. In July, he destroyed your clothes and a bed, and then again in November, you say he damaged your car. Mr. Bryant says he did neither.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Judge. Yes.
You don't live together, is that right?
Correct.
How old are your children?
7 and 8.
When was the last time you lived together?
92, 93, up until about 2001.
From what I gather, after you stopped living together, you still had a civil relationship because he would watch the kids when you worked.
Well, I went to school.
Or went to school. Now, what happened on this day in July? You want to tell me about it?
Well, on July the 12th, me and him was supposed to be getting back together. The next day, he went out and I went out. So on July the 14th, about 5 that morning, he called me on my cell phone. And he asked me where was I at. And I told him...
Where was he when he called you on the cell phone?
He had just left the club. And I guess he had came over to my apartment, but I wasn't there. Well, by the time I got home, his car was out there, and when I got upstairs, I had saw where he had kicked my door in, but I thought by that time he had calmed down because on the phone he was telling me, you need to get here and whatever.
Was he in your apartment when you got home?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Is that right, sir?
No, it's not, ma'am. I haven't been in her apartment. I was not in her apartment in July at all. The only time I've been in that apartment was when the kids started school, which was in late August, early September, and I would go over there and drop the kids off until she got out of school.
Go ahead.
He asked me where I had been, and he said he know I had been with the guy that I had been seeing. And so, you know, he was just talking, and he ripped my clothes off that I had on at that time or whatever. And he was just saying, you know, women, that's why a lot of women like you are in the grave for doing this. He said, I hurt him. He said that rather than killing me or doing something bad to me, that he would take it out on my clothes. So he went to the back and started tearing up my clothes. And
let me see what he did.
He took scissors and cut up my clothes.
What else did he do?
And I have pictures here and evidence where he ripped my bed up, the poles off my bed.
Okay. And he eventually left?
He was still tearing up my stuff. At the time, one of my friends was living with me, and she came home, and she calmed him down, and eventually he left.
You didn't report this to the police, did you?
No, ma'am. I didn't report it to the police because my phone, I don't have a phone.
Don't give me an excuse. You didn't, is the reason. You didn't.
Right, I didn't.
There came a time in November when you say you had another incident with Mr. Bryant. You want to tell me about the other incident?
Well, prior to that, before that, I put him on child support, and he's upset about that situation. Well, November the 6th, I go to school. It was a Wednesday, and that night I go to school from 6 to 9:50. Well, I called him when I got out of class and told him I was on my way to have the kids ready. Because
so he was babysitting for you?
Yes, ma'am.
So I assume you had patched up whatever differences that you had so that you were still now on speaking terms again after the July incident. Is that right?
Because he started paying me for this. He paid me like $200.
Oh, he did?
Where are the...